agenda through Congress, you appeared to open the door in your radio interview yesterday for two bill approaches. It's still your preference for one big, beautiful bill, as you have said.
Well, I like one big, beautiful bill, and I always have, I always will. But if two is more certain, it does go a little bit quicker because you can do the immigration stuff early. Now, you have to understand, for immigration and for the wall, we won the case on the wall. You know, they tried to sell the wall for 5 cents on the dollar, by the way. And we had, fortunately, a judge that stopped that. But they were already discarding the wall. And 5 cents on the dollar. And you know what they were doing? They were calling us up and saying, we'll sell it back to you at 200 cents. In other words, double what we paid for it. So they were going to buy it from this guy for 5 cents on the dollar. They were making deals. And fortunately, we had a very smart judge that stopped it cold. I think he called for an investigation, too, and he should. But think of it. They were selling the wall that was exactly the wall that the Border Patrol wanted. That was designed by them. Steel, concrete, rebar, exactly as they want. Very, very heavy steel, very powerful steel, hard to cut. Very, very heavy, 7,000-pound concrete, which is a very strong concrete. Everything was top of the line. Very expensive. Would be double what we paid for it then, 6 years ago. But let me just tell you, they were selling it for 5 cents on the dollar to people, and those people were calling us, asking us to pay them 200 cents because it's a good deal because we can have it immediately. And you know what immediately is? Just leave it in place. No, the papers haven't written that, though. You understand? That deal is like all the other things that these people do. These people either hate our country or they're very stupid. And I don't believe they're stupid because nobody can cheat on elections like they cheat and be stupid. They either hate our country or they're stupid. So remember what I said because nobody wants to report it. They were selling the wall for 5 cents on the dollar and trying to resell it back to us for 200 cents or less, but for 200 cents on the dollar. That's a nice return.
On FEMA, is there a concern that FEMA can perform? There were concerns that were expressed in the fall after the double hurricanes. What are the concerns that Republicans have after these fires?
There's some very patriotic people that work for FEMA on the ground. They do their dead level best. But as with every organization, it's leadership. And there is some concern about it. I come from a disaster-prone state in Louisiana, so we have a lot of experience with FEMA. And we always commend the people on the ground, but it's the people giving the orders that are sometimes the concern. I frankly have not had a lot of time to dig into what's happening in California at the moment because we've got so much going on. Just left the Carter funeral, but I'm sure I'll be getting a full brief.
Is it
on it
an
right
issue
now.
that the president-elect has not nominated a FEMA administrator if this is going to be such a problem going right off the bat?
Well, look, the president's been working at a steady clip, filling all the positions, and I know there are very highly qualified people in line for that, so we'll see. I'm not going to get ahead of the administration, but clearly you've got to have a very competent and capable FEMA director to handle the volume of work. We live in a dangerous time. There's disasters all the time now, and you got to have steady, competent people at the top. So I'm confident he'll put the right people in place.
Can you talk about the meetings that can you commit to the reconciliation package being deficit neutral?
That is one of the things that we're trying to ensure. I can't commit to any final proposition in the moment because we are making this a bottom-up, member-driven proposal, and the elements of the reconciliation package are coming together. We've had long, thoughtful discussions amongst House members and in various groups, small groups, and that's going very well, very productive. We had a long retreat over the weekend working through all this. So the pieces are coming together. But I will say this, I am very confident that we are going to get this mission accomplished. And, I spoke with the president about it, the president-elect constantly, and our colleagues in the Senate. I sat next to Leader Thune today at the Carter funeral, and we talked about it again. I talked with Vice President-elect J.D. Vance about it at the funeral as well. So everyone is rowing in the same direction. We know what the elements are of this. The sequence and how we do it is being decided now, and just wait. You'll see. It's going to work.
Mr. Speaker, are you willing to work with Democrats on issues in this reconciliation bill like SALT to try to get them to vote for this, especially if you can't get your people together on it?
Well, of course, we welcome all Democrats to vote for a good package. This is going to be great legislation. It's an America First agenda, but it follows common sense. It'll be good for every state and everyone, every community. So yeah, we welcome all Democrats to come along with us. I hope many of them will. There'll be good things in this package.
Several of the are headed down to Mar-a-Lago this weekend. What do you hope is the goal? What do you hope comes out of those meetings? I know the Freedom Caucus is headed tomorrow.
Yeah, sure. Well, I talked with the president about those meetings and his idea. It was his idea to bring in small groups of House Republicans to come together and just have fellowship together and talk about the issues and talk about the vision that we have for the year ahead of us. And that's a great thing. And the president would like to host every single House Republican. In fact, that's what he told me. The problem is he's limited by the calendar and his availability, and so his staff brings reality back to that. But I think at some point over the next few weeks he will have visited with all House Republicans. That's his goal. We are going down for a work retreat to South Florida and Miami at the end of January. And the president's committed to come and visit with all House Republicans there. So there'll be a lot going on this month. Of course, inauguration is in less than 2 weeks now. So we're excited. He is the most accessible president possibly ever, certainly of the modern era. I mean, he is a hands-on leader. He has a good relationship with lots of members in the House, and that's an unusual thing. But it's something that we very much enjoy. He enjoys it. And so I encourage all of that. I want all my colleagues to go down and have a weekend at Mar-a-Lago. It's a great experience.
Mr. Speaker,
as he says, it's the greatest resort in the world.
What do you make of the fact that Senate Republicans, despite Trump saying his preference is one bill and you making that clear, they're digging in their heels on two bills?
Listen, these are some of my closest friends. I respect all these members of the Senate over there. Everyone wants to accomplish the mission, and people have different ideas on the best route to do it. But we will align both chambers, and we will move forward. I have said clearly, the preference over here is one bill, and that is because I have a much larger group of members to work with and a much more diverse caucus, and people have different ideas on the various elements of this. And my estimation of this, that is well studied and well informed by committee chairs of the areas of jurisdiction, is that if you put it all together, you greatly increase the probability of success in getting it all done. So that's why we have this position. It still remains, as you heard, as recently as last night, President Trump's preference, and I think that ultimately is what's going to happen. But I have bear no ill will. The idea that we would be that there would be any difference of opinion about this, that that's some sort of existential threat to the package or that we're in trouble or something is just nonsense. This is part of the process. We're in a deliberative body, and we're working in a bicameral fashion. So there are a lot of pieces to put together. This is how it's supposed to work, and so this is a healthy thing. It's not a danger to the package. We're working it out, and we'll get the best solution for everyone.
Well, thank you all for being here. Big thanks to AFP here at the Freedom Embassy for hosting this really important event. Looking forward to this conversation with the speaker. I want to start just on a personal note. I saw you post on social media, what was it, last week, I want to say, a photo with you welcoming Boys to Men to the Capitol, and a buddy of mine sent it to me. He said, Mike Johnson is on a journey, and I love it for him. Do you ever have moments like you're on the plane with Trump or you're at UFC and you're always in the background of these photos? Do you ever think, how is this my life? Because like the accidental speaker thing has turned into a pretty effective speaker reality. Give us sort of like your journey up to this point, if you would.
Well, as Kid Rock and Jelly Roll and I were talking about this, it has been a wild ride. These are consequential times. People ask me all the time, am I having fun in this position? And I just look at them and say, really don't have time for fun. I mean, I'm really very much like a wartime speaker and have been since they handed me the gavel in October 2023. This is not a job I ever aspired to, but it fell to us to do it and lead in these very challenging times. But I'm absolutely convinced that America is coming back, and that's what keeps us going. There are a few moments of respite in there, and those events are some of them. Meeting Boys to Men was a great treat. I'm way older than most of you in the audience, but if you were in high school in the late 80s, early 90s, that's like the soundtrack of your life. And those guys are my age. We're all in our early 50s. They look so much better than me, and I chose the wrong profession, but it was great to meet them.
So, right outside here, there are the 7 principles that you always talk about. If you just remind us what they are, number one, and then the question I have is, Obviously, there's some opposition to a number of them on the left. Are you concerned about maybe some undermining of faith in those principles within certain precincts on the right as well these days?
Yeah, so let me tell you the origin of this. When in 2019 I was elected to be chairman of the Republican Study Committee, largest caucus of conservatives in Congress, largest caucus, but certainly the most conservatives. And I was just a sophomore and I wasn't the most senior person in the room, but my background was in constitutional law and I had, as I like to say, a toolbox full of totally unmarketable skills. But what came together at that time was this sort of recalibration of who we were as a party. This is 2 years into the Trump administration and a lot of the furniture is being moved around and some broken and some of it needed to be. But I was concerned that we would not lose our fixed points on the horizon, so to speak, right? So I stood in front of all the House Republicans in the conference, the caucus at the time, and I said, there's about 158 of them, and I said, guys, if you had just a brief moment to have a discussion with a young millennial or young progressive to tell them why our philosophy and our principles are superior to theirs, what would you say? If you had to convince an entire library full of conservative thought, from Edmund Burke to today, down to a half page, for a short, concise summary, what would you say? I said, to me, I think it boils down to individual freedom, limited government, the rule of law, peace through strength, fiscal responsibility, free markets, and human dignity. Now, under each of those things, there'd be lots of subcategories, and you could unpack it depending upon the moment you're in. But that, to me, is the essence of who we are, not just as a party, but who we've been as Americans. There's a reason America is the greatest nation in the history of the world. It's not even close, really. Objectively, we're the most powerful, most successful, most free, most benevolent nation it's ever been, and it's because we are based on those founding principles, and we don't want to lose sight of them as things change in our modern era.
When you look at the election that just happened, right, there's always this, it's the most important election of our lifetime mantra. Sometimes that feels closer to the truth than other times. This was a very consequential election, and we've heard President Trump talk a lot about a mandate that he feels that he's won, and he swept the swing states, won the popular vote, did some things that folks were not expecting him to do, at least the skeptics. By the same token, I don't have to tell you how slim the majority is in your House, even in the upper chamber as well. I know that feels like more breathing room, but still awfully close. How do you look at what the voters decided in November? Does that constitute a mandate for the party generally? And what does that look like in terms of your priorities here?
Great question. I think there is a mandate. Not only did President Trump win the Electoral College soundly, he also won the popular vote, 77 million votes. We got our highest vote total ever in history of the House Republicans, 74.8 million votes. We did all that together. Some would say, oh, you rode President Trump's coattails, but I think it was a combination of things. What we achieved in this election cycle was a demographic shift. I think a once-in-a-generation, once in my lifetime kind of event, where we had a record number of Hispanic and Latino voters, for example, Black and African American voters, Jewish voters and union workers and all these people who had not historically been in our camp, and they came over, not reluctantly, but enthusiastically. They were looking for an alternative. The left went too far. The woke progressive nonsense, it's sort of like, as I explained it in my mind, the pendulum, they pushed so aggressively, so quickly that it clicked, and now it's coming back. President Trump represents a force that is pushing it back to common sense and the center-right kind of balance where we are and always have been in the nation. And we're going to be a force of that as well. So we do see it as a mandate. We do see it as our responsibility to take care of business. Now, I want you to know that, I traveled the country nonstop last year to make sure we kept the majority and grew it. And every day, almost literally, that we were not in session, I was on the road. I did over 350 campaign events, 250 cities in 40 states. I logged enough miles to circle the globe 5.5 times last year. That's a real statistic. I was 4 inches taller when I became Speaker of the House. Okay, they beat me down mercilessly. But we did grow the majority, and I was so proud, Guy, because I had 220 Republicans and 215 Democrats. And then President Trump began to cull the herd. And so he took a few, and I called him like, Mr. President, you cannot take any more. We're going to be down to 1. Oh, Mike, did I do that? Yes, you did, sir. We're down to 1. So now, really, this is true. We have a 1-vote margin now, smallest in history, right? So for a big chunk of the first 100 days of the Congress and perhaps beyond, this is not an easy task. But we're going to get it done. We have the most aggressive, important legislative agenda that we've had certainly in my lifetime, I think. And when we get this done, it will be an extraordinary achievement because the votes margin is so small.
two related questions. One on the timeline for filling some of the aforementioned Trump-created vacancies, right? A couple in Florida, there's one in New York. As you think about a legislative agenda moving forward and you look at the calendar, what are you expecting? What are you anticipating in terms of getting those seats filled? Because Florida, I know that they're doing everything they possibly can. New York, with Stefanik's seat, that's a different question, right? Because the governance up there, they're not as interested in helping you get some folks back into your caucus, right? I know they talk a lot about democracy, but it seems like they're pretty comfortable with a seat remaining vacant for as long as possible in upstate New York.
That's true. Florida, we have a date certain. It'll be April 1, April Fool's Day. Don't put too much stock into that. It will be two Republicans. We already know who they are. Those are deep red districts, and it's reliable spaces. Mike Waltz's seat, Matt Gaetz' seat. At least Stefanik's seat in New York is different because you're right. The liberal left Democrats run the state assembly, and they've not been kind to us there at the state capitol, and they're toying with the idea of extending and holding that seat open under some guise of democracy until the fall, perhaps. It's one of the suggestions. So
a delayed election for democracy?
For democracy, yeah. Don't forget about the fact that 750,000 upstate New Yorkers would be without representation in Congress for no apparent reason. Under existing New York law, that vacancy is supposed to be filled no later than 90 days from the date that it is vacated. So we'll see what happens. They haven't changed the law yet. If we get the budget resolution passed this week, which is the plan, then it's possible that Elise Stefanik would go ahead and move on to her assignment at the UN as the ambassador there once she gets through the confirmation process in the Senate, which I think would go quickly. And then that would start the clock. And so let's hope that we can get it filled in time and hope that the law is respected by Democrats in New York.
And I want to come back to this week in a second. But again, looking at priorities. Mm-hmm. You're starting to see some softness in the polling for the president, for the party, maybe a honeymoon that he never enjoyed last time. He's had it. The polls are conflicting about whether that's, starting to maybe taper off or not. But one consistent data point that we're seeing is that there is still this extreme concern among voters about the cost of living and the price of everything. And obviously, a mess was inherited. There's no question about that. But at some point, you're in the driver's seat as a Republican Party controlling the trifecta. What is it that you would say to voters who are wondering, are they really focusing on what matters the most to us, which would be the cost of living and probably immigration, those top two? Plenty on immigration. What about on that number one issue that really, I think, was so harmful to the Democrats in the fall?
Yeah, it was. Clearly, the president and all of us ran on a set of issues that were the most important to the people. We've got to secure the border. We have to get the economy under control, reduce inflation. We've got to get American energy dominance back and restore peace through strength, reduce the regulatory state, the bureaucracy, the deep state. All those processes are underway. The president's done an heroic job with executive authority right out of the gates and accomplished quite a bit. DOGE is working overtime, and all these things are happening. Now we have to codify it. So the reconciliation process is the key to getting that done. And for a lot of people back home who don't follow all the machinations here, reconciliation is the one exception to having to get 60 votes, the 60-vote threshold in the Senate. Because we only have to have 53 Republicans in the Senate right now, doing something with a bare majority is the way to go. So we will use the reconciliation process to check a lot of the boxes of the promises that we made, and that is how we will get to the cost of living. The price of eggs is up high because that has more to do with bird flu than anything else, okay? There's a lot of mixed messages out there, but obviously inflation continues to be a major problem. The way to do that is to make sure small businesses have certainty, to make sure we don't have the largest tax increase in U.S. history, which is what will happen by default at the end of this year if we're not successful in this mission, to get taxes down, reduce regulations, and free up the free market again. And the way you do that, the way you ensure prosperity, which is what we're all about, is to get the government out of the way. This is the team to do it, and reconciliation is the vehicle in which we're going to get it done.
Easier said than done. The way that the logistics work out is something I want to delve into. Before we do that, if you're just joining us, we're at the AFP Freedom Embassy. Speaker Mike Johnson, our guest. And there's a few folks here that AFP has recognized as really high-level activists who've done a lot of work on the ground. And got a couple questions for you from them. So let's start. I'm sure this was done completely at random, but one of them happens to be from Louisiana. Eric is with us from your home state. Hey. Eric, take it away.
Hi, Mr. Speaker. My name is Eric. I recently graduated from our alma mater, Louisiana State University, and I'm focused on my future, hopefully building a career, starting a family in Louisiana. But the last few years have been difficult with the rising cost of energy, housing, and groceries. How would your principles and your vision for the next couple of years on issues help me and other Louisianians achieve our goal?
Great question. See, LSU students are so bright. They are just, look, I will concede to you that you got greater challenges than I had when I graduated LSU and started a family in Louisiana back in the mid-'90s. There's a lot of headwinds right now. This election really was for all the marbles. I mean, it was a crossroads for the country, and we won. And so now we have the mandate, the opportunity to fix all this. The best thing that we can do to ensure liberty, opportunity, security for you and your young family that you'll start is to get government out of the way. And that's what our team is for. I mean, at the end of the day, the Republican Party, we talked about the core principles, but at the end of the day, you could summarize it. We're pro-family and pro-growth, right? And those are the two ingredients that make it easier for people to start out. My daughter's just graduating law school down there at LSU in May, and she just got married in June. So this is a live fire exercise for my family, too. And she's the oldest of our four. I got one that graduated undergrad and is on the way to law school. I got a son at the Naval Academy, and I have a 14-year-old. So they're all looking at me with the same anticipation. All right, Dad, get this fixed. We will, right? So I keep going back to reconciliation, but that's the quickest vehicle we have to achieve these desired results. And what we need is to get government out of the way. We need a smaller, leaner federal government that's out of your life so that the free market can thrive. If you reduce taxes and regulations, you allow job creators, entrepreneurs, risk takers, the people that create the jobs to do more of what they do. And you unleash that power of the U.S. economy that has been smothered by government regulation for too long. This is not theoretical. We did it, of course, in the first Trump administration. I was here as a freshman in 2017 when President Trump started. And we reduced taxes, reduced regulations. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world pre-COVID. I mean, really, every boat was rising in every demographic. And then we had all these disruptive events. So we can get back to that. We know the formula, and it will help everybody who's starting out. So I would say help is on the way. Hang in there. And don't leave Louisiana. Okay, stay there.
All right, thank you, Eric. And from your neck of the woods and your alma mater to one of the most important battleground states in the country, Wisconsin. I know AFP is very focused on a very important judicial race up there in a matter of weeks. Mike is a small business owner in Wisconsin. Mike, what's your question for the Speaker?
Speaker Johnson, my name is Mike Doble. I am a small business owner from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. My wife and I own a hospitality group with 6 restaurants, some small breweries, and 190 employees. It's super important to us to continue the tax cuts, and I know it is important to you as well. But there's some differences in opinion between the House and the Senate, and just Republicans, even in your House. What's your plan to try to bridge that gap so we can continue this? We need it. We need to keep hiring and growing, or we're dying. So what's your plan to bridge that gap?
Well, thanks, Mike, for the question, and thanks for, I know you did some heavy work there in Wisconsin, I'm sure. In this audience, if you're here, you were part of that, and that was huge. Wisconsin was a huge state for us this time around. So what we need to do, I'll give you a little more detail about reconciliation, because it sounds like a lofty concept, but the details really do matter here. What we need to do for small business owners like you is get government out of the way and give you certainty so that you can plan and invest appropriately so that you know what's going to happen 6 months from now or more. The reason that we're putting the extensions of the TCJA, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, the seminal achievement, one of the seminal achievements, the first Trump administration. The reason that's in reconciliation is because, as we noted, those tax cuts are going to expire at the end of this year if we don't fix it. And the reason we have to do it early in the process and not wait until the end of this year or later is because everybody needs to see the effects of that, like ASAP, right? I mean, if you're a small business owner, this is a very challenging time because you don't know what to expect. The markets don't know what to expect. The bond market doesn't know what to expect. So putting that clarity in as early as possible is critical for everybody who is in a position like you are. And so the way to do that is with one big beautiful bill, okay? Like that's the president's phrase, and I've adopted it. In fact, I have it tattooed on my chest here. I could show you. It's that important, all right? Why? Because some of my dearest friends, Ted Cruz and I are very close friends, Lindsey Graham in the Senate, they've been pushing the two-bill strategy in the Senate. But I want y'all to know the inside baseball is my math is much more complicated in the House than the Senate. for the first time in our lifetime, Senate Republicans have a wider margin than we have in the House, okay? And also have 160 plus additional personalities to deal with than they have with just their 53 over there. And I have a much more diverse caucus. So remember, I've got people who are elected in like R plus 26 districts and like deep red rural states. And then I've got people who are elected in districts that Kamala Harris won on the ballot by 10 or 11 points, D plus 12 districts. And those Republicans look at an issue set with very different lenses. Their philosophy and the principles are the same, but their constituencies are very different. And so they've got to be mindful of that. So my job is to find the equilibrium point between the two sides and to advance the ball as far as we can down the field for our conservative principles and get 218 votes. And now I've got a SALT caucus over here that they don't have to contend with in the Senate because the state and local tax issue is huge to people that are elected in New York, New Jersey, California, and other states. But think of it, there's no red state senators, because they're all red state guys, that have that issue to contend with. And we have multiple caucuses and interest that I've got to contend with. So finding the right point for all those dials is going to be the trick over the next several weeks. We'll get there, and the sooner that we do, the better it's going to be for you and every small business owner, and large company for that matter, around the country, because that's going to lock in and codify the certainty that you need to be able to do what you do best, and that is grow your business and add jobs.
I saw a headline, I think today at Politico, Mike Johnson's moment of truth. You've had a few of those already in your speakership. Here's another moment of truth, moments of truths maybe, but it is a big one this week because step one is this floor vote maybe tomorrow, maybe later in the week. Committee was sort of a sigh of relief there, but you've got a lot of cats to herd. Not everyone's on board from what the reporting suggests. Are you confident, and how would you measure that level of confidence that you're going to get this through? This is step one, right? Getting to the vehicle with literally no margin for error. Because I think there's at least one member who's a no.
There may be more than one, but they'll get there. We're going to get everybody there. This is a prayer request. Just pray this through for us. Because it is very high stakes, and everybody knows that. And as we were talking in the hall guy a little while ago, somebody noted a couple weeks ago, the thing about having a small majority is it brings great clarity. It's clarifying, I don't think anybody wants to be in front of this train. I think they want to be on it. And people come at with genuine conviction, about the debt and the deficit and about these issues and that issue. But I'm often reminded, and I remind my colleagues all the time, of what Ronald Reagan reminded us. I'd rather get 80% of what I want than go over the cliff with the flag waving. And for those of us who believe in limited government and liberty and opportunity and security and prosperity, we have to recognize that an aircraft carrier is not turned on a dime. It takes 3 miles to turn an aircraft carrier, right? It took us decades to get into the situation we're in. It is not likely that we're going to fix everything in one bill in one foul swoop. But if we can make great strides in these areas and we begin to change the trajectory of the carrier, we can turn it around. And if we do that well, and we demonstrate to all these new demographics who came into the party now, that it truly is our principles, our core conservative principles that lead to human flourishing. It is our principles that are better for them as individuals, families, a community, their state, the nation as a whole, then we will be able to hold this as a governing majority for years to come. This can be an historic moment for our party and our principles, and this is the first step in what will be many steps. It's day by day.
So if your analysis that it's going to happen / prayer request comes through this week, I guess part one of the question is, what would the timeline then look like to get to then the reconciliation piece, which would be maybe harder, right? This is just getting on to something, the vote this week. Then it's like, okay, what does a final bill that would become law actually look like? What timeline are you looking at for there? And then maybe one that you're not excited to contemplate, but has to be asked, if there's a wrinkle this week and there's a stumble, is there a plan B, or is it this or nothing?
I've got a whole playbook, but I'm not going to tell you that. We're going to score on this one, okay? But when the resolution passes, as you know, this is just the sort of the opening, the starting gun basically for the real reconciliation process. And so that is scheduled out, and I put out a very aggressive timetable, a schedule for the reasons we discussed. We need to do this quickly.
I think in 2017 you took too long. The Republicans took too long.
That's exactly right. We didn't get to the tax piece until late in the year. And so what happened was the benefit of what we had done was not fully realized by everybody before that midterm election. Only twice in 85 years has a newly elected president, had his party grow or add seats in the House in that first 2-year cycle. So we're going to have to defy history, and we will. I think we got a very favorable landscape and the right ingredients to do it, but we got to perform. So if we do it early, to meet that aggressive timetable, what we're going to do is pass the resolution, and then through the rest of February and all of the month of March, you'll see the committees. What happens is we give instructions to 11 different House committees in areas of jurisdiction on all these issues, and they've got to work through and find their equilibrium points in those subgroups, bring it up to the full group, get it on the floor. My calendar has us passing this by probably the first week of April and getting it to the Senate so they can do their work on it.
After April 1st, perhaps?
After April 1st. You see how that works? Yeah, a couple more votes. And then we get it done, and if this works, then we get it to the president's desk by early May. That would be enough time for this to become part of the law, to give the certainty that everyone needs, and for the American people to begin seeing the benefit of this so that it's reflected in the election outcome and in all of our lives. Yeah.
Just a couple more here. You mentioned a friend of yours, Senator Cruz, on the show. I had Senator Thune on the show recently, still making, to my ears, a robust, interesting case for the two-bill idea. When you push back on them in private, you say, look, here's my math and here's why one big, beautiful bill makes sense on the House side. Are they receptive to it, or do you feel like are they still saying, actually, no, you're wrong?
No, this is a very friendly debate. These are all very close friends, and there's no daylight between the House and Senate Republicans, and that's very important. I mean, there's no animosity here at all. We're all trying to accomplish the same exact mission. They just see it from different lenses in the Senate that we do in the House. And when I lay out all the complexities, Ted, Lindsey, and John, none of them can refute that. They just go, oh, yeah, that's tough. Yeah, I know. Thanks a lot. Welcome to my life. So, look, I think what happens, they passed their resolution last week, and whatever they're calling that, that's a plan B, that's fine. But I said you have to allow the House to lead on this by necessity. We need to. We have to. I have the more complicated equation to solve. Here's another thing, too, that everybody needs to remember, and this will mean something to the folks in this room. We have new revenue inputs that really ought to be factored into this. I mean, the tariffs policy that the president's pursuing is going to be scored by the Congressional Budget Office as a number, some significant number. The 10% tariffs on China could be a large number, just that alone. And then what DOGE is doing, cutting down the size and scope of government pretty dramatically, results in a massive cost saving, cutting out the fraud, waste, and abuse. I mean, they've found almost $60 billion, they estimated, already, and they've only been doing it for a few weeks. So Elon is in the middle. He's gotten in the belly of the beast, and I met with him a couple weeks ago at his office, Monday before last, and he was explaining to me what he's doing, and he and I got increasingly excited as we were going through this, and I said, man, look, I know you're excited because you think of this as a scientist and a data analyst. I think of it as a constitutional law attorney and a historian. Elon, what we're going to do here is restore the original intent of the framers of the Constitution, because they envisioned a small, efficient federal government. Remember, most of the power is pushed down to the states, right? Because that's important for maintaining the checks and balances and all the rest of the things we need. But they wanted a federal government that was small and efficient and effective and accountable. And the accountability piece will be ensured by the duly elected representatives of the people in the Congress who could have oversight. The problem is, for decades, as we know, we haven't been able to do that job well, because even though we requested the data and requested the insight, it was hidden. How many of you know the bureaucracy was not forthcoming, right? They're not transparent. That's the whole point. That's the problem. That's the deep state we talk about. So they were hiding from Congress. We didn't know that USAID was funding drag shows in Peru or whatever, transgender operas in Colombia or whatever, I mean, it's madness. But Elon has cracked the code. He is now inside the agencies. He's created these algorithms that are constantly crawling through the data, and as he told me in his office, the data doesn't lie. We're going to be able to get the information. We're going to be able to transform the way the federal government works at the end of this, and that is a very exciting prospect. It is truly a revolutionary moment for the nation.
Being here at Americans for Prosperity at the Freedom Embassy, I think something that's on a lot of minds in this room and in this building and on this team is how can the grassroots at AFP help? Because there are a lot of different pressure points in this fight upcoming. AFP was involved in 30 million voter contacts in the last cycle alone. There's muscle there. What's the role for groups like this one, and maybe this one specifically, in this road ahead or on this journey forward?
I have AFP tattooed on my back. This is a very important, lots of tattoos. No, look, this organization does it better than anybody, and I mean that sincerely. I remember fondly the work of AFP when I was a legislator in Louisiana. I did a short stint in the state legislature before I ran for Congress. About 14 months I was down there. And during that time we had some really heavy things that were happening, tax initiatives and other stuff. And AFP got directly involved at the grassroots level and did some of the most effective mailers I've ever seen to the state senators and state reps' homes. And I saw them flip on the floor of the legislature because they were holding the AFP card, shivering in fear. This is a real story. Okay, so it matters, and the grassroots component of this is critical. And what you can do is what AFP does so well, leading on this, is to let your elected representatives in Washington know how you feel about this. Let House and Senate members know that this is important. One of the most effective ways to do it, just in the one-on-one kind of contact, is to talk and share your story. Share your story about your small business and how the tax cuts of the last Trump administration helped you grow and thrive. Talk about the challenges that you're facing now and why we can reduce the challenge by further deregulating your industry, right? Talk about the challenges that your family has with inflation and the cost of groceries and all that. Make it real, make it personal. Because when you're a constituent of one of these folks, they've got to listen to that. And it does make a difference. Talk about how your state's a border state and how the open border has been disastrous for your community. You add those things in and you make it real and make it personal, make it specific. It's very difficult for elected officials to just turn a blind eye to that. And when you add the reinforcements and the resources and the power of AFP behind it, it's a very effective thing. And look, we're counting on you, right? So
we've got to wrap here. I think you've got some arms to twist here for the rest of the day. But very quickly, I have to ask you this, not to brag, but I think I have a pretty good Trump impression. Yours is better. I will say that. Have you ever done it for him?
Not directly, but he certainly knows.
Not yet.
He certainly knows about it. Okay, but look, imitation is the greatest form of flattery. Okay, that's
so true. That's so true.
Yes.
Speaker Mike Johnson, everyone, thank you so much for coming by. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, appreciate it. Thank you.
Highest in the history of our country. They're the highest inflation in the history of our country, brought up by energy and bad spending and bad policy, and a lot of bad things happened. How about allowing millions and millions and millions of people to pour into our country with open borders, where it's so sad to see even now, and I see our great secretary you have done. Stand up, please, Christy. Stand up. Christy Noem and Tom Homan. These people are doing a great job, but gotten them out in records. We have problems with judges that don't want them to go out. They want Tren de Aragua, and they want MS-13, the most vicious gangs ever. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Absolute killer gangs. They kill people. They don't even think about it. And we put them out, and we have judges now, radical left judges that they don't want them to go out. They want them to even be brought back. Let's bring them back. You've done a fantastic job, and please thank everybody. Homeland Security, thank everybody. Appreciate it. And we now have a border that's the best border that we've ever had, even better than it was my first term. My first term we did good, but this one we really specialized in. We've done really well. And we had records then. We had the best, safest border. 4 years ago, we had the best border there ever was. And now we have, you've actually matched it and done even better. And we're going to get it down the right way. And we want people, by the way, to come into our country, but we want to come in through a legal process. We want them to come in legally. We need more people. We need people to run these plants and to help the auto workers and the Teamsters and the non-union people and everybody else. But we need people and the farmers. And we're going to let people come in, but they want to come in. We want them to come in legally. They have to have the capability of loving our country, not people that hate our country. We don't want them in our country. And now we're going to pass the largest tax cuts in American history, and that's where we're relying on Mike and John Thune. And we will not cut Social Security, Medicare, or Medicaid benefits, and the Democrats will, because if they got in, the entire economy would collapse. This country was heading for a collapse under the people that you saw. They were horrible. I think one of the reasons people like the job, I have my highest approval ratings because I think they're comparing me to the worst administration in the history of our country, so I appreciate that at least. But Speaker of the House Mike Johnson and Senate Majority Leader, appreciate it, Mike. John Thune have been fantastic, by the way. But they've been working tirelessly on taking the next step to pass the plan for our one big, beautiful bill. I'd like to name it that if you can. One big, I made that statement about 6 months ago, and everybody calls it one big, beautiful bill. And it will be that. It'll have everything, the big tax cuts and every incentive there is. And it'll be fantastic. And by the way, for the cars, we're asking for an interest deduction on a loan. So if you build the car, only in America we do it, Brian. If the car's not built in America, you don't get the interest rate deduction. But if you build the car in America, if you buy a car, if it's built in America, then you get an interest rate deduction, tax deduction, and that's a big thing. That's going to be a big thing. I think that's going to pay for itself very quickly, that deduction. Never happened. We've never had anything like that before. Somebody said, where do you get the idea? Because it's so basic. You would think that would have happened a long time ago. It never did, and I'm very happy it didn't, because now I can say that was my idea. But we're going to get us closer to the debt extension. We have to get the debt extension passed, and I know you're going to be able to do that, Mike, and it's very important that you do that. And all of the other things that the Senate budget plan gives us, along with working, because I know they're working together, John and Mike, and the two bills are going very well together. We need to get our shared priorities done, including certain permanent tax cuts. We want the tax cuts to be permanent, spending cuts, energy and historic investments in defense, border, and so much more. We're covering everything. These will be phenomenal. There'll be no bill like this going to straighten. One bill is going to straighten out our country for many, many years to come. And we said, let's just do it and let's get it done. And some guys will love it and some guys will like it a little bit less because they're not getting what they were exactly looking for, but they're getting a lot. They'll never, if we get this done, it'll be the most incredible bill ever passed in the history of our Congress and Senate and congressmen, the senators and the congressmen, many of whom are here today, will be very proud of themselves. I really believe that. It's going to set us on a whole new prosperous path. We're going to cut spending and right-size the budget back to where it should be. We're going to do that very strongly. Thank you, Rick. Thank you. John, thank you. Oh, look at all of our senators over there. Oh, boy, that's a nice group of people. But I won't like them so much if they don't get this bill done. That's a great group. And Congressman, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Tremendous people. The Senate plan is my complete and total support, and the House plan likewise is very similar. They're moving along pretty much at the same clip, and as soon as you're ready, you'll show it to me, and I'm sure it'll have my support, Mike. Every Republican congressman and senator must unify. We have to unify. We can't be separated. We have to get it done. We have to get absolutely everything we can, and we have to take care of the American people. That's the only thing that matters. We have to take care of the American people first. We need to pass this bill immediately, get it done, including debt extension. From this day on, we're not going to let anyone tell us that American workers and families cannot have the future that they deserve. We're going to produce the cars and ships, chips, airplanes, minerals, and medicines that we need right here in America. The pharmaceutical companies are going to become roaring back. They're coming roaring back. They're all coming back to our country because if they don't, they got a big tax to pay. And if they do, I'll be very happy, and you're going to be very happy, and you're going to be very safe. We're going to build our future with American hands, with American heart, American steel, and we're going to build it with American pride like we used to. We're approaching our 100th day as president and have been given credit by a lot of people, actually, even some of the fake news. Can you believe it? Which in this case hopefully isn't fake. For having done more in that time than any other administration in the history of our country in the first 100 days. I think we've had an amazing in terms of what we've done, what we've gotten accomplished. I'd like to see if we can get that war ended and another war from not starting in the Middle East. We have to get Russia. They're losing 2,000 on average, 2,500 people today, young people, soldiers, Russian. Think of that. 2,500 through some days, but on average, probably over about a 1 week period, it's 2,712, they say. They're losing those soldiers. They're dying. They're being decimated. And they're not from our country, but they're from other countries. But they're human beings. They're from Russia. They're from Ukraine in this period, most of them. And we're going to get it stopped. It's a senseless war that would have never happened if I was president, and it shouldn't be allowed to go on. And I think we're being given good cooperation by Russia and by Ukraine, but we have to get it stopped. It's humanity. It's humanity. It's a terrible thing. This will be a very big moment. I think you're going to remember today. It's going to be a free nation that we're dealing with. We're going to have a very free and beautiful nation. It's going to be Liberation Day in America, and it's going to be a day that hopefully you're going to look back in years to come and you're going to say, you know, he was right. This has turned out to be one of the most important days in the history of our country. God bless you and God bless America. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I always have a question. What is your message to markets tomorrow? There's some ambiguity, or at least some questions about whether there were exceptions or exceptions.
There shouldn't be ambiguity. We have a tremendous country. We have a country that's much richer today than it was a few months ago. We have a financial system that's very respected, and we're going to do great. And we were taken advantage of and ripped off by every country all over the world, almost, just about. They laughed at us. We were run by foolish people, and they took advantage of our country, and we're just not going to let that happen anymore.
In terms of the big, beautiful bill,
right?
When do you expect that to get done?
Well, I hope soon. The big, beautiful bill. It's the big, beautiful tax cuts, really, and regulation cuts and many other things. It passed its first test, as you know, the last couple of weeks, but particularly during last week, where we had a vote. We won in the House, we won in the Senate, and that was a big chunk of it. And now they're going to eventually take, pretty soon, a final vote. And the big, beautiful tax cuts and regulation cuts and all of the other things that are included in there will go into effect. And I think it'll be probably the largest tax cuts in the history of our country, the most comprehensive regulation cuts in the history of our country, and many, many other things, including border wall money. We built 571 miles of wall, but now we can add to it. As you know, we've just concluded a period of time where the border was the most secure it's been in the history of our country. We're very proud of that. And the other week, a couple of weeks ago, last week actually, 5 people came in, 5. And under Biden it was 500,000 people came in. What they've done to our country should never be forgotten. Never be forgotten. What they've done, and that the news hasn't reported it correctly, is a disgrace. But what they've done to our country to allow these millions and millions of people in from prisons and mental institutions and insane asylums should never be forgotten. Because we're going to be living with that for a long time. This is tremendous work, tremendous effort. It's one thing, they cause massive inflation, they cause a lot of problems. But what they've done to our border and to our country, you should never forget that, and you should never, as journalists, allow people.
I met with Secretary Bessent today. We had a Big Six meeting. That's Kevin Hassett and the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and Senator Crapo and Jason Smith and myself and Leader Thune. We had a great meeting, and we talked about how we are on our aggressive timetable that we set for the House. In fact, the Treasury Secretary gave us a nod of accolade for having been so aggressive and keeping this moving. It's important for the country. We need to get this bill done for all the reasons we've discussed. So we're still on our schedule. I think we can meet it. As you know, we have 7 committees marking up this week, 4 the following week, and then that third week, the Budget Committee will merge it all together, and we can stay on schedule. So it will be up to the Senate at that point. I think they can work expeditiously to get it done. He says July 4th because that's a big birthday for us, and everybody knows that. But I think, and I hope and believe that we can get it done sooner than that.
Do you think it'll pass the House by Memorial Day?
I believe we can pass it by Memorial Day. I do. Yeah.
Well, good morning. This is a beautiful day. We could not have asked for a more beautiful day than this. And maybe that means something that brings us a little luck. But it's a great honor, and I'm delighted to welcome you to this very special place, the White House, to celebrate the annual National Day of Prayer. And we're doing it up big. This is the first time they've done it this way, and you deserve it. We all deserve the White House. The White House is special. We're bringing back religion in our country, and we're bringing it back quickly and strongly. Because for America to be a great nation, we must always be one nation under God, a phrase that they would like to get rid of, the radical left. But Ben, I don't think we're going to let them get rid of that, right? We're not letting them get rid of that. I want to thank a man of incredible faith who's with us, Speaker Mike Johnson, for being here. He's done an incredible job. Thank you, Mike, very much. We're working very hard on a great, big, beautiful bill, and we're trying to come up with a name. And I said, why don't we just call it the Great Big Beautiful Bill? That's what everyone, so we're going to probably do that because everyone knows what it means. But later today, I'll be going to the University of Alabama to deliver the keynote commencement address to a record crowd. They have a big crowd. I guess they have 7 ceremonies. And they said, well, if you're doing it, we're putting them all together. I said, that's a lot of people. So we're going to put them all together. It's the first time they've done that. And I'll give it a shot. All right? I hope we can entertain. I will give it a shot. But before we begin, I want to let you know what I was just doing in a really great meeting with Speaker Johnson. We heard also Majority Leader Steve Scalise, Chairman Brett Guthrie, who's a fantastic guy, and Chairman Smith. Everybody knows Chairman Smith. He's the most knowledgeable person on taxes and finances there is, to be updated on the progress of the one big, beautiful bill. We love that bill. I won't like it if it doesn't pass. Neither will you. If it doesn't pass, your taxes are going to go up 68%. So think of it. 68, and this is a religious ceremony to me, but that's part of the religion, because if your taxes go up 68%, you might give up your religion. You might have no choice. You'll be working too hard to try and make it, and that's the Democrats. That's what they'll give you. They'll vote against it. It's not even believable. It's called Trump derangement syndrome, because honestly, everything in there is good for Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else. These will be the biggest tax cuts in American history, with 100% expensing, which is something that people cannot believe they're getting. We did it in the last one, and we had the most successful economy in my first 4 years that we've ever had in the history of our country. And expensing was one of the things that led to that. But it's 100% expensing for companies investing in America and increasing take-home pay for the typical family by thousands of dollars a year. And to show you how middle income this is, there'll be no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax for the great seniors in Social Security. So you have no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. And we have full deduction for interest. If you buy a car that's made in America, you get an interest rate deduction. That's going to be it's got to be made in America. If it's not made in America, we really don't care if you buy it or not. But if it's made in America, we want you to buy it. We make the best cars anyway. Things are moving along very well, and I just wanted to say the final details are coming together, and they're coming together rapidly, and I think we're right on schedule, Mike and everyone. And I want to thank you and this group and all of the people that are over there right now, not in the sun. They're working on the bill. It will be the biggest bill ever passed in the history of our Congress, our Senate, and Congress. That's a big achievement. One of the things that's very important will be saving Medicaid for Americans in need. We will not let the Democrats destroy it and all the waste, fraud, and abuse that they seem to love. And they will decimate Medicaid if they get the chance. We're not going to give them that chance. So just remember, we will be saving Medicaid and strengthening it. It'll be actually very strengthened. and they are going to decimate it. We can't let it happen. And very simply, to finish that, we will make America rich and healthy again. And why don't we say rich, healthy, and religious again, okay? Shall I add that for this group? Right, Dan Patrick? Thanks as well to the great people that are here. Pete Hegseth, who's doing a fantastic job. Pete, thank you. Marco Rubio, unbelievable. Unbelievable, Marco. When I have a problem, I call up Marco. He gets it solved. He gets it solved. Scott Bessent, he's got a very easy job now. He's negotiating with about 200 countries. Can you handle it? Do you get to sleep at all? He's got phone calls coming in. I was with him before. I had like 30 phone calls. I said, just see me later. They're all calling. Scott Turner, who's doing wonderful work. Recommendation of Ben. Ben, when Ben, recommends you, I have no choice, right? But you're doing great. You're doing great. Attorney General Pam Bondi, she's slightly busy. She's on the busy side with all of the, you have a big assortment of everything when you think of it. She's got every form of crime known to mankind and womankind too. You always have to say that as a politician. But she's doing incredible work. Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi, thank you. Good job. A man that I can't talk about because he goes undercover most of the time. His whole life is now undercover, but he's central casting when you get to see him, I tell you. He's a handsome guy. If I was casting a movie for the CIA, I'd put this guy in it. Director of the CIA, John Ratcliffe. Where's John? John? See? He's undercover. He's here, but he's undercover. He's perfect. U.S. Trade Representative, Jameson Greer, another busy one, huh? Jameson, good. And another one who's negotiating along with Scott and Jameson. He's negotiating all the time. He doesn't want to talk about it. He has no life. Howard Lutnick, Commerce. He has no life. And a very special person, a friend of mine for a long time, and she's doing an unbelievable job at small business, which is really big business. When you add up all that small business, it's probably the biggest bank in the world. But she is really capable and doing a fantastic job. We're working with Linda McMahon also on the student loans, getting them paid up. Administrator Kelly Loeffler. Kelly, thank you very much. And we're also joined by some special senators. Roger Marshall. Roger, you are a great guy. Whenever I have a problem, he's calling, sir, don't worry about it. I said, thanks, Roger. It's easy for you to say, Roger. But he always is so good. He's a good man. James Lankford. James, I saw you on television. You were fantastic on television. James was defending me on television, something that's not easy to do, but he did a good job. Thank you, James. And Mark Wayne Mullen. Mark Wayne, where are you? Don't ever fight Mark Wayne. Yep, thank you, Mark Wayne. Don't ever fight him. He was a fighter. And Cindy Hyde-Smith is here. Cindy, hi, Cindy. Wow. And we have thanks, Cindy, you're doing great. I looked at your numbers. You're very popular. You don't need me to go out and campaign with you this year, huh? Isn't that good? Representatives Mark Harris, Mary Miller, Gary Palmer, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Robert Adderholt, Jason Smith, Chris Smith, Tim Wahlberg, and Josh Brenkein. Thank you all for being here. And we have some others, but I can't see them. I just cannot see them, so I'm going to get myself in trouble. They'll never vote for me again, Ben. That's the problem. If you don't mention, hi, Mary, but Mary will. Thank you also to Senior Advisor Pastor Paula White, who has been so incredible. She's been right from the beginning, Paula, right? And we had like a 94% poll number, and I think Paula got it more than I got it. She's saying, no, I'm telling you, he's a good person. Well, we don't like him. We don't like him. I'm telling you, he's done more for us than anybody. Oh, okay. And she got us up to about 94%. And my old friends, they couldn't believe that I got that kind of a number with you, understand? But you have done a great job, and Jenny Korn has done an unbelievable job. Jenny. And, you know, they work right out of the White House. They've never done that. That's never been done before. No other president allowed that. I think, you know, they say separation. They say separation between church and state, they told me. I said, all right, let's forget about that for one time. We said, really, the separation? I don't know. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I'm not sure. But whether there's separation or not, you guys are in the White House where you should be, and you're representing our country, and we're bringing religion back to our country, and it's a big deal. And I want to say hello, John, the most talented man standing here today. He's one of the most successful artists, and his song is one of the most favored by people of religion. That I can tell you, John. You've done a great job. I always say he's the husband of Paula White, but actually he's very successful. That's always tough to live with, right, John? But not really, because you have an incredible wife that you're proud of, right? Well, that's good. Oh, he just gave her a kiss. That was the first time they've kissed in years. No, I'm only kidding.
5 minutes to my friend and ranking member, Mr. Boyle from Pennsylvania.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We will agree this is a big bill for billionaires. Now, we will hear over the course of this hearing a vigorous debate. And frankly, there is a strong divide between Republicans and some other Republicans. There is also a divide between both sets of Republicans.
That's good.
And this side of the dais. I can speak at least as to why it is every Democratic member will be voting no on the bill for billionaires. Simply put, besides all of the other important issues involved in this bill, this is the overarching truth. It is the biggest tax cuts for billionaires in American history, paid for by throwing 13.7 million Americans off their health care coverage. Now, those aren't my claims. That is not subjective. The nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office just this week confirmed that at least 13,700,000 Americans will lose their health care if the GOP bill for billionaires becomes law. That is bad economics. It is unconscionable. Even conservative Republican Senator Josh Hawley called it morally wrong. I can't believe I'm saying this, but Josh Hawley is right. Now, as to the part where I say this bill's for billionaires, you will hear throughout this debate, as we heard often over the course of the long markups of this week, Republican after Republican members say they must pass this bill, otherwise the tax cuts won't be extended for the American people. That's a disingenuous argument. And Democrats in the Ways and Means Committee proved it. Here's what I mean. Over the course of an 18-hour debate, a markup that began early afternoon and lasted until 8 a.m. the following morning, this side of the aisle offered amendment after amendment to protect the tax cuts for every single American making less than $1 billion. Do you know those who make $1 billion a year or more are less than 0.001% of the American people? Every Democrat voted for that amendment. Every Democrat voted to protect the tax cuts for at least 99.999% of the American people. And every Republican voted against it. The reality is, this is delivering the biggest bounty of tax cuts for multimillionaires and billionaires in American history, paid for on the backs of the poor and the working poor and the middle class in this country. The American people were asked in a poll I saw not too long ago, do you support cutting Medicaid in order to pay for tax cuts? 81% of the American people said no. A majority of Democrats, a majority of independents. And here's the thing, a majority of Republicans even said they oppose this radical agenda. So you can see why Democrats have proudly stood united against this piece of legislation. This will do real damage to the American people. You know, our Republican colleagues have been on a 15-year quest to repeal Obamacare. In this piece of legislation, they will come closer to their ultimate goal than ever before. I referenced the 13,700,000 Americans who will lose their health care if this bill passes. About half of that comes from decimating the Affordable Care Act. Folks, we know what happened 8 years ago. They had their repeal of the ACA pass the House of Representatives. But then in the Senate, a few brave Senate Republicans stood up and gave it a famous thumbs down. I hope there'll be a few House Republicans who will join with us either today or on the floor if it gets that far next week and protect the health care of millions of Americans. Say no to the big bill for billionaires. With that, I yield back.
I thank the right. Pursuant to our unanimous consent agreement, the committee will now vote on the postponed roll call vote to favorably report the One Big Beautiful Bill Act to the House. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Norman?
No.
Mr. Norman? No. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock? Aye. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman? Aye. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker? Aye. Mr. Carter?
Aye.
Mr. Carter? Aye. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein? Aye. Mr. Bergman?
Aye.
Mr. Bergman? Aye. Mr. Roy?
No.
Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Stutzman? Mr. Stutzman? Aye. Mr. Moore of Utah? Mr. Moore of Utah? Aye. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes? Aye. Mr. Burkeen?
No.
Mr. Burkeen? No. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte? Aye. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey? Aye. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards? Aye. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde? No. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin? Aye. Mr. McDowell? Mr. McDowell? Aye. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill? Aye. Mr. Moore of North Carolina? Mr. Moore of North Carolina? Aye. Mr. Boyle?
No.
Mr. Boyle? No. Mr. Doggett?
No.
Mr. Doggett? No. Mr. Scott?
No.
Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters? No. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta? No. Miss Watson-Coleman? Miss Watson-Coleman? No. Miss Plaskett? No. Miss Plaskett? No. Miss Escobar?
Absolutely not.
Miss Escobar? No. Miss Omar?
No.
Miss Omar? No. Miss Ballant? Miss Ballant? No. Miss Captor? Miss Captor? No. Miss Jayapal? Miss Jayapal? No. Miss Chu?
No.
Miss Chu? No. Mr. Tonko?
No.
Mr. Tonko? No. Mr. McGarvey?
No.
Mr. McGarvey? No. Mr. Amo?
No.
Mr. Amo? No. Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman? Aye.
Right here.
Mr. Chairman.
The clerk will call the roll. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Are there any members who have not voted or wish to change their vote?
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
You are a yes, clerk.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Smucker is recorded as aye.
Like to change my vote to no.
Okay.
Mr. Smucker is off aye and on no.
What do I say? Any members still wish to change their vote? The clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on the vote, there were 16 ayes and 21 noes.
Well, the noes have it. The committee stands in recess, subject to the call of the chair. I want to thank everybody for their time and patience, and Godspeed and safe travels. Okay, the committee will now come to order. Let me start out of courtesy for my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. Thank you for your patience and for being flexible. And I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. I never want to cut your time short with your families because it's so precious and few, those moments. I know that as a dad of 3 young children. So anyway, I know it will happen, I'm sure, on both sides from time to time, but I want to just acknowledge that. And if there's any way in the future that we can avoid these things, I'll do it, Mr. Ranking Member. So any quick comment?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if don't mind, I do have just a couple parliamentary inquiries. Obviously, this is highly unusual. The fact that we recessed after a failed vote Friday morning, around lunchtime Friday, now we're back here late Sunday night. So presumably, we are voting again because some folks on your side of the aisle may have changed their mind due to some side agreements. So my parliamentary inquiry is, will the committee be able to see what side agreements have been reached? Will they be added as either an MTI or just here verbally, reflecting the ways in which now apparently the bill has changed?
The deliberations have continued up to this point where we judge this reconciliation bill or the many component parts as it relates to the budget targets that we've set, and that is what we're voting on. Deliberations continue at this very moment. They will continue on into the week, and I suspect right up until the time we put this big, beautiful bill on the floor of the House. So that's what we're here to do, and we're not going to disclose the deliberations. I'm not sure I could disclose all the deliberations.
Well, if I might, I certainly wouldn't.
I don't know anything about side deals or any deals. I just know we're at a place where we can take a vote today and not have to be back here for multiple votes.
Yeah, I would just, in the interest of transparency, if the bill has changed and there's been some side agreement reached, I think it's important that all the members have the full details on that in advance of any vote. So that way we know in a transparent, honest way exactly what we're voting on.
Yeah. You will get it in the manager's amendment like many of the, or like most of the members here. So I couldn't tell you what is in flux, what is fixed, what might change or not change. As you all well know, this process is fluid, and it will go to the Rules Committee. Most likely there will be some changes, and that's the way the process goes. So I know you appreciate that. Having
finally,
been through it before many times.
Well, I haven't had the opportunity to be chair, but I very much look forward to that 1.5 years from now. Finally, my other parliamentary inquiry, and a very serious point. As you know, we all operate under the 1974 Budget and Impoundment Control Act. It's what set up these committees, what set up Congressional Budget Office, requires a CBO score. We don't have, unless something has happened this weekend that I'm unaware of, we don't have that CBO score in front of us. Do you know when we will get the CBO score, both of the budget bill that we're voting in front of us and the scoring of any changes that it looks like are going to happen?
I will look into the timing of any outstanding CBO scores, and I'm certain that if there are outstanding scores, that those will be disclosed before our members vote, before our members collectively, both Democrats and Republicans.
Before you vote on the floor.
Yeah. But just let's appreciate how far we've come. And since you're asking me these, I think, relevant questions, we didn't even have, the last time we did reconciliation and the Democrats were in charge and had unified control of Congress, it never even went through regular order, didn't even come to this committee so that we could even have this dialogue. We couldn't even have asked that question.
We ended up having to vote. I remember because it was a Saturday, and it was a 10, 11 hour markup.
Well,
yeah. But that concludes my parliamentary.
Did the budget resolution come through this committee? It did not. There was not a budget resolution substantive. There was a shell one, but there wasn't any substantive fiscal framework from which you all and we would judge it. I'm just saying, we've run regular order. We've done budgets twice since I've been chair. The 2 years that I've been chair, we'll do one this year again for 26. And we haven't done a budget in the entire time, no disrespect, but because we're getting off topic, but not one time in the last 4 years was there a real budget, a 10-year budget, a budget resolution, other than the shell.
I mean,
and I just think, we're doing the people's business the best we can. You may disagree with it, and we may not have all the pieces yet pulled together, but this is a response.
So keep it, and I appreciate you've always been good about the fact that we have a healthy, vigorous debate here, and I think we both agree that that's good for the process and happen to enjoy it. I'm not looking to relitigate the last 8 years or 20 years. I just mean on the bill that's in front of us, making sure all the members know transparently just what the heck is in this thing, because obviously it's changing back in that back room by the minute. And then the second thing is what exactly the score is according to CBO. I think both of those things are important for all of us. And I think if the roles were reversed, to conclude, if the roles were reversed, you would be saying the same thing.
Well, no, I wouldn't, but now I will. No, I'm kidding. No, look, when there is a definitive change, people will know that change. When there are definitive changes, and they will be reflected if those changes should occur in a manager's amendment. That's just how this works. So I appreciate the inquiry, and I believe it to be, earnest and in good faith, but that's the answer. Let's get on with this business if we can. Okay. I now recognize the Vice Chairman, Mr. Smucker of Pennsylvania, for the purposes of a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to reconsider the vote to report the One Big Beautiful Bill Act to the House.
Representative Smucker moves to reconsider the vote on reporting the reconciliation bill. Question is now on the motion to reconsider offered by Vice Chairman Smucker. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to.
Request a recorded vote.
A roll call vote is requested. The clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Norman.
In an effort to move this bill forward, I'm excited about the changes we've made, and I will vote present.
What are the changes?
Mr. Norman, present.
Wait, what changes?
Mr. McClintock. Aye. Mr. McClintock, aye. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman, aye. Mr. Smucker. Aye. Mr. Smucker, aye. Mr. Carter. Aye. Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Klein. Aye. Mr. Klein, aye. Mr. Bergman. Aye. Mr. Bergman, aye. Mr. Roy.
This is just reconsider, correct?
Yeah, this is just to reconsider, and then we'll have a vote on the bill itself. Yeah.
Mr. Roy.
How is Mr. Norman recorded?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Norman is recorded as present.
Does the gentleman wish to change his vote?
Wish to change my vote to yes.
Continue.
Mr. Norman is off present and on aye. Mr. Roy, aye. Mr. Stutzman. Mr. Stutzman, aye. Mr. Moore of Utah. Mr. Moore of Utah, aye. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes, aye. Mr. Burkeen. Mr. Burkeen, aye. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte, aye. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey, aye. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, aye. Ms. Houchin. Ms. Houchin, aye. Mr. McDowell. Mr. McDowell, aye. Mr. Gill. Mr. Gill, aye. Mr. Moore of North Carolina. Mr. Moore of North Carolina, aye. Mr. Boyle. No. Mr. Boyle, no. Mr. Doggett. No. Mr. Doggett, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta, no. Ms. Watson-Coleman. No. Ms. Watson-Coleman, no. Ms. Plaskett. No. Ms. Plaskett, no. Ms. Escobar. No. Ms. Escobar, no. Ms. Omar. No. Ms. Omar, no. Ms. Ballant.
No.
Ms. Ballant, no. Ms. Captor. No. Ms. Captor, no. Ms. Jayapal. No. Ms. Jayapal? No. Ms. Chu? No. Ms. Chu? No. Mr. Tonko? No. Mr. Tonko? No. Mr. McGarvey? No. Mr. McGarvey? No. Mr. Amo? No. Mr. Amo? No. Mr. Chairman? Yes. Mr. Chairman? Aye.
Are there any members who have not voted or wish to change their vote? If not, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chair, on the vote, there were 21 ayes and 16 noes.
The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The committee will now vote to favorably report the One Big Beautiful
Mr.
Bill Act to
Chairman.
the House. The gentleman from Virginia,
I have a
Mr. Scott.
parliamentary inquiry.
Go ahead.
According to CBO, at least one policy in the bill would reduce participation in SNAP by 3 million people, and we just heard that there had been changes in the bill. Do we have any official estimate from CBO on how either the present bill or whatever the bill is we're actually voting on would increase hunger? How many people would lose their SNAP benefits?
I think the gentleman from Virginia, I don't believe it's a parliamentary inquiry. I will tell you this, the bill has not changed. There are no formal or final changes, and we're voting on exactly what we presented the other day, last Friday. So with that, let's continue with the business.
Further inquiry?
Last inquiry I'm going to entertain.
Well, do we have any estimates? We never got an estimate of how many children will lose school lunch certification by losing their SNAP benefits. Do we expect that information? Or do we care?
We debated this fully, Mr. Scott. We're going to continue with the business at hand. Now, the committee clerk, will you call the roll?
Mr. Chairman?
No more parliamentary inquiries. We're going to finish this business, okay, guys? The reconciliation bill that we debated and that we discussed. I just asked for the clerk to call the roll.
Mr. Norman?
Present.
Mr. Norman? Present. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock? Aye. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman? Aye. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker? Aye. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter? Aye. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein? Aye. Mr. Bergman? Mr. Bergman? Aye. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy? Present. Mr. Stutzman? Mr. Stutzman? Aye. Mr. Moore of Utah? Mr. Moore of Utah? Aye. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes? Aye. Mr. Burkeen? Mr. Burkeen? Present. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte? Aye. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey? Aye. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards? Aye. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde? Present. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin? Aye. Mr. McDowell? Mr. McDowell? Aye. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill? Aye. Mr. Moore of North Carolina? Mr. Moore of North Carolina? Aye. Mr. Boyle?
No.
Mr. Boyle? No. Mr. Doggett?
No.
Mr. Doggett? No. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters? No. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta? No. Ms. Watson-Coleman?
No.
Ms. Watson-Coleman? No. Ms. Plaskett?
No.
Ms. Plaskett? No. Ms. Escobar?
No.
Ms. Escobar? No. Ms. Omar? No. Ms. Omar? No. Ms. Ballant?
No.
Ms. Ballant? No. Ms. Captor? Ms. Captor? No. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal? No. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu? No. Mr. Tonko? No. Mr. Tonko? No. Mr. McGarvey? No. Mr. McGarvey? No. Mr. Amo? No. Mr. Amo? No. Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman? Aye.
Are there any members who wish to change their vote or who have not voted? If not, the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on the vote, there were 17 ayes, 16 noes, and 4 present.
The ayes have it. The motion's agreed to. The One Big Beautiful Bill Act is ordered, reported favorably to the House of Representatives with a favorable recommendation. I know for the record that a quorum is present.
Mr. Chair, now that the committee has voted on the reconciliation bill, ask for the requisite number of days for the minority to file its views.
So ordered.
Or, yes, so request the requisite number.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
Thank you.
ordered. Without objection, the motion to reconsider has been laid on the table on the measure just reported. Staff are authorized to make any necessary technical and conforming corrections prior to filing the bill, and the chair is authorized to offer motions to go to conference pursuant to Clause 1 of House Rule 22 on the bill just reported, or any companion measure from the Senate. So ordered. We will now vote on the postponed roll call votes on the motions to instruct. The committee will now vote on the motion offered by Representative Ballant. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion number 1, offered by Representative Ballant.
Motion offered by Representative Ballant. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Norman?
No.
Mr. Norman? No. Mr. McClintock? No. Mr. McClintock? No. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman? No. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker? No. Mr. Carter? No. Mr. Carter? No. Mr. Klein? No. Mr. Klein? No. Mr. Bergman? No. Mr. Bergman? No. Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Stutzman? No. Mr. Stutzman? No. Mr. Moore of Utah? No. Mr. Moore of Utah? No. Mr. Estes? No. Mr. Estes? No. Mr. Burkeen? No. Mr. Burkeen? No. Mr. Obernolte? No. Mr. Obernolte? No. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey? No. Mr. Edwards? No. Mr. Edwards? No. Mr. Clyde? No. Mr. Clyde? No. Ms. Houchin? No. Ms. Houchin? No. Mr. McDowell? No. Mr. McDowell? No. Mr. Gill? No. Mr. Gill? No. Mr. Moore of North Carolina? No. Mr. Moore of North Carolina? No. Mr. Boyle?
Yes.
Mr. Boyle? Aye. Mr. Doggett?
Yes.
Mr. Doggett? Aye. Mr. Scott? Yes. Mr. Scott? Aye. Mr. Peters? Yes. Mr. Peters? Aye. Mr. Panetta? Yes. Mr. Panetta? Aye. Ms. Watson-Coleman? Yes. Ms. Watson-Coleman? Aye. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett? Aye. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar? Aye. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar? Aye. Ms. Ballant?
To protect Medicaid, yes.
Ms. Ballant? Aye. Ms. Capter? Ms. Capter? Aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal? Aye. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu? Aye. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko? Aye. Mr. McGarvey? Mr. McGarvey? Aye. Mr. Amo? Mr. Amo? Aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman? No.
Are there any members who wish to vote who haven't or to change their vote? And if not, the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on the vote, there were 16 ayes and 21 noes.
The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to. Committee will now vote on the motion offered by Representative Amo. The clerk will redesignate
Mr. Chairman, could we get a statement of what the motion is?
Would you please restate the motion by Representative Amo?
Motion number 2, offered by Representative Amo. Mr. Amo moves that the Committee on the Budget direct its chairman to request on behalf of the committee that the rule for consideration of the bill make an order an amendment to implement President Trump's request to raise the income tax rate for millionaires.
A motion offered by Representative Amo. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Norman?
No.
Mr. Norman? No. Mr. McClintock? No. Mr. McClintock? No. Mr. Grothman? No. Mr. Grothman? No. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Carter? No. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Klein? No. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Bergman? No. Mr. Bergman, no. Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy, no. Mr. Stutzman? No. Mr. Stutzman, no. Mr. Moore of Utah? No. Mr. Moore of Utah, no. Mr. Estes? No. Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Burkeen? No. Mr. Burkeen, no. Mr. Obernolte? No. Mr. Obernolte, no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Edwards? No. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, no. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin, no. Mr. McDowell? Mr. McDowell, no. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill, no. Mr. Moore of North Carolina? Mr. Moore of North Carolina, no. Mr. Boyle?
Aye.
Mr. Boyle, aye. Mr. Doggett? Aye. Mr. Doggett, aye. Mr. Scott? Aye. Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, aye. Ms. Watson-Coleman? Aye. Ms. Watson-Coleman, aye. Ms. Plaskett? Aye. Ms. Plaskett, aye. Ms. Escobar? Aye. Ms. Escobar, aye. Ms. Omar? Aye. Ms. Omar, aye. Ms. Ballant?
Aye.
Ms. Ballant, aye. Ms. Capter?
I really don't understand why this doesn't include billionaires, but I'll vote aye.
Ms. Capter, aye. Ms. Jayapal?
It was y'all's amendment.
Ms. Jayapal, aye. Ms. Chu?
Aye.
Ms. Chu, aye. Mr. Tonko?
Aye.
Mr. Tonko, aye. Mr. McGarvey? Aye. Mr. McGarvey, aye. Mr. Amo? Aye. Mr. Amo, aye. Mr. Chairman? No. Mr. Chairman, no.
Any member wish to change their vote, or any member who hasn't voted who'd like to vote? If not, the clerk will call the report.
Mr. Chair, on the vote, there were 16 ayes and 21 noes.
The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to. The committee will now vote on the motion offered by Representative McGarvey. And if you'd restate the motion, I think that's appropriate, Bobby. So if you'd restate that motion and redesignate that motion for the purposes of our vote.
Motion number 3, offered by Representative McGarvey. Mr. McGarvey moves that the Committee on the Budget direct its chairman to request on behalf of the committee that the rule for consideration of the bill make an order and amendment to strike all sections of the bill estimated by the Congressional Budget Office to reduce participation in the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program.
If the clerk will call the vote.
Mr. Norman?
No.
Mr. Norman? No. Mr. McClintock?
No.
Mr. McClintock? No. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman? No. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker? No. Mr. Carter? No. Mr. Carter? No. Mr. Klein? No. Mr. Klein? No. Mr. Bergman? No. Mr. Bergman? No. Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Stutzman? No. Mr. Stutzman? No. Mr. Moore of Utah? No. Mr. Moore of Utah? No. Mr. Estes? No. Mr. Estes? No. Mr. Burkeen? No. Mr. Burkeen? No. Mr. Obernolte? No. Mr. Obernolte? No. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey? No. Mr. Edwards? No. Mr. Edwards? No. Mr. Clyde? No. Mr. Clyde? No. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin? No. Mr. McDowell? Mr. McDowell? No. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill? No. Mr. Moore of North Carolina? Mr. Moore of North Carolina? No. Mr. Boyle?
Aye.
Mr. Boyle? Aye. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett? Aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott? Aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters? Aye. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta? Aye. Ms. Watson-Coleman? Ms. Watson-Coleman? Aye. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett? Aye. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar? Aye. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar? Aye. Ms. Ballant?
Yes.
Ms. Ballant? Aye. Ms. Capter? Ms. Capter? Aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal? Aye. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu? Aye. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko? Aye. Mr. McGarvey? Mr. McGarvey? Aye. Mr. Ramo? Mr. Ramo? Aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Any member wish to change their vote or vote who haven't voted? If not, the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on the vote, there were 16 ayes and 21 noes.
The noes have it. The motion's not agreed to. The committee will now vote on the motion offered by Representative Jayapal. And if you would again restate what that motion to direct is as you redesignate the motion.
Motion number 4, offered by Representative Jayapal. Ms. Jayapal moves that the Committee on the Budget direct its chairman to request on behalf of the committee that the rule for consideration of the bill include a point of order prohibiting the use of a current policy baseline to estimate the effects of a future amendment between the Houses or conference report on the bill.
This is the one you found very compelling, Mr. Chairman.
It was compelling, I must admit.
So there's another chance for you to vote yes on it.
Even after I've slept a couple nights, it was compelling. But
a great show of bipartisanship,
the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Norman?
No.
Mr. Norman? No. Mr. McClintock? No. Mr. McClintock? No. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman? No. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker? No. Mr. Carter? No. Mr. Carter? No. Mr. Klein? No. Mr. Klein? No. Mr. Bergman? No. Mr. Bergman? No. Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Stutzman? No. Mr. Stutzman? No. Mr. Moore of Utah? No. Mr. Moore of Utah? No. Mr. Estes? No. Mr. Estes? No. Mr. Burkeen? No. Mr. Burkeen? No. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte? No. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey? No. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards? No. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde? No. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin? No. Mr. McDowell? Mr. McDowell? No. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill? No. Mr. Moore of North Carolina? Mr. Moore of North Carolina? No. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle? Aye. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett? Aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott? Aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters? Aye. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta? Aye. Ms. Watson-Coleman? Ms. Watson-Coleman? Aye. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett? Aye. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar? Aye. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar? Aye. Ms. Ballant?
Aye.
Ms. Ballant? Aye. Ms. Capter? Ms. Capter? Aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal? Aye. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu? Aye. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko? Aye. Mr. McGarvey? Mr. McGarvey? Aye. Mr. Amo? Mr. Amo? Aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Are there any members who wish to change their vote or vote if they haven't voted? If not, the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on the vote, there were 16 ayes and 21 noes.
The noes have it. The motion's not agreed to. That concludes the business of the committee today. I want to thank the ranking member, Mr. Boyle, for working with me to make this meeting go as smoothly as it did, considering all things considered. I also want to thank the Congressional Budget Office, the Office of Legislative Counsel, for working with us and authorizing committees, all the authorizing committees in this process. The CBO provided extensive support in scoring and the instructed committee's legislative recommendation. The Office of Legislative Counsel similarly played a fundamental role in drafting the legislative text. I know a lot of long hours went into hitting our aggressive timeline, and we all appreciate their role in this process. Well, tonight, the House Budget Committee took a critical step to passing the One Big Beautiful Bill Act and making President Trump's America First vision a reality for the American people. So let's go forth and deliver on what we promised the American people.
Since you gave a brief close, I think
Well, that was kind of, I'd like to kind of end on that one. That's
Well, I respectfully disagree, and this will not be extended. You only spoke for a few sentences, so I'll keep it very short. Obviously, the members on this side have a completely different view based on at least what was in the bill as of Friday, and what I certainly think will be their CBO saying 13,700,000 Americans at least will lose their health care because of this bill for billionaires that was passed. We will continue to fight it on our side of the aisle.
Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're adjourned.
How many more extractions can conservatives make with leadership right now?
There's been a lot of not fully informed reporting about what's going on. There's lots of discussions. We have multiple caucuses and multiple subgroups who've made requests and suggestions as we work towards a manager's amendment, a cleanup amendment that will go through rules. And so none of that has been ultimately and finally decided because, as everyone knows around here, we have to build consensus around all those ideas. So I've seen lots of conjecture out there, but I wouldn't put much stock in that. I told all the members on a conference call this morning that this is a consensus-building operation. It's been a bottom-up process. That was what everybody wanted. That's what we've delivered, and we're almost there. And I'm very optimistic that we will find the right equilibrium point to get this bill delivered. It's going to be a big thing for the country.
Mr. Speaker, were you concerns about is FMAP off the table?
When you guys were in the minority, you were often very critical of Democrats dropping in changes late. I understand why that has to be to get this bill. How is that different from when you guys were criticizing the Democrats?
I don't know what specific events you're referring
to
there,
but
I
they were
would
always
say
saying a manager's amendment coming in the middle of the night.
This is arguably the largest and most comprehensive piece of legislation that Congress has worked on in probably generations. One of the most in the history of the country. There's a lot of moving parts and a lot of preferences and ideas on how to handle all that. And so we anticipated all through the process that we would come to this point and there would be some minor modifications in a manager's amendment to clean up things. We got a few issues to resolve, but we're working with all the interested parties to do that, and I'm confident that we will. So stay tuned.
Our FMAP changes off the table.
We'll catch up with y'all later.
Mr. President, what's your message to the holdouts?
Well, it's not a question of holdouts. We have a tremendously unified party. I don't think we've ever had a party like this. There are some people that want a couple of things that maybe I don't like or that they're not going to get. But I think we're going to have tremendous, not luck, we have tremendous talent. This man has done an incredible job as Speaker. You know, we had a majority of 1. We were 1 heart attack away from losing the House, okay? Now we have 7. That's a big, because we won some elections, as you probably noticed, and we're going to win a lot of elections. We have an economy that's roaring. We took out $5.1 billion. If you take a look, $5.1 trillion with a T, not a B. $5.1 trillion out of the Middle East. They're investing more than that. It's going to be ultimately more than that. What, 180 wide-body Boeing aircraft. They're spending money at levels that nobody's ever seen. Usually a president goes for a trip and he loses money. In other words, he gives money. We went for a trip and we took out $5.1 trillion. Nobody has ever seen anything like it, and that's just the beginning. So I think we're a very unified party. The Senate's doing great. John Thune is doing fantastically. He's a great guy, and we're going to have a bill, the One Big Beautiful Bill. I think it's the biggest bill ever passed, and we got to get it done. tremendous tax cuts for people, tremendous incentives, tremendous regulation cuts, all these regulations that are so horrible. And now you find out what happened, because Biden, look, it's a very sad thing what happened, but we're going to start looking into this whole thing with who signed this legislation. Who signed legislation opening our border? I don't think he knew. I said there's nobody that can want an open border. Nobody. And now I find out that it wasn't him. He auto-penned it. Who was operating the auto-pen? This is a very serious thing. We had a president that didn't sign anything. He auto-penned almost everything. He opened the borders of the United States of America. And I kept saying, who would do such a thing? Allowing criminals to pour in from all over the world, not just South America, all over the world. They came in from Africa, they came in from Asia, they came from the Congo. The prisons in the Congo in Africa, these are rough people. The prisons from the Congo are empty. You know where they are? They're in this country. Who would sign this? Nobody would sign it. No sane person would sign it. You know who signed it? Radical left lunatics that were running our country, and the auto-pen signed it. And they didn't want him, and they were disappointed in getting him because they wanted Bernie Sanders. And then after about 2 weeks, they said, wait a minute, this is a gift. He'll do anything. We're going to use the auto-pen. And they used the auto-pen and everything. He didn't approve this stuff because when Joe Biden was with it, he would never have approved it. You take a look, he would have never approved open borders. Go ahead, another one.
Are Republicans still grandstanding in your view?
Oh, yeah, sure. You have a couple that will grandstand, but I think even the grandstanders should. Look, the alternative is a 68% tax increase. And you can blame the Democrats for that and one or two grandstanders. We only have one or two, but we have tremendous support. But you'll have a 68% tax increase, or you'll get a massive tax decrease. You'll get a tax cut, the likes of which we've never had before. This is bigger than any Ronald Reagan tax cut. It's even bigger than the tax cut that I gave, because as you know, that's being extended and increased. So this is the biggest tax cut in the history of our country, or you'll get a 68% tax increase. And if that happens, I mean, what Republican could vote for that to happen? Because they wouldn't be a Republican much longer. They would be knocked out so fast. But we're going up to details. This is I'm a cheerleader for this party, and I'm a cheerleader for the country. Much more importantly for the country. But I'm a cheerleader for the party, and we're going to go up, and I think we're going to have a very good discussion. There are one or two points that some people feel strongly about, but maybe not so strong.
On one of those points, do you consider some of the proposals on the table, like co-pay and provider tax, as a benefit cut? How are you viewing those?
No, we are looking at one thing. We're not doing any cutting of anything meaningful. The only thing we're cutting is waste, fraud, and abuse. With Medicaid, waste, fraud, and abuse. There's tremendous waste, fraud, and abuse. There's incompetent things put in. We have illegal aliens that are multiple killers with multiple murder records getting Medicaid. I don't think anybody minds if we cut that. The Democrats, on the other hand, are going to destroy it because they're going to leave these people on. We're cutting three things: waste, fraud, and abuse. We're not changing Medicaid, and we're not changing Medicare, and we're not changing Social Security. And if I wanted to do those things, I would have done it during my 4 years that we were there.
Mr. President, what's your message to your fellow New Yorker Republicans who are hung up on the SALT issue?
Well, SALT is a very interesting thing because the governors of New York and Illinois, you know, the big JB who's going nowhere. Probably right now he could be the worst governor in the country. But Illinois and Gavin Newsom, those are the people that want this. And they're Democrat states. They're all Democrat states. You know, Ronald Reagan tried very hard to get this passed, was unable to do it the way we have it, where basically everybody's treated equally. He tried it so hard, and he never got it done. He was always disappointed. He never got it done. We got it done. Now people want to change it. So we're going to be talking about that. But the biggest beneficiary, if we do that, are governors from New York, Illinois, and California. And those governors are the ones that blew it because they weren't able to get it. So I think we're going to be explaining that. These are all very blue states that I don't really believe. If we had honest elections, I don't actually believe. I think I would have won California. I would have won New York. I even think I would have won Illinois. I think we have to, we're going to start this after. I was talking to Mike, and again, I'm his biggest fan. I love this guy. He's the only guy could have walked in with a 1. Think of it. You can't be a guy like me and have a 1 majority. You have to be a guy like him, a nice person. He's very religious. He prays. He's a man of God. And so am I, but he's really to a new level, I will tell you. He is a great guy. They love him in Louisiana, and they love him that's the only kind of guy. Somebody said, oh, well, we want somebody if you put a certain personality in there, you would have never, look at what he got passed, what he's gotten passed. And just so you understand, he's getting this passed too. And I don't think there's anybody I could give you guys that is so tough, you guys would run if you ever looked at him. If you ever saw some of these guys, you would not ask him questions you'd be afraid to. This guy did something that I don't think there's anybody that's more well-suited to be a Speaker of the House, especially in a case like this. Remember, we had a majority of 1 for 6 months, and that was a very frightening thing because the Democrats have really hurt our country. And we are going to go into very much, remember what I said, the auto pay. This government was illegally run for 4 years. Thank you very much, everybody.
Mr. President, should the DOJ be charging a member of Congress?
Molly, you good?
Mr. President, should Republicans that hinder this bill be primary?
Possibly. We'll have to see. I think we have a very, very united party. This man has done a fantastic job, and so have you, Lisa. Thank you. But this man has done a fantastic job. He's a real unifier. I don't think anybody else could have done it. We had, I just said to your cohorts downstairs, we had a majority of 1 for a period of 5 months. And he kept it together, and we actually passed things. And nobody else could have done that. He's done a fantastic job as Speaker. We have a very, very unified party. Remember, we had 1, and now we have 7. We won elections. I want to win a lot of elections. The economy is good. I just had my highest poll numbers ever. And we had a big trip to the Middle East. We took in $5.1 trillion. We brought it back to our country. 180 Boeing aircraft were being built now because of that trip and many other things. That's the least of it. The economy is doing great. The stock market's higher now than when I came to office, and we've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariff money, and we've had no inflation. They kept saying inflation. There's no inflation. Groceries are down. Gasoline is way down. Everything is down. All energy costs are down. I'll tell you, to me, maybe the most respected thing, you saw the way they respected me between Qatar and Saudi Arabia and UAE, probably the richest, certainly the richest of their type nation, great places, unbelievable amounts of money. They respect our country again. They were going to go to China. China was going to take over those countries 100%. They were dealing with China because they weren't treated right by the last administration. And they have tremendous economic power. They have more money than anybody. We probably have more money, but we have other things that they are very cash rich, to put it mildly. And they're spending 5.1 trillion. Probably it's going to be 7 trillion by the time we stop. And somebody said every other president goes and leaves and spends money, gives other countries money. I'm the only one that goes and takes money back. When you think of it, I said, that's an interesting statement. I never thought of it that way. But we have this is really just a pep talk. We have a very unified House, and we have a very unified Senate. And Mike is doing a phenomenal job as Speaker. He's going to be there a long time. And we have a man in the Senate, our leader, Thune. Mr. Thune is doing a great job. I've gotten to like him a lot, and he's doing a fantastic job. Between the two guys, very different personalities, actually, in certain ways, but they are doing a fantastic job. I don't think the Republican Party has ever been so unified. It's become a much bigger party. We're winning the labor vote. We're winning. We won the Teamsters. We won votes that no, but look how well we did with the automakers. And by the way, the president of the automakers is now my biggest fan. He said, he did tariffs. You know how many auto plants are being built now in this country because of the tariffs? 3 just announced yesterday that they're building. There is a revolution going on, a positive one, in our country, and I love it, and we're doing really well. And we'll
time for the negotiations to stop, Mr. President. Do you want the negotiations to be over now?
Which negotiation?
Over this bill.
Oh yeah, well it's going to be. We're going to be putting it in soon, and I think we're going to have great support.
Are you gonna
We're going to make a couple of tweaks. I mean, we don't want to benefit Democrat governors, although I would do that if it made it better. But they don't know what they're doing. And, you know, we don't want to do any damage to a state. We want to help all the states, but we have governors that are from the Democrat Party. Let's say New York, Illinois, big ones, and let's say Gavin Newsom, who's done a horrible job in California. You know, we want to benefit we want to benefit Republicans because they are the ones that are going to make America great again. The Democrats are destroying our country, and you see that with the past administration, with an open borders policy that allowed 21 million people into our country, and many of those people are stone cold murderers, killers, and trouble. Yeah. Say it. I'm a fiscal hawk. I'm a bigger fiscal hawk. There's nobody like me as a fiscal hawk.
Thomas Massey said that adds more deficit than Biden did, and this bill kind of...
Because we have to fix the country.
Do you think that Thomas Massey is correct in saying that this is adding Biden level?
No, I don't think Thomas Massey understands government. I think he's a grandstander, frankly. He'll probably vote. We don't even talk to him much. I think he should be voted out of office. And I just don't think he understands government. If you ask him a couple of questions, he never gives you an answer. He just says, I'm a no. He thinks he's going to get publicity. And you have that. You have that. They've got some too. Go ahead.
Mr. President, on Medicaid, do you want work requirements phased in next year? Do you think
Here's what
that's
I want
possible?
on Medicaid. We're not touching anything. All I want is one thing. 3 words. We don't want any waste, fraud, or abuse. Very simple. Waste, fraud, abuse. Other than that, we're leaving it. Medicare, we're leaving it. All we're after, and this is for the good of it, is a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse. That's all we're doing. We're not touching it. The Democrats are going to destroy it. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, do you think you'll be able to convince Chip Roy and Ralph Norman to vote for this bill?
Waste, fraud, and abuse. That's all the cuts we're doing. Thank you very much.
All members voted. Does any member wish to change your vote? On this vote, the yeas are 215, the nays are 214, with one answering present. The bill is passed.
USA, USA.
Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Welcoming Congressman Brendan Boyle of Pennsylvania.
Thank you. Thank you. Especially to the guy with the Phillies hat. First place, first place. All right, I'm going to bring us back united here. We went a little slightly divisive there. We're going to come back united. And folks, I apologize if I'm a little punchy. I was testifying between 1 a.m. and 4:30 a.m. I was wondering who was watching C-SPAN during those hours. C-SPAN after dark. It's a lot of fun. Folks, if you're proud of something, if you really want people to see it, you don't start the committee at 1 o'clock in the morning, hoping people won't be tuned in. And here's why they're embarrassed. And these aren't my numbers. These aren't coming from CAP. These aren't coming from any progressive group. These are the numbers from the official scorekeepers, the CBO. The people who just tell it like it is with the numbers. In this bill, the largest Medicaid cuts in American history. In this bill, the largest cuts to nutrition and food assistance in American history. In this bill, they finally achieved their 15-year quest to put a serious dent into the Affordable Care Act. By the way, when you take the Medicaid cuts that will force millions of people to lose their health care, combined with the cuts to the Affordable Care Act, according to CBO, almost 14 million Americans will lose their health care. As Hakeem said, the greatest loss of health care in American history will be because of this bill if it passes. And that, if it isn't bad enough, is not all. Thank you, those two. Yes. That's not all. Last night in my testimony, or early this morning, at a little about 2 o'clock in the morning, I dropped the bombshell. I had just received a letter as I was walking in from the head of CBO. About a month ago, I had requested an analysis. What impact would this increase in deficit do to Medicare, given we operate under something called PAYGO? Congressional Budget Office confirmed. This bill becomes law. Sequestration of Medicare happens. $500 billion worth of cuts to Medicare, also in this bill. And why? Why are they doing this? To help fund tax cuts for billionaires. It is bad economics. It is also deeply immoral. Just listen to that bleeding heart senator, Josh Hawley, who called, and by the way, he wasn't misquoted. This was an op-ed he wrote just a few days ago. He called the cuts to Medicaid morally wrong. I can't believe I'm saying this, but Josh Hawley is right. Look, this is going to be one of the most important votes, frankly, of the lifetime of any of us here. We have never seen, ever, cuts proposed like this to Medicaid. We've never seen cuts proposed like this to Medicare. We have never seen cuts like this. We have seen them proposed but not enacted to Obamacare. And the list goes on and on and on. And why? To transfer wealth. For the crowd that always says we don't believe in class warfare, well, why are you practicing it then? Because what was also in the CBO analysis last night, released separately, was actually the distribution tables. Now, I know you start talking about distribution tables, wow, that's a wild time at a party. But they're really important. And here's what they show, and they were released last night. And I talked about this to the crowd that was gathered on the Capitol steps at 1 o'clock in the morning. And thank those of you who are still here, thank you for being there last night. And thank all of you for being here. You were truly doing such important, valiant work. We need it now more than ever. But here's what those tables show. For the bottom 10% of Americans, they will be 4% poorer because of this bill. For the wealthiest 10%, they'll be 2% wealthier because of this bill. The group that will lose the most, the bottom 10%. The group that will make the most, the top 10%. So this bill will make the poor poorer and the rich richer. It is bad economics and it is immoral. We must defeat this bill. Thank you.
Let's give it up for Congressman Boyle one more time. The only
Anna reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from California, the chairman of the Democratic Caucus, Mr. Aguilar.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman from Massachusetts for yielding. I'm grateful for his leadership and the leadership of the Rules Committee Democrats who are fighting back against these massive tax giveaways to billionaires and corporations raking in record profits. Mr. Speaker, the American people are getting squeezed by reckless tariffs that are raising prices on every family, and it's only going to get worse. With prices still too high, I don't understand how my Republican colleagues can justify taking food off of the table for women, children, and families. While so many working families are struggling, I don't understand how they can justify a tax bill that only makes life easier for billionaires like Elon Musk. In the dark of night, they want to pass this GOP tax scam. We saw today that the president has said that a vote against this legislation represents an ultimate betrayal. The real betrayal, Mr. Speaker, is to the working people of this country who will pay the price so that billionaires can pay less in taxes. Mr. Speaker, our friends on the other side of the aisle said that they wouldn't cut Medicaid, and that's exactly what this bill does. They said that they would end taxes on tips, but they forgot to mention that the trade-off is that you'll lose your health care. The American people didn't sign up for these broken promises. They asked their elected officials to work together to lower costs. My colleagues in the House Democratic Caucus are waiting for these so-called reasonable Republicans to join us. Let's focus on bringing down the cost of housing, rent, gas, and groceries, and let's stop rewarding billionaires at the expense of the middle class.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, the Speaker Emerita, Ms. Pelosi.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding and for his exceptional leadership, and all of the members of the Rules Committee for your stamina, and to you for your values. Mr. Speaker, the Reverend Martin Luther King said, of all the forms of inequality and injustice in health is the most shocking and the most inhuman because it also often results in physical death. He went on to talk about access to health care as a right. But this builds in inequality and inhumanity exactly what Republicans have in store for the American people. I was 5 hours at the Rules Committee. I know some of you were longer. And it was stiff competition as to what was the worst provision they came up with. But let's just talk about work requirements for a moment. You said with great pride, oh, if they have a 7-year-old child, they have to go to work. A 7-year-old child is a little child. I just recall for you a conversation I had with some moms. One of them said, if I have a work requirement to have Medicaid, this is what it means to me. If my child is sick, I can't go to work because I can't afford childcare. I can't go, if I miss work, I'll miss pay, and I can't afford to miss the pay. And if I miss going to work, I can be fired. So what I'll have to do is put my child on the school bus sick, because the child is sick, and I have to go to work to have Medicaid. Then, of course, as has been mentioned about the silencers, is just beyond comprehension in terms of safety for our children. Because the Republicans' tax bill scam, millions of American families, seniors and veterans, vulnerable children and all the rest, and people with disabilities will lose their health care. Rural hospitals will be closed, millions of jobs will be destroyed across America, and all of this to give another massive tax cut to the richest people in America. It is a Republican Robin Hood in reverse, one of the largest transfers of wealth from working families to the rich in our country. I urge a no vote on the rule and on the bill.
Gentlelady.
Yeah, just following up on Warren Davidson, I wanted to read you his quote that he posted online. While I love many things in the bill, promising someone else will cut spending in the future does not cut spending. Deficits do matter, and this bill grows them. Why should that get a Republican primary?
This bill saves $1.6 trillion for the American taxpayer. It saves more than any bill that has ever passed Capitol Hill has. In fact, by double. The next bill saved $800 billion. This bill saves $1.6 trillion. So this is a very good bill for the American people, the American taxpayer. And I believe, as an outlet put it with a headline this morning, it might have been Politico actually, they wrote that the American people are going to be flush with cash when this thing is signed into law. And that's a good thing for American taxpayers. Sure, go ahead.
Gentleman from New York, the Minority Leader, is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me also thank the distinguished gentleman from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts who's done a tremendous job leading the Ways and Means Committee on our side, Congressman Richie Neal. I also want to thank Ranking Member Brendan Boyle, Ranking Member Jim McGovern, all of the members of the Ways and Means Committee, the Budget Committee, the Rules Committee, every single member of the House Democratic Caucus who has stood on this floor, stood before the Rules Committee, participated in markups on behalf of the American people, in defense of the American people. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to this reckless, regressive, and reprehensible GOP tax scam. This is one big, ugly bill that House Republicans are trying to jam down the throats of the American people under the cover of darkness. This legislation will not make life better for the American people. The GOP tax scam represents an assault on the economy, an assault on health care, an assault on nutritional assistance, an assault on tax fairness, and an assault on fiscal responsibility. There are more than 100 other reasons to vote against this one big, ugly bill that can be found by reading this more than 1,000-page document. Those reasons are too numerous to mention, but this legislation also undermines reproductive freedom, undermines the progress that we have made in combating the climate crisis, undermines gun safety, undermines the rule of law and the independence of the federal judiciary. It even undermines the ability of hard-working and law-abiding immigrant families to provide remittances to their loved ones who may just happen to live abroad. There are more than 100 different reasons to vote against the GOP tax scam. And in the days and the weeks and the months to come, all of those reasons will be exposed for the American people. And each and every one of your districts. But this bill represents a failed promise. Last year, Donald Trump and House Republicans spent all of their time talking about their promise to lower the high cost of living in the United States of America. In fact, Donald Trump and Republicans promised that costs would go down on day one. We're now more than 120 days past the inauguration. Costs aren't going down, they're going up. Inflation is out of control. Insurance rates remain stubbornly high. Our Moody's rating, our credit rating, has been downgraded. And you've got people losing confidence in this economy. Republicans are crashing this economy in real time and driving us toward a recession. But beyond that, costs are actually going up. The trade war that Donald Trump has recklessly launched, his tariff scheme, will raise the cost of goods and groceries and gas for everyday Americans. The Americans that you claimed you were going to help, but the Americans that you are clearly hurting. You've destabilized the business environment. Small businesses are at risk of closing. Farmers, small family farmers are in distress. Businesses can't invest. People are not hiring. You are actively crashing the economy, driving America toward a recession. You promise to lower costs on day one. Costs aren't going down, they are going up. Now, as House Democrats, we believe that we have to build an affordable economy for hardworking American taxpayers. We're committed to lowering housing costs and grocery costs and insurance costs and child care costs and utility costs. America, the wealthiest country in the history of the world, there are far too many people living paycheck to paycheck, struggling to make ends meet. Here in this country, no American should find themselves in that situation. And you promised that you would do something about it. But things are not getting better, they are getting worse. We could have partnered together to try to find a bipartisan path toward building an affordable economy for hardworking American taxpayers. But you chose to go it alone, to try to drive your extreme right-wing policies down the throats of the American people. And that's what this one big, ugly bill represents. Not simply a broken promise as it relates to your failures on the economy, and despite the gentleman from Louisiana trying to articulate all of the so-called successes that have taken place, we know that this presidency has already been a failure, filled with crisis and chaos, cruelty, and corruption. And the American people know it, which is why Donald Trump, at the 100-day mark, was the most unpopular president in American history. The American people understand. It's unfolding right before their eyes, no matter what kind of MAGA spin you try to put on the situation. And things are going to get worse. Why? Because of this big, ugly bill. Not simply an assault on the economy, a broken promise. It's an assault on the health care of the American people. You see, as Democrats, we believe in this country, health care is not simply a privilege. Health care is a right. And from Medicare to Medicaid to the passage of the Affordable Care Act and subsequently enhancing it. We've begun to move America to a place where every single person in this land could have access to the health care that they need to live a life of dignity and respect. At this moment in America, we have the lowest rate of uninsured people in our nation's history. But this GOP tax scam will reverse that with this assault on health care, the largest cut to Medicaid in American history. And here's what it will mean for the American people. Children will get hurt. Women will get hurt. Older Americans who rely on Medicaid for nursing home care and for home care will get hurt. People with disabilities who rely on Medicaid to survive will get hurt. Hospitals in your districts will close. Nursing homes will shut down. And people will die. That's not hype. That's not hyperbole. That's not a hypothetical. The people that you all represent have been writing to us to make that clear. Thousands of people who've written to us, everyday Americans, have made that clear. And let me just present a few of those stories into the record. I have type 1 diabetes and was diagnosed when I was 7 years old. I've had jobs with private insurance in the past, but I lost my job during the pandemic. With childcare becoming a major challenge, it made more sense for me to stay home with the kids, but that also meant losing my health benefits. Right now, we're all on Medicaid. It's crucial for me to stay alive and healthy. I need insulin and supplies to manage my diabetes every single day. Without it, I could die. That's Shauna, who lives in Arizona's 6th congressional district. My youngest son has leukemia. He was a self-employed handyman, and therefore he didn't have sufficient insurance. When the cancer became more debilitating, he could no longer work. He has undergone radiation, stem cell transplant, and then more radiation. He is still fighting the cancer, and without Medicaid and the fine physicians, he would surely die. That's Greg, who lives in the 8th congressional district of Colorado. As a cancer survivor with chronic illnesses, I rely heavily on Medicaid and food stamps to get by. Without these essential programs, people like me would suffer. I'm currently taking expensive medication to stay in remission, but my condition and the side effects of my treatment make it impossible for me to work. Unfortunately, my work history also disqualifies me from receiving Social Security benefits. I'm not alone in my dependence on these Medicaid and food stamps benefits. Children, elders, and many others who are sick or struggling also rely on them to survive. I urge you to do the right thing for the people you represent. Without food stamps and Medicaid, the consequences would be painful and even deadly. That's Jalissa, who had a message for her representative in Pennsylvania's 8th congressional district. But we're here to say, as House Democrats, to Shauna, to Greg, and to Jalissa, that if your representatives won't fight for you, we will. We will. We will. If they won't fight for you, we will fight for you. For your health care, for your decency, for your well-being, for your grace, and for your dignity. Now, in addition to visiting the largest cut to Medicaid in American history, that's not enough for the MAGA extremists. CBO has independently confirmed that this one big, ugly bill will also set in motion a $490 billion cut to Medicare in this country. Now, unfortunately, that should come as no surprise, because we know that our Republican colleagues for decades have been trying to attack Social Security, as they're doing right now, not necessarily in this bill. Why? Because the 1974 Budget Control Act prevents you from doing it. But you've been going after Social Security for a long time, going after Medicare for a long time, and Elon Musk, who seems to function as your puppet master, has made clear his intentions, which you just follow as if you work for him. Elon Musk wants to take a chainsaw to Social Security, a chainsaw to Medicare, as you're doing in this bill, a chainsaw to Medicaid, as you're doing in this bill. Here's our message to you and the American people: no matter how long it takes, House Democrats are going to take a chainsaw to Project 2025, because it's not in the best interest of the American people. And what this bill represents is your effort to try to put into law Project 2025. You acted like you didn't know anything about it. This is why you have no credibility right now. You spent all of last year lying to the American people, saying to them that you were going to lower the high cost of living. In fact, you're doing the exact opposite. At the same period of time, you acted like you knew nothing about Project 2025, and this bill is an effort to try to implement it into law. So, you mentioned credibility issues. I think it exists on the right side of this chamber. Now, not only have you gone after Medicaid, not only have you gone after Medicare, in this
you are to direct your comments to the chair.
Mr. Speaker, you know what's interesting is that every time I've come on this floor, I can use sharp language, he can use sharp language. You choose to admonish me. I don't work for you, sir. I work for the American people.
I understand. House will be in order. As I said, Mr. Leader, we've been very patient. Just listen to the majority leader of the other side, who directed all of his comments to the chair. It is important for the decorum of the institution for you to do the same. You may proceed.
We can continue this.
You may proceed.
And every time I'm interrupted, that's going to add another 15 minutes to my remarks.
Fair enough.
Mr. Speaker, so What we've seen is the largest cut to Medicaid in American history, an effort to devastate Medicare. And of course, what this bill also does is strip away some of the coverage provided by the Affordable Care Act. Millions of people will lose their coverage as a result of this GOP tax scam. And so when you aggregate the assault on health care that's taking place, what we're likely to see is at least 13.7 million people are going to lose their health care in the United States of America. That's what we're fighting for. That's why we're a no, amongst several other reasons, on this bill. It's an assault on the economy, an assault on health care. It's also an assault on nutritional assistance. Now, in the 1960s, the American people were shaken up and disturbed by images that they saw after some investigations exposed the conditions of some people in America who were dealing with intense hunger in rural America, in under-resourced communities, in communities of color. Images of children with distended bellies, families rummaging through garbage in order to find food so they wouldn't starve. That's what eventually led to the creation of what is now the Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program. Because the American people concluded that in this great country, not a single child should ever go hungry. That's our position. Apparently, it's not the position of my Republican colleagues. Because in this bill, SNAP, the Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program, will experience more than $300 billion in cuts, the largest cut to nutritional assistance in American history. Literally, Mr. Speaker, Republicans are taking food out of the mouths of children, disabled Americans, veterans, and older Americans. That is another reason why we are strongly opposed to this bill. This is the United States of America, the wealthiest country in the history of the world. It is indecent to rip food out of the mouths of children and everyday Americans. It is indecent. And to make matters worse, we know that as a result of this bill, according to an analysis from the Urban Institute, there are 18 million children in this country who are at risk of losing school meals. Decade after decade after decade in America, we've made great progress. That progress, as it relates to alleviating hunger and food insecurity, is now at risk of being rolled back. And one of the excuses that I'm sure we'll hear from the Speaker of this institution is that this one big ugly bill is all about waste, fraud, and abuse. It's interesting because month after month after month, we continue to hear that phrase. And let's be clear, as Democrats, we believe in trying to make sure that federal taxpayer dollars are spent in an efficient and an effective way. We're all for that. But that's not what's being done in this bill. No evidence of waste, fraud, and abuse has been presented in a compelling way. In fact, you know what's interesting? You're talking about taking away nutritional benefits that amount to $2 per meal, $6 per day. At the same time, when Elon Musk and his federal contracts are worth $8 million a day. If you're trying to find waste, fraud, and abuse, I have a suggestion. Start right there. Start right there. Don't take food from the mouths of our children. Start right there. And so, it's one big ugly bill. It's GOP tax scam. It's reckless Republican budget. It's an assault on the economy. It's an assault on health care. It's an assault on nutritional benefits. It's also an assault on tax fairness. I mean, here's the thing, that it's the largest cut to health care in American history, coupled by the largest cut to nutritional assistance in American history, in order to enact the largest tax breaks for billionaires in American history. That's unacceptable, that's unconscionable, and that's un-American. That's un-American. Because my Republican colleagues promised that they would actually focus their efforts on trying to make life better for everyday Americans. But disproportionately, the benefits of this bill, as confirmed by independent observers, don't go to those who may be at the lower end of the socioeconomic spectrum. They actually go disproportionately to those at the highest end of the economic spectrum. CBO analysis requested by Congressman Boyle and myself just confirmed that. Not hype, not hyperbole, not a hypothetical. It's what will happen if this one big ugly bill became law. And so it's an assault on tax fairness. And of course, that's coupled with the assault on fiscal responsibility. It's ironic to me that many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle claim to be the party of fiscal responsibility. But as Richie Neal has often eloquently articulated, that's not what the record shows. The record shows something very different. And this fiscal irresponsibility that comes from the other side of the aisle is actually connected to the obsession with massive tax cuts for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. We've seen this rinse and repeat scenario play itself out over and over and over again. President Reagan comes into office, and what is his signature domestic priority? His signature domestic priority, massive tax cuts for the super wealthy. And as a result, he escalates the debt and the deficit. Those policies, of course, are continued by his successor, President George H.W. Bush. But then President Clinton takes office, and in his 8 years, turns a deficit into a budget surplus. That's fiscal responsibility. And then after 8 years in office, President Clinton is replaced by President George W. Bush, who proceeds to follow the same playbook. You used to call it trickle-down economics. The American people aren't buying it because they figured out what trickle-down economics means. We may get a trickle, but we're guaranteed to stay down. And that's what's happened over and over and over again. So President Bush comes into office, and what does he do? Massive tax cuts for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. The 2001 tax cuts, the 2003 tax cuts turned a budget surplus into a massive deficit, and then further exacerbated the problem with a failed war in Iraq and a failed war in Afghanistan, asleep at the switch as it related to the economy, which resulted in the Great Recession. So President Obama takes office to once again demonstrate what fiscal responsibility is all about. And in 8 years, takes the deficit that he inherited of $1.5 trillion and cuts it by $1 trillion, notwithstanding the economic mess that he inherited, having to dig the country out of the Great Recession. And then, of course, after 8 years of President Obama, which brings us to the current administration in its first term, as my colleague from Louisiana talked about, what's your signature legislative accomplishment? The 2017 version of the GOP tax scam, where by some estimates, 83% of the benefits were set in motion for the wealthiest 1%, and you borrowed more than $2 trillion to do it. Once again, exploding the debt and the deficit in the United States of America. President Biden comes into office in his first 2 years, notwithstanding all of the signature accomplishments, many of which did have some bipartisan support, particularly in the Senate, significant accomplishments led by President Biden. Speaker Pelosi, Democrats in the House, partnering with our colleagues in the Senate, notwithstanding all of those accomplishments, reduces the deficit in his first 2 years by $1.7 trillion. That's what fiscal responsibility looks like. So we're not going to be lectured on this issue. And then my colleagues have the nerve to talk about fiscal responsibility, to try to pass a bill that disproportionately benefits their billionaire donors like Elon Musk, and will add to the debt more than $5 trillion. That's an assault on fiscal responsibility. That is forcing our children and our grandchildren, all of them, to shoulder an unnecessary burden that will limit their ability to fully experience the American dream. And so that's why we oppose this bill. An assault on the economy, an assault on health care, an assault on nutritional assistance, including on our veterans, an assault on tax fairness, and an assault on fiscal responsibility. As I close, let me make one other observation. I do believe that there are people of faith on both sides of this chamber. Authentically, people of faith on both sides of this chamber. I'm not one to question anyone's faith. But I do think we have to ask the question, particularly when you study the gospel, and the gospel in particular of Matthew 25 and 35 through 40, where Jesus talks about the importance of standing up for the least, the lost, the left behind, the poor, the sick, the afflicted, the homeless, the people who are confined, strangers in a foreign land. That when you know the gospel, when you are charged with trying to live the gospel, it cannot be the case that one goes to synagogue, or one goes to the mosque, or one goes to church, as I do, but one goes to church to pray on Sunday and then comes to Washington, D.C. to pray on the American people the rest of the week. P-R-E-Y. Can't pray on the poor, pray on the sick, pray on the afflicted, pray on our children, pray on people with disabilities, pray on our veterans who serve this country, and project that that is consistent with the faith that I at least know, anchored in Matthew 25 and 35. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this, in some ways, is a sad day here for this institution. James Madison, one of our great thinkers, I believe it was in Federalist 51, talks about Congress at its best should function as a rival to the executive branch, serve as a check and balance on the out-of-control impulses of an executive that may emerge from time to time. Congress, according to James Madison, at its best, would serve as a rival to the executive branch. But unfortunately, our House Republican colleagues haven't followed the vision of this Madisonian version of democracy, because you have consistently proven to be nothing more than a rubber stamp for Donald Trump's extreme agenda. And the American people are paying attention. The American people are paying attention. So I think that when the story is told of the 119th Congress, when the votes are ultimately cast on that first Tuesday in November next year, that this day may very well turn out to be the day that House Republicans lost control of the United States House of Representatives. Because the American people are paying attention. They are smarter than you think. And they know when they are being hurt. They know when their interests are not being served. And they know when they have been lied to and deceived. You see, they know that Congress was meant to be a separate and co-equal branch of government. We don't work for President Trump. We don't work for J.D. Vance. We don't work for Elon Musk. We work for the American people. That's what House Democrats are all about. And because we work for the American people, we will continue to stand up for an economy that's affordable and makes life better for hardworking American taxpayers. Will stand up for Social Security, stand up for Medicare, stand up for Medicaid, stand up for nutritional assistance, stand up for our children, stand up for our veterans, stand up for our seniors, stand up for our families, stand up for the American way of life. That's what House Democrats will continue to do. We will stand up today, stand up tomorrow, stand up this week, stand up next week, stand up this month, stand up next month, stand up this year, stand up next year, stand up at all times until we end this national nightmare and restore the American dream for every single person in this great land from sea to shining sea. Vote no. I yield back. Afternoon, everyone. Breaking news, Elon Musk and I agree with each other. The GOP tax scam is a disgusting abomination. Every single Republican who voted for the one big ugly bill should be ashamed of themselves. They aren't helping their constituents. They are hurting their constituents. That's an objectively verifiable fact. The GOP tax scam is a disgusting abomination. It rips health care away from up to 14 million people, everyday Americans across the country. Hospitals will close. Nursing homes will shut down. And yes, people will die if the GOP tax scam ever became law. It's a disgusting abomination. The one big ugly bill would enact the largest cut to nutritional assistance in American history. That's also disgusting. Republicans literally want to rip food out of the mouths of children, veterans, and seniors. Every single Republican who voted for this bill should be ashamed of themselves. This bill that Republicans narrowly passed, it limped out of the House of Representatives. And we're going to work hard to make sure it dies in the Senate. This one big ugly bill, the GOP tax scam, hurts everyday Americans and rewards their billionaire donors with a massive tax break for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. And to make matters worse, they will saddle our children and grandchildren with more than $5 trillion in additional debt in order to subsidize the lifestyles of the rich and shameless. Elon Musk and I agree with each other on this particular issue. The GOP tax scam is a disgusting abomination.
The gentlelady yields. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. We just passed the One Big Beautiful Bill through the House of Representatives, and now it's gone on to the Senate where they will be making changes to the bill. If there's any changes made to the One Big Beautiful Bill, it comes back to the House for a vote, and we get a second bite at the apple. Now, while this bill was going through committees and being discussed in the House of Representatives, no one on either side of the aisle that I know of, Republican or Democrat, brought up this particular clause on one single page in a over 1,000-page bill. And I want to bring this up because I think AI is incredibly important. I support AI in many different faculties. However, I think that at this time, as our generation is very much responsible, not only here in Congress, but leaders in tech industry and leaders in states and all around the world have an incredible responsibility of the future and development, regulation, and laws of AI. It's such an important responsibility. It literally affects our children and grandchildren's future. So I take this responsibility incredibly sincere, so much so that this past week, I have come out in full transparency and said, when I voted for the One Big Beautiful Bill, I didn't know about this clause. I thought I was voting on taxes, energy, and border security. And this clause right here says, a moratorium. In general, except as provided in paragraph 2, no state or political subdivision thereof may enforce during a 10-year period beginning on the date of the enactment of this act any law or regulation of that state or a political subdivision thereof limiting, restricting, or otherwise regulating artificial intelligence models, artificial intelligence systems, or automated decision systems entered into interstate commerce. That is a comprehensive 10-year moratorium. Actually, what that is it is a pause for 10 years in federalism. This right here, if passed into law, will tell states they cannot regulate or make laws regarding AI. That means the federal government is the only governing body that can regulate or make laws for AI in the United States of America. And I'd like to ask each of you, do you support federalism, yes or no? I'll start with you. Do you support federalism, yes or no? State rights. It's a yes or no question.
I don't think I'm able to answer this question based on my background, to be honest with you.
Okay, well, then I take that as a no. Mr. Shaw, do you support federalism?
I do support state rights, and just from a small company standpoint, I would say whatever we can do to make it easier for a young company to navigate the 50 states will be very important, because otherwise...
Well, either you support federalism or you don't. One or the other. It's a yes or no.
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Miller, do you...
Yes.
Yes? Mr. Thier?
Yes, in line with the White House and with Speaker Johnson, I agree that federalism is important, but federalism is a two-sided coin of both states' rights and interstate commerce, so we need to protect both.
The Constitution is clear on federalism. It's one side. State rights or none. Mr. Schneider?
I think that provision is nutty.
Okay, so do you support federalism, yes or no?
In general, yes.
Oh, in general, so that's vague. I'm not
It's
sure.
vague, but that provision is nutty.
Okay, so I still didn't get an answer clearly on federalism. Can you predict the future of AI in 1 year, 5 years, or 10 years? I'm sorry, I apologize.
No problem. No problem. No, I don't think anybody can predict that. I think every model has become bigger and better and more transformative.
Right, so the answer is no. I'm short on time. Mr. Shaw, no? Or yes?
I think it's hard to predict
yes
5
or no?
years.
Can you predict it, period?
No.
Okay. Ms. Miller, can you predict AI?
No.
Mr. Thier? No. Mr. Schneier?
Not a chance.
No, you can't. In the state of Georgia, jobs are extremely important. And AI is, whether we like it or not, and it's helpful in many ways and it's not helpful, will replace jobs. I have a manufacturing district, and the manufacturing companies are important, but so are the people's jobs. And if our state cannot regulate or make laws to protect people's jobs, people are going to go hungry. They're not going to have paychecks. They're not going to put roofs over their families' heads. And I think this is such a serious issue that we need to look at this through, I'll state it very clearly. I'm pro-humanity. I am not pro-transhumanity. And when it comes to AI and regulation, when we get to vote on this bill again, I will be voting no because of this clause, and we will be working on this further. Thank you so much for being here today. I now yield to Ms. Simon.
For 30 minutes.
I thank the Speaker, and I would recognize that today is an important day in the history of our country. As we all know, 81 years ago, on June 6, 1944, we had over 150,000 Allied troops who attacked the beaches at Normandy, knowing full well what they were walking into. You had 150,000 Allied forces, tens of thousands of Americans who stormed the beaches. They jumped out of boats into stormy waters, walked into a virtual wall of bullets, went through the fire, went to the cliffs, got shot at on the cliffs, scaled the cliffs, to then have to fight for every yard for the privilege of then getting all the way to Bastogne to sit in foxholes in the freezing cold in Christmas of 1944 while being bombarded by Germans as they were mounting their last offensive. Now, what would cause young men from all over this country to do that? Why would they do that, knowing a huge number of them would not make it through the day? They knew that, but they did it anyway. They knew that when they were jumping out of planes in the middle of the night that many of them wouldn't survive. I saw yesterday in social media photos of dozens of young men who didn't make it through that day, photos from them in the lead up to it that morning and the day before in training. What would cause these young men to do that? And the reason is that they knew that this country was worth fighting for, not because simply of the existence of the country, but because of what this country represents in terms of opportunity to live free and to prosper according to your own talents and to be able to live according to your own conscience under our Constitution and under the principles that were advanced in the Declaration and that are central to Western civilization. And that is what those young men did. We have 400,000 plus Americans who lost their lives to defend this country in World War II. Precious few who survived that conflict are still alive. And if you go down to the memorial here in Washington, you go down to the World War II memorial, and there's 4,000 plus stars that are across the monument, each representing 100 young men who did what I just described, or who did something similar at Iwo Jima, or who did something similar in the Doolittle raid. And again, what would cause them to do it? It is to live free. That's what it's about. I've got a letter that a dear friend of mine named Victoria Coates, who served in the Trump administration, in the first administration, from her grandfather, Howard. I want to read the letter real quickly. Jane, darling, yep, honey, it's true. Your boyfriend is in it now. I can't tell you how long I've been here or where I am. That will have to come later when I get home. It's the most serious thing I've been in during all of my life. I'm well, though, darling, and still all in one piece. As you said in the last letter I got from you, the one you wrote on Invasion Day, I'm well trained and will take care of myself. Of course, the men come first in our mission, but I'm not taking any chances personally except those in the line of duty. Most all of our officers and men are reacting fine to these new conditions. I have my own platoon and my own headquarters out in the field. Fact is, I'm sitting in my CP now writing this letter. I have Charlie Mugford here as my executive officer, and he's very capable in the field. My staff sergeant is a boy by name of Verbach from Pittsburgh. He's Polish and a darn good man. The Germans killed his grandparents in their invasion into Poland. So you can well imagine his reaction to all of this. The morale of the men is good, and that makes the job easier. Golly, I like my little field setup. I have good radio equipment, also a nice switchboard. Then I have a Jeep and weapons carrier for my CP plus my CP personnel. We get a special dehydrated ration that requires only the adding of a little water. I haven't received the picture yet, but I'm very anxious awaiting it. For supper last night, we had, as an example, baked beans, sausage, cold-packed tomatoes, biscuits, jam, and butter. Please write regularly. I need it. We haven't received any mail since coming to France, but hope to get some soon. That helps plenty. Well, darling, you're ever in my thoughts over here and are my big driving force. I, like the thousands of other Americans, am doing my damn best to get this war over and get home safely to my family. What did they fight for? I can tell you what they didn't fight for. They didn't fight for a Congress to come here and continue $36 trillion of debt and mortgage their children, their grandchildren, their great-grandchildren's future. They didn't come here for this Congress to run away from the fight of policy. They didn't risk everything. They didn't walk into a wall of bullets so that people in this chamber can be afraid of tweets or constituents that come in and talk about, oh, but you're cutting some program. They expected us to actually defend this country in this chamber. $1 trillion of interest every year. We're spending more on interest than we are the entirety of our national defense. I got to be honest with you. I don't know whether the big, beautiful bill is beautiful enough to support. I got to be honest. I voted for it off of the floor to send it to the Senate. There are a lot of important provisions in it. And I need to level set some of those provisions right now, because it is not appropriate for us to run away from the fight now that these young men 80 years ago ran into the fight to preserve. This country will not survive if we mortgage it away. And that's what we're doing. President Reagan was correct when he said that every member of Congress, when they come to this floor and they offer a new bill for a new program, should offer a tax increase to go alongside of it. Because everybody in this chamber, particularly on this side of the aisle, are all too fine offering tax cuts because it's like selling dessert, but refuse to put forward the spending cuts so that people have to eat the broccoli. And that's why we're $36 trillion in debt and growing. And that's why we have $1 trillion of interest. And by the way, as interest rates go up, the price of that debt goes up. We're going to be at $1.5–2 trillion of interest payments because we can't do our job correctly. Now, the big, beautiful bill, let's go through it. The bill is what I would call the good, the bad, and the ugly, because that's the truth. And I'm not going to get into personalities and squabbles and back and forth. The president is right that we need to move a bill through here with tax cuts and spending restraint so that he can get the agenda done that he campaigned on. He's 100% right, and we should do that. Elon is right that this bill doesn't cut enough. That's the truth. Two things can be true at the same time. And the barrier to actually achieving the greatness of moving the big, beautiful bill through that would achieve the president's agenda and achieving what Elon is rightly saying, which is that we should cut more, the barrier is right here in this chamber. It's right over there in the Senate. People unwilling to face their constituents and tell them the truth. Well, I'm going to try to sit here on the floor and tell the truth. I had to hold my nose to vote for this bill 2 weeks ago off the House floor to the Senate. Why? It does not cut enough, and it's not even close to cutting enough. My colleagues say, oh, but Chip, it's the biggest spending decrease in history. Let's be very clear. It is a reduction in future increases of about $1.6 trillion. Yes, that is the biggest amount ever. But guess what? We have sizably more debt and sizably more spending than ever. So of course it should be, but it should be more. $1.6 trillion in cuts or future reductions is really about $160 billion a year over 10 years. That's the truth. The truth is, our whole budget has grown from about $3.6 trillion a decade ago to $7.2 trillion now. It's doubled. And everybody wants to applaud themselves for $160 billion of reductions and increases. I'm sorry, I don't think that's good enough. The fact is, our budget, the budget we passed to get the big, beautiful bill through, says that we should be at $6.5 trillion for 2026. But after this bill, if it's passed this way out of the Senate, we'd be at $7.2 trillion. All right, that's a lot of numbers. You want me to tell you back home? The fact of the matter is, unless we have record economic growth for an entire decade, deficits will go up. That's the truth. This bill front loads all of the cost. So for the first 4 years, 26, 27, 28, 29, deficits are up. That is, by the way, on a dynamic basis. You're going to hear a lot of people taking shots at the CBO, and they should. The CBO is biased, the CBO is left-leaning, and the CBO doesn't always get it right. But guess what? No economist ever gets it right. The fact is, we took care of that, at least in part, in the Budget Committee by assuming growth. We assumed economic growth of 2.6%, higher than the last 2 decades average, lower than the historic average. Why does that matter? Because we've already accounted for what you call dynamic scoring, meaning the impact of the tax cuts on revenue. All right, so what does that mean in simple terms? It means that if you look at our analysis, even assuming economic growth and more revenue from that growth, we will still have $400 billion of deficits added to the existing $2 trillion deficit in 2026 because of the bill. Those deficits will go up even more, and will be another $400 billion or so in 27. 28, we add to the deficits. 29, we add to the deficits. Finally, in 2030, deficits go down. And if you look across the entirety of the 10 years under this bill, you are basically at somewhere around break even on the impact on deficits. Now, again, everybody understand what I'm saying. The deficits of roughly around 1.8 to 2 trillion a year will continue. This bill will adjust taxes and adjust spending, will increase deficits for 3 or 4 or 5 years, and then cut deficits in the outer 5 years if you believe that will ever happen. Only in this town do you assume that the good things will happen in 5 years and accept the bad things in the first years. But that's what we're doing. Now, to be clear and to be fair, this does not account for tariff revenue, which is up. Of course, tariff revenue has to be factored into the economic impact of the tariffs. So you got to stir all that in the pot and decide what you think is going to happen. And if you ask me to weigh all of this, I will tell you that on the simple question of whether this bill will add to or decrease deficits, I think it will add to the deficits. Because for the first 5 years, even dynamically scored, they add to the deficits. Even if you assume the current rate of about, I don't know, $250 billion of tariff revenue, which you can't assume because they change, you're still going to be adding to the deficits, even factoring in for the economic impact of growth. Okay, that's all a lot of nerdy speak. Everyone sent us here to save the country. You can't save the country if you're adding to the deficits. You can't save the country if interest rates aren't going to be able to go down because you're being fiscally responsible and the bond markets respond. That's the simple truth. But here we are. And why are we here? Why, despite what I just said, did I hold my nose and vote for the bill? Well, A, as part of the process and hopeful the Senate might work its will to make the bill better. Probably not a good bet. The Senate rarely makes things better. Okay, B, we did get some serious reforms to Medicaid. I'm proud of those reforms. But I do have to be honest with you, they're kind of like breathing. When I tell you the reforms, you're going to be like, wait, we don't do that already? We're simply going to reverse a lot of the damage of the Biden administration and reverse a lot of the damage of the expansion of Obamacare by simply saying this: you shouldn't be on Medicaid if you're able-bodied and can work and you're not working. Now, Democrats will say, oh, you're slashing Medicaid. No, we're not. They're not telling the truth about that. What we're doing is simply saying you should have to work. Same thing for food stamps. My Republican colleagues will say, oh my gosh, these are the biggest savings in history. This is the greatest thing since sliced bread. I'll be like, every American I talk to says, why weren't you doing that already? It's like basic business of Congress. Why would you do that? Why would you provide benefits to people who are able to work and don't? It's insane. So we're going to say, oh my gosh, we saved hundreds of billions of dollars on Medicaid reform by tightening and making sure we're enforcing eligibility and that only the vulnerable get it instead of able-bodied. But we're not doing anything to stop the money laundering scam. We're not doing anything to stop the fact that expansion states under Obamacare get 7 times more money for the able-bodied than the vulnerable. We're going to do nothing about that. We're going to do nothing about the provider taxes that are part of that scam. that have blue states getting money to give money to illegals and to people for Planned Parenthood and other things because they launder the money through Washington and get a multiple to give it to hospitals and insurance companies and then give them a tax break on the back end. Well documented, well reported, and this body is doing not a damn thing about it because they're too afraid to take on the insurance lobby, too afraid to take on the hospital lobby, too afraid to be honest with the American people. And yet I voted for the bill. Why? Because if we don't, we keep operating under the current system, which means we keep giving Medicaid to people without work requirements. So I'm forced with a conundrum. Do I vote for the bill so I can actually have the common sense of a Medicaid work requirement start in 2026? Or do I vote no on the bill because I think deficit's going to go up and I think this is the bare basics of reform we should do while we're not doing anything to stop the money laundering scam that will likely encourage the 10 non-expansion states to expand and cement Obamacare permanently. This is the Hobson's choice that someone like me or some of my other colleagues face, all under the bluster of what this bill does or does not do, which 90% of the people in this body can't even explain, much less the American people or anybody in the media. That's the truth. We add lots of new tax cuts. Oh, but here's the little secret that everybody should understand. All of the new tax cuts expire after 4 years or 5 years. You want to know a classic Washington gimmick? That's one. You're getting absolutely the bait and switch by Republicans in the House and the Senate by saying we're going to have these tax cuts only be applied for 4 years because they will expire, don't you know, in 4 years, so you don't have to score them now. So there we say, don't wait over 10 years. This thing, man, it reduces deficits. But they don't score the last 5 years because the tax cuts expire. Now, let me ask you a question. If you're watching this, all 12 of you on C-SPAN, tell me whether you think if we put in place a $500 enhanced child tax credit, I don't care whether you like the policy or not. I have my concerns with the policy. I think it's a giveaway. I don't think it's actually all that helpful. I don't think it creates economic growth. But okay, we're all in the giveaway business in this chamber. We're going to give away another $500 for every child in this country, even though it costs thousands to raise them. But we're only going to do it for 4 years. I'm not allowed to speak and address the audience. I have to address the speaker. But for anybody who happens to be listening in the chamber or on C-SPAN, would you go to Vegas and bet yes or no that those tax credits would be expanded in 5 years? You know damn well they'll be expanded in 5 years. But we don't score that. That's a Washington gimmick. There are 7 of those, I think, or more, of these tax cuts that expire in 4 or 5 years, but are not then scored for the outer 5 years so that everything can balance. But it doesn't. That's $1.6 trillion of additional lost revenue. Now, again, let me be clear. I support a lot of those policies. I don't think we should be taxing Social Security on seniors, either at all or certainly as much. I don't think we should have taxes. Well, let me restate it. I think we should give tax benefits for moving manufacturing to the United States and give rapid depreciation expensing for those companies. I'm for that policy. And that might actually be one of the few that might pay for themselves with the growth. But all of these things, how about the auto loan tax deduction? We've got that in there now. Well, do you think that's going to pay for itself? Do you think they'll let that expire in 4 years when everybody's used to deducting their auto interest? Maybe it's fine policy, but shouldn't we pay for it? Shouldn't we have more spending reductions, or are we going to keep up the fiction that we can continue to do these policies? And all my Republican colleagues go, Chip, they all pay for themselves. Are you a tax raiser? That's what they do. They go, Chip, you're out there, you're saying we got to raise taxes. There's a reason, as I said a minute ago, Ronald Reagan said, if you come down here with a new idea, you ought to have a tax increase attached to it. Because everybody in this chamber cannot say no to the Farm Bureau when they come in and they want more money, when the ALS people come in and say they need more research, when the cancer people come in and say they need more research. I'm a cancer survivor and I tell them no. Because, damn it, we don't have any more money. But everybody in this chamber just says, okay, we're going to authorize more spending. And I'm going to go do a tax cut because, oh, that's your money. You get to keep your tax. I agree. Let me be clear. They're all going to sit there. They're going to go play some clip, Chip Roy's for tax increases. It's all crap. But the truth is, everybody in this chamber says every tax cut pays for itself. What if I cut taxes to 1%? Do those all pay for themselves? No, they don't. And we owe $36 trillion. And everybody watching this, your kids, your grandkids, your great-grandkids are holding the bag because you wanted all your free crap. And as I've said before in a speech, this is always the United States House of free crap. And that's what we do. We just write checks. The Inflation Reduction Act, the Green New Scam. I'm going to tell you the one reason I voted for this bill. One, yes, I like the Medicaid work requirements. Yes, I like a lot of the extensions of the tax cuts. Yes, I like some of the policies that stop funding Planned Parenthood. Yes, I like some of the policies that stop funding transgender surgeries. All of those are good. But in my opinion, we needed more spending restraint if you want to be honest about deficits. But I voted for this bill for one reason, and this is why I'm on the floor today. Because I need the United States Senate to hear this as clearly as I can say it. We got restrictions on the Green New Scam to ensure that about 55 or 60% of those subsidies that are going to enrich billion-dollar corporations to put money in the pockets of the Chinese to undermine our grid with unreliable energy and undermine natural gas and undermine nuclear, all while bolstering wind and solar, which is littering our fields and littering our landscape, all to provide unreliable energy. We fought like hell to get restrictions on that, to get 60% of the Green New Scam basically terminated. The president campaigned on terminating all of it, but this weak-ass Congress and Senate are going to not do that because, oh, we can't disrupt the existing flow of the $400 billion of subsidies going into the pockets of all those big companies raking in the money so they can get free money while you guys all subsidize, they're getting rich, and your grid gets weaker. This Congress is going to do that. And we fought like cats and dogs to get that 60%. And everybody in town, the K Street lobby, are freaking out. Oh no, we're not going to be able to have our subsidies to build more wind farms and solar farms. We're not going to have more giveaways because their energy won't compete. So that is the one reason I voted for this bill. So my message to the Senate, this will get clipped. It will get sent to the Senate. I'm looking at you, Tom Tillis. I'm looking at you over there in the Senate. You backslide 1 inch on those IRA subsidies, and I'm voting against this bill. I want the White House to hear it. I want the Senate to hear it, because it is the only reason I voted for this bill. Because those godforsaken subsidies are killing our energy, killing our grid, making us weaker, destroying our landscape, undermining our freedom, and I'm not going to have it. So you do what you want to do in the Senate, House of Lords, have your fun. But if you mess up the Inflation Reduction Act, Green New Scam subsidies, I ain't voting for that bill. We have a duty to actually honor 81 years later. All these colleagues of mine, both sides of the aisle, they'll go out. You watch. Today, D-Day, there'll be a tweet from everybody. June 14th, the 250th birthday of the Army, there'll be a tweet from everybody. July 4th, they'll get in their parades. They'll walk around, they'll flag, they'll kiss babies, yay. What do they do on Veterans Day? What do they do on Memorial Day? But what are we doing to actually honor the memory of those who gave the last full measure of devotion, who walked into the wall of bullets, who died for this country, so we could be $36 trillion in debt, so we could subsidize the Green New Scam, so that we can run away from the fight of having a tough conversation with constituents that there in fact is no more room in the inn, that we are out of money? Because I got to tell you, this bill does not meet the moment. I voted for it because I believe strongly in stopping those Green New Scam subsidies and for a variety of other good provisions. But we ought to do better. The Senate ought to do better. And if the Senate weakens it, shame on the Senate. And if the House just takes it, shame on the House. The President of the United States campaigned on terminating the Green New Scam. We should terminate it. The President of the United States said that we should get rid of waste, fraud, and abuse in Medicaid. Well, we should, including the money laundering scam, enriching blue states at the expense of red states, expansion states at the expense of non-expansion states, and enriching the able-bodied at the expense of the vulnerable. The president campaigned on tax relief. We should deliver it. But we should have the commensurate spending cuts to go alongside of it to ensure that deficits go down, to do what the president also campaigned on, which is balancing the budget of the United States. I do not believe this bill yet will do that. We'll see what the Senate does over the next week. But we will do a disservice to the memories of those that we are celebrating today on the 81st anniversary of D-Day. And we'll do a disservice to the memory of all those who came before us, to fought and died and bled for this country. But more importantly, we will do a disservice to their ancestors, a disservice to our kids and our grandkids, who are the ones left holding the bag of rampant inflation and high interest rates and a bond market that is teetering on the edge of a knife's edge because we refuse to do our job. We have an obligation to do. And I hope the Senate will step up and make this bill better. If they leave it the same, like it's send it to the president's desk. They leave it basically the same and they send it back, I guess a lot of us will hold our nose again and say, well, I guess that's the best this Congress is capable of doing. It's like General Patton's quote in the movie. Well, what did you do during the great WW2? Well, you won't have to say you shoveled crap in Louisiana. Well, what is Congress going to say that they did at this moment in time in history to save this country? I hope the Senate will listen, make this bill better, make it deserving of the president's campaign and mandate, and deliver for the American people. But they better darn well not backslide. Because frankly, it was hard to hold my nose to vote for that bill in the first place, because I'm over the barrel trying to actually make Medicaid work and try to make these subsidies get repealed and try to do the job that the president campaigned on, while we are too inclined to want to have giveaways that don't simply add up. This is a moment for us to rise up and deliver. I hope the Senate will do it, and I hope the House will follow. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll yield back.
Members are reminded to address the remarks to the chair and not to receive viewing audience. The question is, for what purpose does the gentleman from Texas wish to be recognized?
Mr. Speaker, I would move to adjourn.
The question is the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have.
Thank you, Chairman Smith, and to the ranking member. Mr. Secretary, good afternoon. Does taking health care away from 16 million Americans lower prices for working families, yes or no?
I'm not sure what that question means.
The bill, the big, beautiful bill that was passed by this committee and the majority of the Republicans in the House, would eliminate health care for 16 million Americans. I'm asking, does that lower the cost for working families, yes or no?
Again, which cost? Oil, fuel cost, food cost?
Household cost.
Sorry?
The cost that households have to cover every month. Middle class working people.
Again, I disagree with the characterization.
So the answer is no. The bill doesn't deal with that.
Well,
can you name
answer.
one rural community whose hospital will be strengthened by this one big, beautiful bill? Just one, yes or no?
Again, I'm not HHS, but I will be happy to get to you on that.
I would appreciate that answer. 16 million people stand to lose health care. That's thousands of hospitals that will be affected. We're talking about jobs and families that will be impacted. Worse, we're dealing with these tariffs, which are taxes that Americans pay, which are raising the cost on medical equipment, putting further strain on rural hospitals in my district, but yet the billionaires under this plan will still get their tax break. Mr. Secretary, under the bill, who gets the most benefits? A billionaire with a complex tax return or a working parent with one W-2?
Under President Trump's first term, a greater...
Not the first term.
Well,
I'm asking under this bill.
Including this bill, in terms of percent, as opposed to absolute numbers, in terms of percent, working families will have a greater...
Well, in fact,
increase.
Mr. Secretary, every credible outside estimator says that the wealthiest win under this proposal and working people and the poor lose. They pay more. Working people pay more. That's the story of this big, beautiful bill. Help the ultra-rich and leave everyone else paying the price. Are you yourself a beneficiary of any provision in this bill? Will you personally receive a tax cut under the provisions of under this bill?
Two things, Congressman.
Yes or no? It's
we had a referendum on November 5th, and
Mr.
working
Secretary,
Americans
yes or
voted
no?
for President
Reclaiming
Trump.
my time.
And
Reclaiming my time, Mr. Chairman.
And two,
Mr. Chairman, I'm reclaiming my time.
And two...
So, Mr. Secretary, it's my time, Mr. Secretary. I'm asking you a yes or no question.
I'm trying to answer you, and...
It's a yes or no question.
Saying it louder does not elicit an answer.
Well, not answering the question at all proves that you're evasive. Are you the head, the person that's the head of overseeing the implementation of our tax code, a beneficiary under the provisions of, any provisions of this bill?
Again, this is an extension of an existing bill.
So are you a beneficiary?
This is an extension.
Okay, I will take that as a no. Mr. Secretary,
question,
did the TCJA help increase the supply of housing? Yes or no?
Sorry?
Did the TCJA help increase the supply of housing? Yes or no?
I don't know. And
according
I'm not sure
to the Federal Reserve of Philadelphia, comparing the pre and post TCJA housing market, they found that between January of 2015 to October of 2019, housing construction, in fact, slowed under TCJA. So, Mr. Secretary, do tariffs on steel, aluminum, and lumber raise the cost of construction? Yes or no?
Again, on the housing point, the interest rates went up because the economy was stronger.
And under this proposal...
Inflation was nascent.
And under a budget report that just came out from the Yale Budget Lab, they just released data showing that because of the debt that is going to be added by this big, ugly bill, mortgage rates will increase. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware that...
This bill is a disaster for the people of Nevada who are struggling with the cost of rent and the ability to afford housing. These are the pressing issues that my constituents are concerned about, and I hope that this administration understands the impact of the negative consequences of their proposal.
This administration very much understands the impacts on working Americans, and that's why working Americans voted for President Trump.
Ms. Chu for 5 minutes.
Secretary Bessent, my constituents are sick with worry about losing their health care coverage. The nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office just determined that more people will lose their coverage. 16 million people will lose their coverage as a result of this big, ugly bill, which will be the largest loss of health care coverage for people in American history. Now, Republicans are saying that this will all be accomplished by cutting out waste, fraud, and abuse. But we should not be fooled. This is accomplished by 30 different measures, including increasing the amount of red tape that people will have to go through just to stay on Medicaid and on the Affordable Care Act, or the ACA. In addition, the CBO says that this bill will cost Medicare over $500 billion. I think of the many grandmothers and grandfathers who need nursing facilities as they face various illnesses like dementia or Alzheimer's. In my district, 62% of them rely on Medicaid to get any kind of care. But this bill requires all kinds of new paperwork to stay on these programs, including paperwork for seniors seeking to dually enroll in Medicaid and Medicare. Where will these seniors go if they lose their Medicaid because they didn't file yet another form, all while having dementia? This is a life or death situation. But I guess Republicans believe, as Senator Jody Ernst said, well, we're all going to have to die. And then there is the ACA. I remember what it was like before the ACA, where people could not get health insurance if they had a pre-existing condition, like everyday conditions like asthma or even pregnancy. The ACA provided tremendous relief to millions. But this big, ugly bill will require even more red tape to stay on the ACA. It demands that 2.5 million people, like gig workers, like Uber drivers, who don't even know what they'll earn in a week accurately, estimate their income for the next year. It requires people to re-enroll year after year rather than having an automatic enrollment, which is not required by any health insurance or Medicare. It reduces enrollment periods so it can cut people off the program. And it takes away the premium tax credits that helped millions of families afford health coverage. And that is why at the hearing for this bill, I introduced an amendment to strike the provisions that undermine the coverage of the ACA. Every single Republican on this committee voted no. So Secretary Besson, I'm asking you a question in which I only want a yes or no answer. How would you have voted on my amendment to protect the ACA and keep millions on their health insurance?
No.
Okay, that makes it clear. And Secretary Besson, I'd like to address the reason that 16 million people are going to lose their health care coverage. It's so that millionaires and billionaires can get big tax giveaways and become even richer. The nonpartisan Joint Committee on Taxation just this week found that if this bill becomes law, the richest 5% of taxpayers in this country will get a bigger tax cut than the bottom 80% of taxpayers combined. To put dollar amounts on it, someone earning $1 million will get a tax giveaway of $81,500 in just 1 year, while someone earning less than $50,000 can only expect $265 in 1 year, which is only 73 cents a day. That millionaire will get a tax cut in 1 day that's almost as big as what the middle-class person will get over the entire year. And of course, this does not account for the burden of paying more for basic necessities because of Trump's tariffs, nor does it account for the loss of life-saving benefits like Medicaid coverage or SNAP food assistance. When the University of Pennsylvania included the benefit cuts into their analysis, they found that the poorest 20% of households in this country will lose $30,000 over their lifetime if this bill gets signed into law. It's quite literally a reverse Robin Hood scheme, taking from the poor and giving to the ultra-rich. That's why I had an amendment that said there should not be tax giveaways for those earning more than $10 million per year. And so, Secretary Besson, I only want a yes or no answer. Would you have voted yes or no on my amendment?
Again, no.
I yield back.
Mr. We'll now proceed to the question and answer session. One of the more absurd attacks we hear from our Democrat colleagues is that the one big, beautiful bill is focused on the wealthy, not the working class. I'm sure the waitress who will keep more of her hard-earned money under the no tax on tips policy, or the lineman burning the midnight oil to restore power and seeing a tax cut under the no tax on overtime policy would be surprised to learn that Democrats consider them wealthy. Secretary Besson, whether it is those policies or the tax relief in the bill for seniors, the double child tax credit and standard deduction, or the fact that the tax burden on the truly wealthy will actually rise under this bill, how does the one big, beautiful bill deliver primarily for working families?
Thank you for that question, Chairman Smith. As we saw in President Trump's first term, substantial non-inflationary growth was created. Non-inflationary growth. Real wages rose and working Americans did better. Hourly workers did better than supervisory workers. We believe that this will happen again. As you outlined, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, the tax breaks for seniors on Social Security, and the ability to deduct auto loans on new cars made in America, as was available when I bought my first car in 1978, will be restored. All of this will help working Americans overcome this horrendous affordability crisis that this administration inherited.
The Biden administration negotiated a global tax scheme through the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development that would rob American taxpayers of $120 billion and would discriminate against American businesses. President Trump issued a day one executive order opposing the Biden administration's global tax surrender. In the One Big Beautiful Bill, Congress provides the president, in line with that directive, specific targeted authorities to fight back in the event nations impose a discriminatory tax on American businesses, such as a UTPR. Last week, members of this committee met with an ambassador who was specifically concerned about how this provision would give the U.S. the ability to stand up for American businesses and respond to an unfair tax his country has imposed on American job creators. Secretary Bessent, why is it important for the Treasury Department and the President to have strong protective measures, like the one provided in the One Big Beautiful Bill, to fight against foreign taxes that discriminate against American companies? And how will the administration ensure that the use is targeted and in a manner to protect or replace U.S. tax revenue?
Mr. Chairman, for whatever reason, the previous administration chose to outsource American sovereignty on tax matters, and the Trump administration believes that is unacceptable. Unacceptable. Many other countries would seek to pull in revenues from U.S. multinational corporations into their treasuries. And rest assured that the provisions in the One Big Beautiful Bill to combat this are a staking out of our fiscal sovereignty. The U.S. tax system will stand next to what is called Pillar 2, and other countries are welcome to relinquish their fiscal and tax sovereignty to other nations. The United States will not. So this bill will allow us to prevent our corporate revenues from being drained into foreign treasuries, and that is in the hundreds of billions of dollars.
Thank you, Secretary. President Trump is also using tariffs to level the playing field and demand fair treatment for American workers, farmers, and manufacturers. Secretary, you are on the front lines of the president's economic policy agenda, including through your lead role in trade negotiations to demand fair treatment from China over the last couple days. How do the president's trade policies and tariffs and the total reset of our unfair trade and investment relationship with China that President Trump has led fit into the broader effort to reorient America's economy toward one that serves the working class instead of just the wealthy elites?
Mr. Chairman, China currently has the most imbalanced economy in the history of the world. They now have an approximate 30% share of global manufacturing, and they continually grow their manufacturing base. They are in the midst of a real estate downturn. Some may cause a crisis, and they are trying to export their way out of it rather than take domestic measures such as increasing consumption, dealing with banking problems, or dealing with the real estate crisis. They cannot be allowed to export their way back to prosperity, which would mean substantial decreases in the standards of living, not only for the United States working Americans, but for working citizens across the world. Our negotiations with all countries seek to bring fairness. And I will echo President Trump's remarks. There are 18 important trading partners that we are in fulsome negotiations with. Many of them are coming to us with unimaginably good trade deals to bring down tariffs, non-tariff trade barriers, which the academic research has shown to be can be even more pernicious than the tariffs, currency manipulation, and the subsidy of labor and industry. But as these countries come to us, and I look at the list, and I think, how could this have happened? How could this have happened? That the United States willingly became party to such unfair, and unbalanced trade. And as President Trump has said, I don't blame the other countries. If you could get away with it, you should. It was those sitting behind the Resolute desk or those making trade policy who've allowed this to happen over 40 years. And we are determined to rebalance that for the American people.
Thank you, Mr. Kustoff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here today and after your long days of travel. So thank you very much for being here. If I could ask you, Mr. Secretary, there's been a lot of attention lately and a lot of conversation around the bond markets and rising yields for U.S. Treasuries. If I could get you to address that, maybe some reassurance. Maybe a couple of questions. First of all, what is your current assessment of the bond markets and your view of the upward pressure on Treasury yields recently?
Congressman, if I could break that down into three pieces. One is the smooth functioning of the bond market. So even during the April high volume, high volatility period, the bond markets functioned very well, trades cleared. There was never a question of financial stability. Two, at Treasury, our bond issuance is going quite well. We are actually seeing an uptick in primary purchasers as opposed to, so these are the end users who would hold it as opposed to dealers or flippers. And then three, as I said earlier, the United States 10-year is the only major 10-year yield in the world that is down on the year, So for all the sky is falling and cries of what's happening, or that a crisis is inevitable, the U.S. continues to be the most stable bond market.
You've had a lot of questions today about the One Big Beautiful Bill, and a lot of questions, very detailed questions. What would happen to the economy if Congress were to fail to pass the One Big Beautiful Bill and the majority of the tax cuts from 2017 were to expire?
Well, again, Congressman, there are two parts there. So one, the OBBB, as I call it, contains the debt ceiling raise and extension. So that cannot happen. That must be raised and extended. And so we will not even talk about the ramifications of that because it will never happen. Two, as I said, it would be an economic sudden stop where we would see a cataclysmic event for working Americans, for job creation, for the financial system. So it's unthinkable that this could happen. It would be the largest tax increase in history. And again, I'm not necessarily I was criticized for my criticism of the CBO. I'm not necessarily going after the men and women who work there. I'm going after their insufficient models, because their insufficient models say that if we make permanent the tax bill, that we don't get an increase in growth. But to your point, if somehow the one big beautiful bill were not passed, that growth will remain the same, which is obviously the ridiculous assumption.
Wouldn't it be devastating for the economy if we failed to pass the one big beautiful bill?
Sir, I think it could set off the financial crisis, the likes of which we have not seen since 08-09.
Mr. Secretary, you would rather be Treasury Secretary than Chairman of the Federal Reserve, wouldn't you?
Sir, I think I have, with the, other than some congressional reporting, the best job in Washington. And I am happy to do what President Trump wants me to do. And I think that we are making great progress at Treasury. I can tell you that having been in the business building now since January 28th, the professional staff is incredible, incredible. And the political staff that we brought in, everyone is working well together. We are working to enhance the economy for the American people, maintain the reserve status of the U.S. dollar, and to your first question, make sure that the U.S. Treasury market, which is the largest and soundest and bellwether for the world, maintains that status. And I would like to stay in my seat through 2029 to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Secretary, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have repeatedly said that there are no outside experts who support the one big beautiful bill, and I would like to correct that for the record for a moment. So, Mr. Chairman, if I could, I'd like to submit for the record a letter that was sent to President Trump, Speaker Mike Johnson, and Leader John Thune on June 3rd, showing 300 economists' support for the one big beautiful bill. They urge speedy adoption of legislation to enact pro-growth tax policies. And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit that for the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and I yield back.
Good, and Congressman,
Now recognizes Mr. Womack for his lightning round question.
Director Vogt, you got a tough job. You got a tough job. You inherited an absolute mess, a mess that's been created over decades, not just one administration, but many. It's because Congress can't say no. But we've seen the big, beautiful bill slammed in here in this hearing today. I want to give you a second to tell us what's going to happen if H.R. 1 fails, if whatever comes back from the Senate fails to get to the desk of the president and signed into law. What happens at the end of this year?
I think we'll have a recession. I think we will be, economic storm clouds will be very dark. I think we'll have a 60% tax increase on the American people. And just to, if I could answer Congressman Hoyer's question or statement, the notion that this bill, I mean, we've been actually criticized unfairly for, on the reconciliation bill for the fact that it is all mandatory savers. I mean, you said, look, we need to address the mandatory side of the house. There's $1.7 trillion in mandatory savers on the reconciliation bill. Do we need to do things on the appropriation side, the discretionary side? Yes, that's what we're here to talk about with rescissions and the bill that we've, the budget that we've sent up to you. But we have to get back to what we did in 1997, where we had for the first time substantial mandatory reforms around not just cutting people and just getting people off programs, but reforms, a work requirement. We're using the same model that Bill Clinton signed into law, and we think it will have incredible impact on not just these programs, but giving people dignity of work. And we're not going to be ashamed by that, but we do need to explain ourselves to those that are being impacted by the watchdogs in this town that honestly don't have an incentive to get a bill done. They have chosen how they want to frame bills, and I think they're inaccurate.
I appreciate your response. Thank you so much. I yield.
We shouldn't pass a bill that increases the deficit, doesn't terminate the Green New Scam, doesn't reform Medicaid, doesn't prevent tax subsidies for high state tax jurisdictions, doesn't prevent China from continuing to get subsidies for solar panels with taxpayer dollars, doesn't curb the waste, fraud, and abuse in food stamps, doesn't tax remittances for illegals sending money back home, doesn't include health savings account expansions for the American people, and frankly, even in the House bill, doesn't do enough to reduce deficits. The Senate bill was supposed to make the bill better, not worse. I passed and voted for the House bill to move it along the process for incremental gains and expected the Senate to step up to the plate. And right now, they are striking out. And if they send a bill over that makes this bill worse and adds to the deficit and adds all the things I just talked about, I will vote no. And no, Mr. President, it's not grandstanding. It is not grandstanding to say that you think we ought to be fiscally responsible. It is not grandstanding to say that we should honor the campaign commitment to terminate the Green New Scam in full. It is not grandstanding to say that we should reform Medicaid so that the able-bodied are not being subsidized by the vulnerable. It is not grandstanding. It is not grandstanding. People watching this home, they don't know what's going on. They're going about their lives. They're just, all they know is that there's a big bill, there's some tax stuff in it, there's some spending stuff in it, some border stuff, and that's about all they know. So why am I here? Because the House passed that bill, imperfect, but I will call passable by definition. We sent it to the Senate. The Senate is making the bill worse as we speak. The Senate is making decisions, both policy decisions and what's called going through a process over there to see if it's language that's supposed to be in a budget-related reconciliation package. We call it a BIRD process. They're pulling pieces out of it. The bill is getting worse. Now let me see if I can put it in basic terms. This chart's not going to mean much to most people back home. You don't even need to look at all the bars. It gets kind of complex. But I just want it to be real simple. This orange line on this chart, and people in the gallery, you can't see it, but imagine an orange line on a XY graph. That orange line says that under the House bill, on a dynamic basis, what does that mean? That accounting for economic growth, accounting for the tax policies, accounting for what we believe will happen, we would have about additional $72 billion of deficit spending over 10 years. Sadly, $72 billion is kind of a rounding error when you're talking about 10 years. In other words, it's close to break even. We would cut taxes, we would reduce spending, we would get economic growth, and we believe we would add nothing more to the deficit. Now, here's the problem. Adding nothing more to the deficit means we still have deficits. We still have $1.8 trillion to $2 trillion a year in deficits. So I voted for a bill that will perpetuate $1.8 trillion deficits. And I hated doing it. But I did it because in this process, in this political environment, to get the reforms that we were getting to Medicaid, to get the reforms that we were getting to terminate 60% of the Green New Scam subsidies undermining our grid, to get the tax cut extensions for hardworking Americans. To me, it was worth doing that when I thought credibly, believably, we would not be adding to the deficit and get those important reforms. But here we are. The Senate, in its infinite wisdom over in the House of Lords, they are embarking on focusing on what we would have anticipated they would focus on, which is just the tax cut side for the most part. They're backing away from the spending cuts, the spending restraint. They're backing away from the reforms that we think makes the math work. And therein lies the problem. You want to know why we're $37 trillion in debt as a nation? It's because too often, my Republican colleagues have never met a tax cut they didn't want to advance, while then campaigning on balancing the budget and cutting spending that they never want to vote for. We can't do that. We have to actually lead. In a Republican form of government, there are 435 of us, representing 30-something million Americans. I represent about 750,000 people. In a Republican form of government, I'm supposed to take the hard votes. I'm supposed to go back to my constituents and say, well, we're doing this and this and this. We think it's good. I know you wanted this, but we can't have that because we're $37 trillion in debt. I go back to this chart. There's a big yellow bar over here with flames on top. It shows almost $1 trillion of additional deficit that the Senate bill would add if the policies they are currently debating in the Senate are adhered to, meaning they got rid of a lot of our savings and they made certain tax cuts more permanent. They extended them. I support making those tax cuts permanent and extending them, but not without the spending reductions necessary to get us back to deficit neutrality or deficit savings.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. We appreciate that. Now we're going to move on to 5 minutes of questioning, and I'll begin by recognizing myself. You know, for decades, the United States has had an existential problem with illegal immigration. This isn't something that's new. It wasn't something that was created under the Biden administration. We've had it for a long time. And Republicans in Congress and in the rest of the country outside of Washington, D.C., demanded border security, that Washington would actually do what we said we would do on the campaign trail and secure the border and stop the flow of illegal immigration. And what would happen in Washington is that Republicans would ask for border security. We would ask for a wall. We would ask for things that we can fund that would stem this tide of illegal immigration. And in response from the other side of the aisle, we would hear demands for amnesty, a pathway to citizenship for people who have no business being here to begin with, who came here illegally. And the result was that nothing was done to secure the border. One of the things that I'm most excited about the big, beautiful bill that we are working on and are going to get passed next week is that finally we can fund border security and mass deportations that the American people demand without having to negotiate on amnesty. In other words, the American people get what they would like. Republicans get all of our priorities. We get a border wall, we get river barriers, we get 10,000 new ICE agents. And we don't have to deal with demands for mass amnesty. That is a huge win, not only for conservatives, but for all Americans. And I'm excited about getting that done. I believe that mass migration is the single biggest existential threat to our country today. And we're going to begin by fixing that. So thank you to the witnesses for being here. Mrs. Vaughn, I'd like to start with you. I really appreciate your time here. Some claim that in order to finally secure the border for good, we need to make a deal on amnesty or to expand our already extraordinarily generous legal immigration system or work visa programs. Does this viewpoint put the interests of the American people first?
Absolutely not. The biggest problem, well, first of all, we've tried this in the past and it never worked. It was always amnesty now, enforcement if we get around to it. And so this doesn't work. But what we do know also from experience is that every time amnesty is raised, it destroys all incentive people have to voluntarily comply with immigration laws and go home on their own if they don't have a path to legal status. It creates incentives for people to stay here illegally and incentives for people to start trying to cross the border illegally as well. We should not be discussing, contemplating an amnesty of any kind until there is integrity and enforcement of the immigration laws that we have. That's just not something that should be on the table now.
Have the American people ever been promised border security in exchange for amnesty in the past?
Oh, repeatedly, most notably in 1986, when the amnesty happened immediately, was given to more people than we were told would be qualifying for it, and the enforcement promises were never applied, never materialized. And it's been promised in a number of other types of legislation in 2013, in 2007. It's always the same thing. Amnesty now, we'll promise to give you enforcement later.
Whenever amnesty is brought up in the national conversation, have you found that it leads to increased illegal immigration?
That is definitely what happened in 2012 before the so-called Gang of Eight bill. And during that discussion, and it has happened in the past as well. In fact, well, look at what happened before the Biden administration took office. They had promised amnesty during the campaign, and the illegal crossings and encounters at the border went up even before Biden took office in January. They were up substantially in December, the month before that.
Yep. And then I'd like to ask you about our green card system. Approximately how many immigrants are approved for permanent residency each year?
It's about 1 million per year.
About 1 million. And how many of those are via chain migration?
About 60%.
60%. Awesome. Thank you, Mrs. Vaughn. Appreciate it. And now I'd like to recognize the ranking member, Ms. Jayapal, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maintaining a healthy, robust...
I thank the chairwoman. It is rare indeed that I have too many reasons to agree in this room, but I do have to go ahead and start with the absurdity of that provision that was added by the Senate. In fairness to our chairman, it was not added on the House side. It was, in fact, the Senate side. It was clearly a mistake and shouldn't have been done. Let's just go ahead and state what it is. It's just an absurd policy. Why would you penalize a state for having a lower error rate and encourage them to have a higher error rate, which I can read the provision to do nothing else. So let's just call balls and strikes here. That was a ball, and it wasn't even close. A couple things here, just to level set for the American people. If I can just go down the line real quick. And none of this is just level setting. We're all here just reacting to what we're reacting to, okay? There's not trying to put anybody on the hot seat or anything else. Can you just tell me whether you've been able to read the Senate bill as it came over from the Senate before testifying here today? Can we just go down the line? Yourself, have you been able to read the Senate bill?
Just within the scope of the agriculture requirement title. So the changes that were made there.
You're able to read the changes to the bill.
The summaries of them, the items that they made.
Ranking member.
No.
Chairman.
I am reading through it as we speak.
You're reading the bill.
I have not read through the entirety of it.
So you have not read it. You're reading through the bill while we're here.
Correct.
Right.
We continue.
Ranking member.
Yeah, actually, my answer is exactly the same as Jody's.
Chairman.
We're reading the reading the wraparound amendment that affected our area. Briefly, not word for word, to get familiar with the changes before we came here, and we'll be reading it tonight.
Ranking member.
My reaction is the same as Chairman Guthrie. We tried as quickly as possible to get through it, but we only had like an hour before we had to come here. So no, I've not been able to read the whole thing or
Chairman Smith.
Just to read summaries, particularly relating to our jurisdiction on Ways and Means.
Thank you, Ranking Member. Chairman Smith.
The tax provisions we've been following throughout the whole process. The bill that was, the language was dropped on Saturday. I'm very well aware of everything that's in that. The wraparound amendment that was a couple hours ago, I know the details of it, but I know the tax provisions.
I appreciate that. I don't intend to take a whole lot of time for all of our benefit. It's fairly well documented that I've got strong concerns and reservations about the bill. I do think a couple of questions merit observation. And so I'm going to ask again, in a non-pointed, as a matter of fact as I possibly can way, to my friend from Texas. If it is our understanding that at least as we accept the CBO analysis, even on a dynamic basis, assuming the Budget Committee's assumption of 2.6% growth and therefore 2.5 or 6 trillion of additional revenue created from that growth, that it would still leave us about 651 billion in additional deficit spending, still accounting for the defense and border plus up. Is that roughly accurate?
That's accurate.
And to the best of our understanding, and I think you answered this question earlier, to the extent that we had a framework in place that we thought was important to adhere to, are we within that framework?
We are, the Senate's bill is about 450 plus 450, I think 5 billion outside of that.
Outside of that framework. And that number is different because it does not factor in the defense and the border plus up. Is that correct?
The 455?
Yeah, that variance
differential?
to the 650
It's mostly
billion.
the cost of tax policy being different than what it was in the House on a current law basis, on a current law perspective.
The numbers we're talking about here in the variance with respect to the CBO calculation, that does not factor in interest. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if we were to factor in interest, the number would be necessarily higher if those deficit numbers are correct, presupposing that they're correct, which these are all models. Is that fair?
For every dollar you borrow, 50 cents on that dollar is going to interest, so it's a significant additional cost.
Would it sound correct that if we're at $651 billion of additional deficit spending, that if you use the CBO's own calculator at the CBO's own assumed 3.5% interest rates, which are far from guaranteed over the coming several years, that would produce over $1 trillion of interest? I'm sorry, let me restate that. Over $1 trillion total when you take the 651 and then add in interest, that we would be in the $1.2 trillion range.
You are in the ballpark.
So that is the concern for those out there trying to observe what we're doing about the extent to which there's deficit implications to the legislation that was moved forward from the Senate and sent to us. I think it's important, and I might ask, might have a question here, just for level setting, because there's differences of opinion here in philosophy. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle have opined that they kind of mock trickle down and kind of impacted the implications of tax policy. We can have those differences of opinion about where we want dollars to reside. And we believe we want dollars to reside in the pockets of Americans, whether it's the child tax credit, you can debate the policy, I've got some views on that, whether it's this doubling of the standard deduction, whether it's the marginal rates, which are lower for people in the lower end of the strata and lower on people at the higher end of the strata, right? We can at least agree to the facts. Those are all true. And that some of those impact people hugely in numbers, people at the lower end of the spectrum. So we're talking about tax rates that are, and tax policies that are helping working class and poorer Americans. We're also talking about tax rates that are, by definition, going to impact and help those at the upper end of the spectrum. You say help. Well, they don't need the dollars to live. But the question is whether those dollars are going to create more wealth and jobs in their pockets, right? There's a philosophy on the right side of the spectrum that they do that. I adhere to that philosophy, that the money in the hands of the American people produces wealth. You produce wealth, you create jobs, you create opportunity. I think that's a good thing. Where I think I've got a problem is that the Senate wanted to embrace that part in full. They wanted to go whole hog on that. And they want to go, fine, we'll make tax cuts permanent over 10 years. Great, God bless them. I'd love to do that. I'd love to have rates that don't change and they're permanent and they're low. But by doing that, they're exposing the problem. And that problem is just simple arithmetic. And that is, if you do that, then you're going to have an issue with respect to revenue and with respect to spending. And the last point that I'll address, rather than in the form of a question, is the policy baseline. The policy baseline is a dangerous gambit. It is a dangerous gambit for either side of the aisle. Because to my colleagues on this side of the aisle, please come explain to me, when my colleagues on that side of the aisle are talking about what's going to happen with the Affordable Care Act subsidies, what's going to happen in future policymaking when it comes to things we disagree with, when you just assume what is current policy rather than having us vote on said policy. I've seen a lot of messaging and rhetoric coming from very good friends of mine, talking about how it's somehow a anathema or accepting leftist dogma to say and to ask the question about a policy baseline about whether or not that is foregoing our responsibility to do the math. You can believe that the current tax rates that are X, whether it's for the lowest bracket or the highest, should stay the same. And I take on face value that many of my colleagues, the administration, and myself included, would like them to stay at that level or even lower. That's my preference. But if you do that, you have to do math. What will be the impact then on revenue? And my colleagues, I think, in the Senate in particular, because God bless the House, at least we've created a framework by which we were trying to do dollar for dollar. And I realize my colleagues on the other side of the aisle disagreed with that. But I want to give credit to the Budget Committee chairman for trying to hold a line of saying that there ought to at least be a connection, that we ought to at least say, if we're going to do the tax policy, at least do the spending policy. Have the courage and the fortitude to do what you campaign on when you're talking about balancing the dang budget. Don't just talk about it. Don't talk about balanced budget amendments and then go home and say, look at me. I got a balanced budget amendment vote. Did it fail? Did it? Yeah. No, it failed, yeah. Is it law? No. Right? But man, I got you your tax cuts. But ignore that inflation that is a result of $37 trillion of debt. My colleagues in the Senate failed us. My colleagues in the Senate failed us. They sent us a bill knowingly, using a policy baseline gimmick. They sent it knowingly. And they sent it knowing that it was going to have increased deficits. Last question, I'm sorry, it's for my good friend from Texas who I don't really want to put on the spot here in a way that's beyond, I think, the core question, but this matters. Regardless of what one thinks about these policies and wanting to be able to have the economic growth, I want the tax cuts to be permanent, I want all this stuff. But is it fair to say that the lion's share of the deficits will be in the first 5 years of the 10-year budget window? Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's fair.
Is that relatively irrefutably fair to say?
It's irrefutable to my knowledge.
The only way to refute the idea that in the first 4 to 5 years of the budget window that we will have significant deficits to the tune of probably close to $2 trillion, $1.8 trillion, even on a dynamic basis, assuming the Budget Committee's numbers, that you have to make up for it in the tail in the last 5 years of the budget window. The only way to do that, to the best of my knowledge, is to assume more revenue for tariffs and assume higher growth rates. So I think you have to assume, I haven't done the exact math, 3 to 3.5% growth over 10 years, which I hope we have, and we should aspire to get, and tariff revenue at the rate that we currently are bringing it in or more, which CBO has scored to CBO's math, 2.8 trillion? I just did that from memory. Something like that. So it'd be about $280 billion a year. So you have to assume that tariff revenue and assume, call it 3.5% roughly growth. Then you start to kind of wash out what we're doing in Congress by our choice. Everything we just said, we're leaving essentially administration to go carry out. If I'm characterizing anything incorrectly, does anybody want to challenge what I just said mathematically? With that, I will yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. Ms. Leisure Fernandez, you're recognized. You're recognized.
I thank the chairwoman. It is rare indeed that I have too many reasons to agree in this room, but I do have to go ahead and start with the absurdity of that provision that was added by the Senate. In fairness to our chairman, it was not added on the House side. It was, in fact, the Senate side. It was clearly a mistake and shouldn't have been done. And let's just go ahead and state what it is. It's just an absurd policy. Why would you penalize a state for having a lower error rate and encourage them to have a higher error rate, which I can read the provision to do nothing else. So let's just call balls and strikes here. That was a ball, and it wasn't even close. A couple things here, just to level set for the American people. If I can just go down the line real quick. And none of this is just level setting. We're all here just reacting to what we're reacting to, okay? There's not trying to put anybody on the hot seat or anything else. Can you just tell me whether you've been able to read the Senate bill as it came over from the Senate before testifying here today? Can we just go down the line? Yourself, have you been able to read the Senate bill?
Just within the scope of the agriculture title. So the changes that were made there,
You're able to read the changes to the bill.
the summaries of them, the items that they made.
Ranking member,
No.
Chairman.
I am reading through it as we speak.
You're reading
And
the bill.
have not read through the entirety of it.
So you have not read it. You're reading through the bill while we're here.
Correct.
Right.
We continue.
Ranking member.
Yeah, actually, my answer is exactly the same as Jody's.
Chairman.
We're reading the reading the wraparound amendment that affected our area. Briefly, not word for word, to get familiar with the changes before we came here, and we'll be reading it tonight.
Ranking member.
My reaction is the same as Chairman Guthrie. We tried as quickly as possible to get through it, but we only had like an hour before we had to come here, so no, we've not been able to read the whole thing or
Chairman Smith.
Just to read summaries, particularly relating to our jurisdiction on Ways and Means.
Thank you, Ranking Member. Chairman Smith.
The tax provisions we've been following throughout the whole process. The bill that was, the language was dropped on Saturday. I'm very well aware of everything that's in that. The wraparound amendment that was a couple hours ago, I know the details of it, but I know the tax provisions.
I appreciate that. I don't intend to take a whole lot of time for all of our benefit. It's fairly well documented that I've got strong concerns and reservations about the bill. I do think a couple of questions merit observation. And so I'm going to ask, again, in a non-pointed, as a matter of fact as I possibly can way, to my friend from Texas, if it is our understanding that at least as we accept the CBO analysis, even on a dynamic basis, assuming the Budget Committee's assumption of 2.6% growth and therefore 2.5 or 6 trillion of additional revenue created from that growth, that it would still leave us about $651 billion in additional deficit spending, still accounting for the defense and border plus up. Is that roughly accurate?
That's accurate.
And to the best of our understanding, and I think you answered this question earlier, to the extent that we had a framework in place that we thought was important to adhere to, are we within that framework?
We are, the Senate's bill is about 450 plus 450, I think 5 billion outside of that.
Outside of that framework. And that number is different because it does not factor in the defense and the border plus up. Is that correct?
The 455?
Yeah, that variance to the
differential?
650
It's mostly
billion.
the cost of tax policy being different than what it was in the House on a current law basis, on a current law perspective.
The numbers we're talking about here in the variance with respect to the CBO calculation, that does not factor in interest. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if we were to factor in interest, the number would be necessarily higher if those deficit numbers are correct, presupposing that they're correct, which these are all models. Is that fair?
For every dollar you borrow, 50 cents on that dollar is going to interest, so it's a significant additional cost.
Would it sound correct that if we're at $651 billion of additional deficit spending, that if you use the CBO's own calculator at the CBO's own assumed 3.5% interest rates, which are far from guaranteed over the coming several years, that would produce over $1 trillion of interest? I'm sorry, let me restate that. Over $1 trillion total when you take the 651 and then add in interest, that we would be in the $1.2 trillion range.
You are in the ballpark.
So that is the concern for those out there trying to observe what we're doing about the extent to which there's deficit implications to the legislation that was moved forward from the Senate and sent to us. I think it's important, and I might ask, might have a question here, just for level setting, because there's differences of opinion here in philosophy. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle have opined that kind of mock trickle down and kind of impacted the implications of tax policy. We can have those differences of opinion about where we want dollars to reside. And we believe we want dollars to reside in the pockets of Americans. Whether it's the child tax credit, you can debate the policy, I've got some views on that. Whether it's this doubling of the standard deduction, whether it's the marginal rates, which are lower for people in the lower end of the strata and lower on people at the higher end of the strata, right? We can at least agree to the facts. Those are all true. And that some of those impact people hugely in numbers, people at the lower end of the spectrum. So we're talking about tax rates that are, and tax policies that are helping working class and poorer Americans. We're also talking about tax rates that are, by definition, going to impact and help those at the upper end of the spectrum. You say help. Well, they don't need the dollars to live. But the question is whether those dollars are going to create more wealth and jobs in their pockets, right? There's a philosophy on the right side of the spectrum that they do that. I adhere to that philosophy, that the money in the hands of the American people produces wealth. You produce wealth, you create jobs, you create opportunity. I think that's a good thing. Where I think I've got a problem is that the Senate wanted to embrace that part in full. They wanted to go whole hog on that. And they want to go, fine, we'll make tax cuts permanent over 10 years. Great, God bless them. I'd love to do that. I'd love to have rates that don't change and they're permanent and they're low. But by doing that, they're exposing the problem. And that problem is just simple arithmetic. And that is, if you do that, then you're going to have an issue with respect to revenue and with respect to spending. And the last point that I'll address, rather than in the form of a question, is the policy baseline. The policy baseline is a dangerous gambit. It is a dangerous gambit for either side of the aisle. Because to my colleagues on this side of the aisle, please come explain to me, when my colleagues on that side of the aisle are talking about what's going to happen with the Affordable Care Act subsidies, what's going to happen in future policymaking when it comes to things we disagree with, when you just assume what is current policy rather than having us vote on said policy. I've seen a lot of messaging and rhetoric coming from very good friends of mine, talking about how it's somehow anathema or accepting leftist dogma to say and to ask the question about a policy baseline, about whether or not that is foregoing our responsibility to do the math. You can believe that the current tax rates that are X, whether it's for the lowest bracket or the highest, should stay the same. And I take on face value that many of my colleagues, the administration, and myself included, would like them to stay at that level or even lower. That's my preference. But if you do that, you have to do math. What will be the impact then on revenue? And my colleagues, I think, in the Senate in particular, because God bless the House, at least we created a framework by which we were trying to do dollar for dollar. I realize my colleagues on the other side of the aisle disagreed with that. But I want to give credit to the Budget Committee chairman for trying to hold a line of saying that there ought to at least be a connection, that we ought to at least say, if we're going to do the tax policy, at least do the spending policy. Have the courage and the fortitude to do what you campaign on when you're talking about balancing the dang budget. Don't just talk about it. Don't talk about balanced budget amendments and then go home and say, look at me. I got a balanced budget amendment vote. Did it fail? Did it? Yeah. No, it failed, yeah. Is it law? No. Right? But man, I got you your tax cuts. But ignore that inflation that is a result of $37 trillion of debt. My colleagues in the Senate failed us. My colleagues in the Senate failed us. They sent us a bill knowingly, using a policy baseline gimmick. They sent it knowingly. And they sent it knowing that it was going to have increased deficits. Last question, I'm sorry, it's for my good friend from Texas who I don't really want to put on the spot here in a way that's beyond, I think, the core question, but this matters. Regardless of what one thinks about these policies and wanting to be able to have the economic growth, I want the tax cuts to be permanent. I want all this stuff. But is it fair to say that the lion's share of the deficits will be in the first 5 years of the 10-year budget window? Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's fair.
Is that relatively irrefutably fair to say?
It's irrefutable to my knowledge.
The only way to refute the idea that in the first 4 to 5 years of the budget window that we will have significant deficits to the tune of probably close to $2 trillion, $1.8 trillion, even on a dynamic basis, assuming the Budget Committee's numbers, that you have to make up for it in the tail, in the last 5 years of the budget window. The only way to do that, to the best of my knowledge, is to assume more revenue for tariffs and assume higher growth rates. So I think you have to assume, I haven't done the exact math, 3 to 3.5% growth over 10 years, which I hope we have, and we should aspire to get, and tariff revenue at the rate that we currently are bringing it in or more, which CBO has scored, to CBO's math, 2.8 trillion? I just did that from memory, something like that. So it'd be about 280 billion a year. So you have to assume that tariff revenue and assume, call it 3.5% roughly growth. Then you start to kind of wash out what we're doing in Congress by our choice. Everything we just said, we're leaving essentially administration to go carry out. If I'm characterizing anything incorrectly, does anybody want to challenge what I just said mathematically? With that, I will yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. Ms. Leisure-Fernandez, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. 20 p.m. that the Senate passed with an amendment, H.R. 1, signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Clerk.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 566 and ask for its immediate consideration.
Clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 35, House Resolution 566. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to take from the Speaker's table the bill, H.R. 1, to provide for reconciliation pursuant to Title II of House Concurrent Resolution 14 with the Senate amendment thereto, and to consider in the House, without intervention of any point of order, a motion offered by the Chair of the Committee on the Budget or his designee that the House concur in the Senate amendment. The Senate amendment and the motion shall be considered as read. The motion shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the Chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Budget or their respective designees, and the Chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their respective designees.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Section 426 of the Congressional Budget and Impoundment Control Act of 1974, I make a point of order against consideration of the rule, House Resolution 566. Section 426 of the Budget Act specifically states that the Rules Committee may not waive the point of order prescribed by Section 425 of that same Act. House Resolution 566 states that it is in order to consider a motion that the House concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 1, quote, without intervention of any point of order, end quote. Therefore, I make a point of order pursuant to Section 426 that this rule may not be considered.
The gentleman from Massachusetts makes a point of order that the resolution violates Section 426A of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974. The gentleman has met the threshold burden under the rule, and the gentleman from Massachusetts and a member opposed each will control 10 minutes of debate on the question of consideration. Following debate, the chair will put the question of consideration as the statutory means of disposing of the point of order. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, let me say this once again. We will not stand by and watch Trump and his billionaire friends destroy this country without putting up one hell of a fight. And because this rule waives the point of order against unfunded mandates, it is not in order to consider it on the floor. The bill Republicans are attempting to jam through the House today cuts nutritional assistance for moms and dads, kids, people with disabilities, veterans, and senior citizens. It goes after the most important people in our lives, our families, to fund massive tax breaks for the richest people in the world. I think that that's wrong, and I think it's immoral. But more than just a massive betrayal of the American people, this bill is also a massive new unfunded mandate on states. Don't just take my word for it. The nonpartisan experts at the Congressional Budget Office said Title I of the bill, the Agriculture Committee's portion of this awful bill, would impose intergovernmental mandates by requiring states, for the first time ever, to provide state funding for food assistance benefits, increasing the share of food assistance administrative costs paid by states, and requiring state agencies to perform additional administrative duties. This massive new unfunded mandate would cost states a whopping $19 billion each year. Mr. Speaker, where the hell are states going to come up with this kind of money? They can't. And so what will happen is people will get kicked off of food assistance, and they will go hungry. State after state has written to Congress begging us not to pass this awful bill. They have made it very clear that if this bill goes through, states will be forced to cut benefits, kick eligible people off of food assistance entirely, or raise taxes to pay for this massive new bureaucracy that Republicans are creating in every state in this country. The chairman of the Agriculture Committee's home state of Pennsylvania would have to come up with over $1 billion to cover the state's share of benefit costs. There is no state in this country who is able to take on this kind of massive unfunded mandate. And we're talking about basic needs for people, a food assistance benefit of $2 per meal so people don't go hungry. And by the way, that money not only lifts people out of poverty, it improves health, and it uplifts local economies too. Hunger costs this country, and food assistance programs save us money. People who have enough food to eat are more productive at work. Kids who are not hungry are able to learn better in school. And seniors who take their medication on a full stomach are less likely to go to emergency rooms. No American should go without food. This is a human rights issue. We live in the richest country on earth, for God's sake, and not a single kid in this country should go to bed hungry, not a single damn one, and especially not when Republicans are giving millionaires and billionaires a big fat tax break. So I say to my Republican colleagues, what's wrong with you people? In this bill, you provide a $2 billion tax break for gun silencers, but you cut SNAP benefits for vulnerable families, which, by the way, is on average $2 per person per meal. Jesus Christ, what are you people thinking? I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves his time for what purposes? Gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to claim time in favor of consideration of the resolution.
Gentlelady is recognized for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The question before the House is, should the House now consider House Resolution 566? Though the resolution waives all points of order against consideration of the motion to concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 1, the Committee on Rules is not aware of any violation of the Unfunded Mandates Reform Act, nor has the Congressional Budget Office identified any violation of the Act. The reason for this motion is plain and obvious. It is not a legitimate attempt to question consideration, but simply a dilatory tactic to further delay consideration of this historic legislation and to give the Democrats more time to mislead Americans. We must dispense with this question of consideration so we can move the process forward and enact the agenda President Trump and the American people have demanded. I reserve my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to say we have a letter from the Congressional Budget Office confirming that there are unfunded mandates in this bill. And at this time, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Brown.
Gentlewoman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Ranking Member McGovern, for yielding. I rise in strong opposition to this rule and the underlying bill. For the first time in history, this bill would force states to pay to pay for part of SNAP benefits, and it would require states to increase their share of administrative costs. This is an unfunded mandate, plain and simple. And let's be clear, the costs are staggering, the consequences devastating, and the cruelty deeply disturbing. This policy punishes those who can least afford it, seniors on fixed income, veterans and families already forced to choose between gas and groceries. States will be stuck in a corner, cut benefits, cut eligibility, or cut public safety, education, housing, and mental health programs just to stay afloat. This isn't just a budgeting decision, it's a values decision. And for what? To take from the hungry and give it to the wealthy. To slash SNAP benefits just $6 per day and hand a $250,000 tax break to the top 0.1%. 0.1%. That's not policy, that's plunder. The math doesn't lie. In North Carolina, it's $400 million, more than the entire state budget for child development and early education. In Georgia, it's $500 million, double what the state spends on child welfare. And in my state of Ohio, it's $300 million, 4 times the transportation budget. My colleagues are writing checks that the government can't cash. And when the money runs out, the food runs out. Children go hungry, seniors skip meals, veterans, working moms and dads will be turned down and turned away, all because of a vote taken here today. This mandate isn't just unfunded, it's unfathomable. So I urge my colleagues, reject this provision, reject this rule, reject this betrayal. Don't reward the rich on the backs of hungry Americans. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from North Carolina.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Connecticut, a member of the Agriculture Committee, Ms. Hayes.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. I rise today against the Republican reconciliation bill, which would put 42 million Americans at risk of losing their SNAP benefits. These policies are untested, they are dangerous, and they are arbitrary. Congress did not engage in a thoughtful process to make these changes to SNAP. The majority has not held a single hearing on the Nutrition Subcommittee on the cost-sharing provisions or the impact of this legislation. They have not solicited feedback from stakeholders or experts on what these changes would mean to states and hungry families who rely on SNAP. The Republicans did not examine these policies closely because they knew it would take food away from hungry families, and they didn't care. They have chosen to provide tax cuts for the wealthiest individuals. They know these changes will devastate state budgets. In my home state of Connecticut, we could have to pay up to an additional $221 million per year for SNAP benefits and an additional $39 million for administrative costs. Connecticut, like most states, will have to come up with these funds or deny basic services that they need for other things like education, public safety, health care, and just providing for our roads and bridges in our states. Notably, not every state will be subject to this change. Late into the night, the Republican majority jumped through hoops to exempt non-contiguous states from these policies to pass cruel legislation. That is why we're up here, writing legislation on the fly to protect some Americans while going after others. No one should go hungry, whether they live in Connecticut, Alaska, Hawaii, or anywhere. It should not matter where you live or what kind of deal your senator made. Everybody deserves to eat. I urge my colleagues to reject this irresponsible legislation, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlewoman reserved. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire how much time I have left?
There's 2¼ minutes remaining.
2¼ minutes?
Yes.
I yield myself to balance of the time. Mr. Speaker, I don't think any of my Republican colleagues have read this provision in the reconciliation bill. In fact, the Agriculture Committee never even did a hearing on it. And yet, billions and billions of dollars in new costs are going to be thrust upon states. And states are going to have to decide whether to cut other programs in order to make sure that no one loses their nutrition benefits, or they're going to have to cut people off of their nutrition benefits. The SNAP benefit on average is about $2 per person per meal. That's it. You can't buy a damn cup of coffee in the Capitol with that. And my Republican friends are obsessed with trying to throw people off of this benefit. I have no idea why. Most of the people on the benefit are children, are senior citizens. They include veterans. Many of them are working full-time and can't afford to put food on the table, and this benefit helps them provide for their families. And my Republican friends, have basically gone and attack on this most basic, effective program that is about food. You can live without a lot of things, but you can't live without food. So, Mr. Speaker, for those Republicans who think that it's okay to give Jeff Bezos a tax cut and at the same time cut food benefits for struggling families, let me say clearly, we don't share the same values. We don't share the same values. Unloading billions of dollars in new costs on states, money they do not have, will force them to cut benefits and throw needy people off of SNAP. It is a rotten thing to do. And I believe there's a special place in hell for people who take food away from veterans, from seniors, from children, from former foster youth, and from hungry families. This is sick. This is disgusting. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Thank you. Pardon me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time and urge all members to vote yes on the question of consideration of the resolution.
Gentlewoman yields back the balance of her time. All time for debate has expired. The question is, will the House now consider the resolution? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having arisen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote. Gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, and I thank the chairman. President Trump had issued some statements throughout this process saying and urging, insisting that this bill does not cut Medicaid. He's also said some things, he says he doesn't think I'm too much of a smart person. And I'll tell you one thing. It doesn't take a smart person to know if you're being lied to. President Trump, you're either being lied to or you are lying to the American people. Because this bill represents, in the text of this bill, the largest and greatest loss of health care in American history. 17 million Americans will lose their health care on this bill, not undocumented people, not quote unquote the disgusting term illegal, but 17 million Americans will have their health care cut from this bill. On this point of tax on tips, as one of the only people in this body who has lived off of tips, I want to tell you a little bit about the scam of that text, a little bit of the fine print there. The cap on that is $25,000. While you're jacking up taxes on people who make less than $50,000 across the United States, while taking away their SNAP, while taking away their Medicaid, while kicking them off of the ACA and their health care extensions. So if you're at home and you're living off tips, you do the math. Is that worth it to you? Losing all your health care, not able to feed your babies, not being able to put a diaper on their bottom in exchange for what? This bill is a deal with the devil. It explodes our national debt. It militarizes our entire economy, and it strips away health care and basic dignity of the American people for what? To give Elon Musk a tax break and billionaires the greedy taking of our nation. We cannot stand for it, and we will not support it. You should be ashamed.
To achieve a lot of things that nobody thought we could achieve. Significant restraint on Medicaids, work requirements, getting in serious changes to the green new scam subsidies. I go down a laundry list of things that we did achieve and that I'm proud of achieving. I just still think the math is off. I think it violates the framework. I think that the deficits are too high. I'm sympathetic to the idea of economic growth, being able to adjust some of that. It's a little bit of modeling, stick your finger in the air, but we accounted for growth. I think we need more spending restraint. And I think we need to fix what they did in the Senate that undermines, I think, the improvements we got on the green new scam subsidy. So that's where we are.
Are you no right now?
Yeah, I mean, I voted no on the rule last night. Not much has changed since 1 a.m.
Congressman, have you heard from the president yet? Do you have plans?
I don't talk about private conversations about that. No, maybe you're right. I just don't.
So, I mean, the Senate would say, you guys can't change this. I mean, how persuasive is the argument?
Only in Washington is the Senate so arrogant, the House of Lords, that they say, oh, well, you can't change this. Like, every legislative body in the world does ping pong, conferences, and other ways to go about it. We sent them a product. We liked it in some respects. Could be better in others. The Senate has now made some changes. Some are good, some are bad. Now we got to look at the total product and decide what is bad. It's not take it or leave it. I don't do take it or leave it legislating. How about we send it back to them and we say take it or leave it, right? So the Senate doesn't get to be the final say on everything. Got to work this out. The legislative process used to work that way. It used to ping pong 3, 4, 6, 5, 6 times, go to conference. The Civil Rights Act was on the floor for 3 months, I think, in the Senate in the 60s. So let's just work through the process, right?
Are there a president? I mean, what if the president says
we're having conversations with the president, on an ongoing basis. None of that's changed.
Are there enough House members who will vote against the rule
right now?
And willing to push this past next week, come back to it at a later date?
Right now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your work on this. I raise today in support of the rule and in strong support of H.R. 1, President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill Act. Today, Mr. Speaker, we face a watershed moment for the American people. This Republican majority was given a clear mandate by the American people, the America First agenda. This bill is our opportunity to deliver on that agenda. H.R. 1 stops the largest tax increase in U.S. history while providing the largest tax cut for working and middle-class families ever. With no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and tax breaks for seniors. H.R. 1 protects the 87,000 Missouri farms and countless family-owned small businesses from double taxation by expanding the death tax exemption. The One Big Beautiful Bill reverses 4 long years of Biden's open border policies with a generational investment in border security, including funding to complete Phase 2 of the border wall. The One Big Beautiful Bill modernizes our armed forces for 21st century threats by properly preparing our military and funding the Golden Dome. H.R. 1 ends the progressive left's war on America energy by unleashing domestic oil, natural gas, and nuclear energy production, lowering energy costs, ensuring reliable and stable energy sources, and renewing not just energy independence, but making us energy dominant once again. Finally, H.R. 1 restores fiscal sanity by cutting almost $2 trillion in federal spending, rescinding billions in green new scam funding, and eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse from numerous federal programs. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a time for choosing. We can choose to side with the illegal aliens, unelected rogue bureaucrats, and fear-mongering from the America left, or we can choose to side with the American people and deliver on the mandate that they gave us back in November. I urge my colleagues to put America first, support the rule, and pass the One Big Beautiful Bill. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from...
I don't care how you
these procedural wonks. They'll break it down 1,000 times on how to do it. If it's vote against the rule and then send it back to rules and fix it, and then send it back to the Senate, or if it's vote the bill down and then start over again. I prefer not to do that because it could be a lot worse.
Any reason to do this besides the president saying July 4th?
Yeah, I don't care if it's July 40th. Honestly, those arbitrary dates, all that does is push us up against what we're doing right now, and that's panicking, and then everybody's, I got to get home to my vacation, and I understand that, and that's a good strategy. It works on a lot of people, but there's enough of us just have heard that too many times from the other side and our side. So
at this point, enough is enough.
Yeah, I think so. I think you've reached critical mass, as the case may be. We'll see what happens at the White House. So what we get, what the president tells us, and what we hear on that.
Any insight into how many people are going to this?
I have no earthly idea. I just know it's Ralph and I. It's all the ones I know, and I'm not sure about him.
I'm not sure about myself.
Where's your ride, Ralph?
From New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Where I come from, we make things. Generations woke up before the crack of dawn, went off to the factory, punched a clock, worked their hands to the bone, came home and counted nickels to make sure they could keep a roof over the kids' heads, keep food on the kids' tables. We've kept our heads down, we've kept our sleeves rolled up, we've kept our shoulder to the wheel, and all we've asked for is a fair shot and for this place to stop screwing us over. But you can't help yourselves. You got us into terrible trade deals that made Wall Street rich and shipped all of our jobs overseas. You bail out the banks while neglecting rural America. You rigged the economy so the corporate PACs that are funding your campaigns make huge profits, jacking up costs on folks who can't afford it. And now this bill will kill good blue-collar manufacturing jobs that we need to rebuild the economy in this country. It closes rural hospitals, it defunds health care, all to give trillions of dollars in tax cuts to your cronies. Don't tell me you give a shit about the middle class when all you're doing is shitting on the middle class.
So, Mr. Speaker, this bill is a moral failure. It rips health care away from millions. It pushes more families into hunger. It leaves seniors stranded. Also, billionaires can keep more of what they'll never spend. Republicans say, lose your job? Too bad. Hospitals shut down? Good luck. Can't afford groceries or insulin? Figure it out. But if you're a big oil, a CEO, or a trust fund baby, don't worry, we've got you covered. This bill is about who matters and who doesn't. And guess what? Working people didn't make the cut. But I want my Republican colleagues to know they don't have to do this. They don't have to sell out their own communities. They don't have to vote for a bill that goes against fundamental things they claim to believe in. Crazy as it sounds, they don't have to hurt people to keep Trump happy. Find a spine. Find a conscience, for God's sake, because the American people are watching. They know the difference between real leadership and bootlicking. A vote for this bill is a vote for cruelty. It's a vote for fiscal irresponsibility and a vote to screw over your constituents to give more to the ultra-wealthy. This bill is a middle finger to working people. Now, we can still stop this. We can still do the right thing. Vote no. Go back to the table. Work with us on tax relief for people who are not making millions and billions of dollars. Don't let this be your legacy. That so many of you are blindly going along with this just to please the guy in the White House is shameful. You have a responsibility to care for the people in your districts. And you're voting for a bill that's going to throw millions off of health care and rip food off kitchen tables all across the country. It's shameful. It is shameful. I'm disgusted that we are here debating this trash. And with that, I urge a no vote on the rule and a no vote on the bill. I yield back.
Hey, everybody. I guess you want a progress report? I don't know.
Do you have the vote, sir?
We are working through everybody's issues and making sure that we can secure this vote. I feel very positive about the progress. We've had lots of great conversations. I've met with individuals and groups all day long, as has the president, who's fully engaged as well, trying to convince everybody this is the very best product that we can produce. But I feel good about where we are and where we're headed, and stay tuned. There's more conversations to be held.
Can you talk about your conversations with the House Freedom Caucus, since the chair continues to say that he's a no?
Yeah, I've talked to Freedom Caucus members, I've talked to Budget Committee members, I've talked to members from the swing districts. I mean, every caucus in the House has had the Speaker's attention. I've heard their concerns about it, and the thing about it is, when you have a piece of legislation that is this comprehensive and with so many agenda items involved, you're going to have lots of different priorities and preferences among people because they represent different districts and they have different interests. But we can't make everyone 100% happy. It's impossible. This is a deliberative body. It's a legislative process. By definition, all of us have to give up on our personal preferences. I never got to ask anybody to compromise core principles, but preferences must be yielded for the greater good, and that's what I think people are recognizing and coming to grips with. And this is part of the process. It's a consensus building operation, has been from day one. This is the culmination of 14 months worth of work, and I believe we're going to deliver this, get the ball over the goal line. So stay tuned.
White House trying to do to help folks get along here?
They're answering questions and trying to address as much as they can, but I'm not going to get in the middle of those discussions. I just think it's very positive, and I think there's a lot of forward momentum, and we're very optimistic about the outcome.
What's your message to the holdouts?
Look, we worked on this a long time. A lot of thoughtful work went into this, and even though the Senate modified some of our product, the extraordinary things in this bill are so important for the American people, and most of our agenda is wrapped up into this legislation. So it must pass. We have to deliver for the people. The president wants to do it. As he said very well, this is no longer the House's bill or the Senate's bill, it's the people's bill. And it's our agenda, so we've got to do good on it. So I think everybody understands that. I think everybody's trying to get to yes, and I believe we will.
So on track for
Thanks, guys.
Hey, we'll see y'all later.
On this vote, the yeas are 219, the nays are 213. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
I talked with him at length. Brian is a very good and trusted friend, and he just has convictions about certain provisions of the bill. He's entitled to that.
Do you think that he'll be voting against the final bill as well?
He may. We'll have to see what he does. I'm not sure. The president's very engaged. He was, very helpful in the process. He helped answer questions and articulate his vision and what this bill will mean for the country and his agenda and how urgent it is for us to get it done. So I think it was very helpful. I'm really appreciative of his leadership.
Please.
Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank Chairman Smith for not just yielding, but for his leadership in getting us to this point. Mr. Speaker, we are at the precipice of the new golden age of America. And how do we get there? We get there by actually making the right decisions for those hardworking families who have been struggling. If you listen to the people on the other side, Mr. Speaker, who have over and over again said they are against this bill and all the things that are in this bill for hardworking families, you would think the last 4 years things have been going great for middle America. I don't know what parallel universe they've been living in, Mr. Speaker, but we heard the message that the voters sent, who said they're sick and tired of high inflation, of high gas prices, of not being able to fill up their grocery cart because of the spending in Washington for Washington at their expense. And so what does this bill do? It says we're finally going to turn that around and deliver a bill that focuses on families in America. We hear a lot from the other side, Mr. Speaker, about billionaires, tax cuts for billionaires. You go look at this bill. Everybody's had the opportunity to read the bill. They actually read the whole bill on the Senate floor. Only took 14 hours. And if you listened, one of the things you'd find out, Mr. Speaker, is there are some new tax cuts in this bill, but not for billionaires. So then it would beg the question, why does the other side keep hiding behind billionaires? Is their excuse to vote no? Because they made a decision, Mr. Speaker, early off. They don't want to give people back their money. They want to keep that power in Washington. That's really what's at stake here. That's the big fight that has been going on for years. The other side won that fight the last few years by raising taxes, raising spending, growing Washington. And while they did that, families in America suffered. Inflation went up for those hardworking families while Washington grew. Interest rates grew up to the point they couldn't even afford to buy a first-time home because Washington grew. And we said it's enough that Washington has to finally start living within Washington's means so that families in America can finally start living the American dream again. That's what this bill focuses on, Mr. Speaker. And how do we do it? We do it, number one, by locking in rates for everybody. Nobody's taxes go up, Mr. Speaker. Nobody's. Now, the other side's upset about that, and I understand it, because they don't want just the billionaires to go up, because they know in this bill the income groups that get hit the hardest if a no vote prevails. And we've heard them, they're all going to vote no, Mr. Speaker. But if a no vote prevails, the income groups that get hit the hardest are the lower and middle income groups of America. And they know that. They're watching this vote. And you can say billionaires all day long. But you know what the new tax cuts in this bill are? Because there are new tax cuts. For the waiter and waitress who's working maybe 2-3 shifts at a restaurant, at a diner, barely getting by. That's the new tax cut that we're putting in this bill. And so you would say, well, then how could the other side possibly vote against that? But, Mr. Speaker, they are. And maybe a focus group told them that if they curse enough and if they say billionaires enough, those families will forget what's actually happening. But they're not going to forget because they're paying attention. You know what the average pay for a worker in America who makes tip money is under this bill? $32,000 a year. That's right. Billionaires aren't even allowed to be eligible for that tax break. But the waitress who's working 2-3 shifts, barely getting by, making $32,000 a year, finally gets a little bit more money. And yes, every Democrat has bragged over here that they're going to vote against that. They don't want that waitress to get that money back in her pocket. But we're going to make sure she gets that tax break, Mr. Speaker, because she's struggling. She maybe wants to put together a college fund for her kid. Maybe she wants to take her family on a vacation. And she's going to have that opportunity when this bill passes. You know who else we're going to give opportunity to, Mr. Speaker, in this bill? The other tax cut. Sorry, it's not a billionaire again. It's that shift worker working overtime. Not the billionaires, person that's showing up at the factory, making stuff in America, who's paying taxes on the overtime, but they're away from their family, and they're looking at that check at the end of being away from their family for a few extra hours, and they're trying to make ends meet for their family, and they go, geez, I've got to get all that extra money back to the government. Is it worth being away from my family? And we say, you know what? Yeah, normal tax rates apply on everything else, but if you work overtime, you're not going to pay taxes on that overtime. Somebody making $60,000 a year, not the billionaire. Say billionaire enough, and maybe that shift worker won't know what you're doing, but Mr. Speaker, they do know. They do know what's about to happen because everybody's watching this vote, and that's a good thing because that shift worker deserves that extra money back. Might not seem a lot to somebody who deals with billions and trillions of dollars up here in Washington and grows agencies by 20-30% every couple of years, and just thinks if you double the size of an agency over 5 years, somebody's going to pay for that. Well, you know who's paying for it? That hardworking family. You know, we clean up waste, fraud, and abuse, and it's been mocked by the other side. They think it's cool to mock what we're doing to finally root out waste, fraud, and abuse. Let the other party, Mr. Speaker, be the defender of waste, fraud, and abuse in Washington, but we're cleaning it up in this bill. USDA has pointed out that there's about $10 billion a year in waste just in the SNAP program. Fraud, improper payments. Not going to children that you hear about on the floor and not all these other. It's going to improper payments, to fraud. $10 billion a year. But, Mr. Speaker, when you hear about the billionaires and you say, well, how could anybody vote against this bill? Think about what a no vote means. Because I'm proud of the yes vote that we're about to cast to help those families. But everybody who votes no, Mr. Speaker, make no mistake about it, everybody who votes no is going to be asked a question by that waitress making $32,000 a year saying, why do you want me to pay more money in my tips so that $10 billion of fraud goes out in the SNAP program? Because you voted against cleaning it up and you voted against no tax on tips. That's the no vote. You can't hide behind the billionaire anymore. You're going to have to face the reality, Mr. Speaker, that this bill actually delivers for the working families of this country who have been struggling. They haven't been living on Easy Street the last 4 years, but they went to the polls in November and said, we want to try a different approach. And this is that different approach, to give them more power, to give them more opportunity. You know we're giving opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to in this bill. Again, if you're going to vote no, this is what the no vote will take away. We actually create something unique in this bill. Hadn't been talked about yet, but it's in the bill. I'm real proud of it. We create opportunity in school choice for every, not billionaire, low-income families. Every low-income family in America will be eligible for a scholarship so that their kid can go to the school of their choice if they're in a failing school. Now, you vote no, Mr. Speaker. How do you tell that family that their kid doesn't have the same opportunity they deserve that every other kid in America can have. If somebody can afford it, they can go to a private school, but if that low-income family can't afford it, we're finally giving them a lifeline in this bill, Mr. Speaker, and saying you can have the same opportunity. But a no vote says that you don't think that that parent deserves the same opportunity? And then you hide behind billionaires. There's going to be no hiding, Mr. Speaker. We all know when this board lights up what the consequences are. And why do we say there's going to be a golden era in this country? We're securing our border in this bill, too. We're opening up American energy in this bill. Everywhere from the North Slope of Alaska to, yes, the Gulf of America, where President Biden had shut down American energy. He green-lighted Russia's Nord Stream pipeline so Russia could produce their energy, funding billions of dollars to go fund their war against Ukraine. But in America, we were shut down. We open it up in this bill, Mr. Speaker. American workers get to produce American energy, not just for America. It's going to lower the price at the pump. Again, you're a middle-income family. The billionaire doesn't care what the cost of gasoline is. You know who does? That waitress making $32,000 a year saves that tip money. Maybe she can go on a trip and get in her car and drive and afford the gasoline now because we'll be producing more. We actually have lease sales in this bill for once so we can produce energy in America. We have great natural resources. We just had them shut down for 4 years by an administration that said no to American energy, said yes to other countries' energy. Iran was able to sell their oil on world markets thanks to the previous administration. That party's over. And when America starts producing more energy, not only does it help lower the price for families here in America, not only does it create great jobs here in America, but all the bad guys around the world, Russia, Iran, Venezuela, you name your country, they're not going to have a cartel-like exclusive license on global energy anymore because America's going to be back in the game. Let's get this country back in the game. Let's get this country back on track. Let's actually promote opportunity in the American dream again for anybody who wants it. You want to work? There's going to be more opportunity than you've ever had before. If you're disabled on Medicaid, right now you've been crowded out of those programs by people turning down work. Able-bodied people, 35-year-olds sitting at home playing video games. They're going to now have to go get a job. That's right. And by the way, that's a good thing for them. Their mom doesn't want them sitting in the basement playing video games anyway. But now it no longer will be crowding out Medicaid for the truly needy people who deserve it. The disabled people will not be getting crowded out of those programs by people who can actually go get a job, and there are going to be a lot of great jobs, Mr. Speaker, a lot of great jobs in this country. America's coming back. You can vote no all day long, and you can hide behind billionaires all day long, but we're going to keep moving forward because this country doesn't sit down in the fetal position. America's ready for a rebirth, and we're going to deliver it. President Trump is at the helm now. It's a new day. World leaders know it. The bad guys know it around the world. But you know what? Those hardworking families who have been waiting for this relief for a long, long time are finally going to realize help is on the way because Republicans in Congress, any Democrats that want to join, Mr. Speaker, are free to, but they're bragging that they don't want to be a part of this. But you know what? The hardworking families of America are hungry for this kind of change. Take power away from Washington, give it back to the people, and watch what happens. Great things are ahead for this country, greatest country in the history of the world. We are finally going to give and restore that great American dream and that hope for those families who have been waiting way too long. That hope is coming. We're going to pass this bill. President Trump's going to sign it. It's going to be a great 4th of July. Let's pass the bill, Mr. Speaker. I yield back to balance my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my good friend, the gentleman from the Keystone State, Pennsylvania, Mr. G.T. Thompson.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The One Big Beautiful Bill marks the most significant investment in our farm economy in decades and delivers the most sweeping reforms to SNAP since the program's creation. We're saving nearly $200 billion by restoring integrity to SNAP, closing loopholes, reinforcing work, and ending on-check state abuse, all while preserving the program for the truly vulnerable. At the same time, we're delivering $120 billion in deficit reduction and saving 2 million family farms from the death tax. We strengthen the farm safety net, invest in trade, research in rural communities, and help keep ag innovation here in the United States of America, not in China. This is a down payment on the Farm Bill, and the rest is coming soon. Make no mistake, this is a generational win for rural America. I'd like to thank Agriculture Committee members for their continued work in developing and advancing this policy. We're protecting taxpayers, helping low-income Americans return to work, and securing the future of American agriculture and our rural communities. The One Big Beautiful Bill delivers on President Trump's campaign promises, and it's a win for the American people. And I yield.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, distinguished member of.
47 seconds to the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Yocum.
Gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 47 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of the One Big Beautiful Bill. President Trump inherited a disastrous open border policy from the Biden-Harris administration. There were nearly 9 million encounters at the southern border under President Biden, more than the last 14 years combined. You can plainly see the difference between the first 5 months of President Biden and the first 5 months of President Trump on this chart. As it turns out, all we really needed was a new president. And now the One Big Beautiful Bill will permanently secure the southern border. It completes the wall, funds thousands of new border agents, and equips them with the cutting-edge tools that they need. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, because border security is national security. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield.
We're excited to get this done. If Hakeem will stop talking, we'll get the job done for the American people. It takes a lot longer to build a lie than to tell the truth, so he's really spinning a long tail in there. But we're excited. The people will see the effect of this bill. The sooner we can get to it, the sooner the Democrats will stop talking. We'll get this bill done for the people, and we're really excited about it. So I'm ready to roll.
I'm going to take my time and ensure that the American people fully understand how damaging this bill will be to their quality of life. This reckless Republican budget is an immoral document, and everybody should vote no against it because of how it attacks children and seniors and everyday Americans and people with disabilities. It's a crime scene going after the health and the safety and the well-being of the American people. And Mr. Speaker, we want no part of it.
From California, Congresswoman Sanchez.
Gentlelady from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I flew overnight through thunderstorms and flash flood warnings to be here to stand up for my district this morning because Republicans refuse to stand up for theirs. I've been in Congress for over 20 years, and I've never seen such cowardice from my colleagues across the aisle. Time and time again, we see Republicans fold like cheap lawn chairs. Senator Murkowski said it was a bad bill, then why the hell would you vote for it? I'm here to stand up against a bill that kicks 17 million Americans off of their health care, a bill that cuts school lunches and food assistance to children who go to bed hungry every night, a bill that includes billions of dollars for ICE, an already bloated agency that has been upending due process and racially profiling people in my district for weeks. To my colleagues across the aisle, have you no decency? Have you no humanity? It's not too late to do what you know is right by your constituents and by your country. Vote no on this one big steaming pile of crap. And I yield back.
Gentlewoman.
Part of the problem, part of the issue, as to why we find ourselves, everyday Americans, in this situation, it's because of the dominance of special interests in this town. And this one big, ugly bill represents a massive giveaway to special interests in this country. And we reject special interests because our job here in the United States of America, Mr. Speaker, is to protect the public interest at all times, today, tomorrow, always, and forever. Extraordinary to me, Mr. Speaker, that you got folks in this town talking about draining the swamp. Guess what? You are the swamp. You are the swamp. You are the swamp. We've never seen anything like this. The type of corruption that has been unleashed on the American people and has poisoned, Mr. Speaker, this bill. See, you're consulting the parliamentarian, I think. I said, people in this town. I'm thankful that my grandmother saw fit to have her grandson educated. We've never seen a level, Mr. Speaker, of this type of corruption unleashed on the American people that has made its way into this one big ugly bill. Extraordinary levels of corruption in this town, unleashed on the American people. Corruption on steroids would be an understatement. In terms of what the American people are now being subjected to. So one of the things we look forward to changing in this town, I want to make this commitment, House Democrats. We are committed to making sure that we end corruption once and for all in the United States of America, in corruption in Congress, in corruption at the Supreme Court, and in corruption with the administration. That's part of our agenda, an anti-corruption agenda. That's what the American people deserve. That's what we as House Democrats are committed to bringing about. The exact opposite, Mr. Speaker, of what we see in this bill. We're going to present to the American people an anti-corruption agenda, the likes of which have never been seen. Because it's too much. Fundamentally, it undermines the ability of government to deliver for everyday Americans. You see that politics, at the end of the day, is about the management of public money. That's why we need everyday Americans to participate in your democracy. Because politics, at the end of the day, is about the management of public money. It's about how taxpayer dollars are going to be managed. And what's extraordinary about this one big, ugly bill is that what we see, Mr. Speaker, is the management of public money, all of it being done in this highly partisan way. is not designed to serve the best interest of the American people. It's being managed, Mr. Speaker, in this GOP tax scam, this disgusting abomination, this one big, ugly bill. The management of taxpayer money being misused and abused to hurt everyday Americans in order to reward billionaires with massive tax breaks. That's a dereliction of duty, mismanagement of public money. It's an abuse of the privilege that all of us as members of the United States Congress have. And so one of our promises to the American people as we look toward the future, we will always be stewards of your money to make sure that we are allocating taxpayer dollars in a way designed to lift up the American people, not tear the American people down. That's the type of Congress that the American people deserve. The public interest over special interest. The public interest over special interest. The public interest over special interest. That's one of our promises to the American people. And we're going to work hard to earn your trust as we move forward and look toward the future.
Okay, sorry for all the chaos. That was kind of fun. A couple questions real quick. Yes. Yeah, so the question, you didn't hear it, it's kind of loud in here. The question was, how did we get the holdouts to yes?
So my leadership style is I try to be a servant leader, and as I mentioned earlier, I know what every member of this body, every member of this conference brings to the table, and the leader's job is to bring out everybody's best and get them to their highest and best use, and that takes some time. So what happened procedurally, not to get too deep in the weeds, but we got the Senate modifications to the House bill. Now we're really proud because the big beautiful bill, 85 to 90% of it is the original House product that we ourselves drafted over the course of more than a year. But when we went to the Senate, of course, as the other chamber is apt to do, they made some changes. They sent it over to us. We didn't have it for a lot of time. And so some members wanted to go really deep in the weeds on the changes, and they wanted to fully understand what those amendments were and how they would interact with the rest of the bill and how the administration would administer the new laws. And so there was a process there for a couple of days where we allowed that time for them to explore all that, to talk with leaders in the administration. President Trump was so generous with his time answering questions himself. Vice President J.D. Vance was directly engaged. We had cabinet secretaries at a number of different federal agencies answering questions from members. Some of them even brought their agency attorneys in to get really deep in the weeds on the details. I knew as the leader that we would have to take the time to do that. And so some of that went into late into the night. And I was not going to make anybody, I was not going to demand anybody's vote or their position on the bill until they felt that they had exhausted that opportunity. So we did it, and that's how we got everybody to yes. Yeah. No, I mean, look, as I said, a lot of these members wanted to talk with the administration about how the new law would be administered by the Trump administration and the team, and I think they answered those questions. I don't think they exacted a lot of specific commitments or concessions or anything like that. It was just more an understanding how that would interact. As you know, this president has been a bold leader. By last count, he's issued over maybe close to 160 executive orders so far. We're trying to codify as many of those as possible, so a lot of the discussions were about what executive orders will be forthcoming as it relates to the new legislation, and how can we be involved as a House to codify that and do all that in a coordinated fashion. The beauty of unified government is this is exactly how it can work and how it's supposed to work, is that you have an interaction between the executive and the legislative branches, because that's what's best for the people, and that coordination is going to yield great results for the folks. So that was part of the discussion yesterday.
Last question.
I literally don't know anything about that. I mean, I wasn't privy to the conversation. So I would tell you there's lots of rumor and conjecture and innuendo that floats around, especially when you got so many people wandering around the building and deliberating over their vote. So I don't know how much stock I'd put into much of that. But all right, last question. Yes, ma'am. Look, I think a lot of the estimations about what this legislation would do in a negative manner to communities in my state or any other are far overblown. I can tell you that this bill is going to be a great thing for everybody around the country, my constituents especially. What's good for Louisiana is good for America. We've got great tax policy here. I think they're going to feel this pretty quickly. Wages will rise. I think household income will go up. I think the job participation rate will increase dramatically. I think unemployment will be low. We're going to duplicate what we did in the first Trump administration. Remember, at the first 2 years, y'all have heard me say 1,000 times, it's objectively true. We had one of the greatest economies in the history of the world, and we're going to do that again, except this time much more comprehensively. We did tax cuts and regulatory reform, and that brought about a resurgence of the U.S. economy. That's what's going to happen here. It's about to happen on steroids, and we can't wait for that to happen. This is jet fuel for the economy, and all boats are going to rise. Thank you all for being here. We got to get a little rest. God bless.
Enjoy your sport.
No, I mean, look, as I said, a lot of these members wanted to talk with the administration about how the new law would be administered by the Trump administration and the team, and I think they answered those questions. I don't think they exacted a lot of specific commitments or concessions or anything like that. It was just more an understanding how that would interact. As you know, this president has been a bold leader. By last count, he's issued over maybe close to 160 executive orders so far. We're trying to codify as many of those as possible. So a lot of the discussions were about what executive orders will be forthcoming as it relates to the new legislation, and how can we be involved as a House to codify that and do all that in a coordinated fashion. The beauty of unified government is this is exactly how it can work and how it's supposed to work, is that you have an interaction between the executive and the legislative branches, because that's what's best for the people. And that coordination is going to yield great results for the folks. So that was part of the discussion yesterday.
As you talk about people who will lose their health care access, for your own constituents who will lose access to Medicaid, what can you do for them? And have you been in touch with California Governor Gavin Newsom about helping this population?
Yeah, we've been talking to the governor and his team now for months as soon as we saw, what they were proposing. What I'll tell you is that Medicaid is getting all the attention, but it's not just about Medicaid. So there are real cuts, and they claim that it's just work requirements, but the Kaiser Family Foundation came out with an analysis that said 92% of the people who are going to be kicked off the rolls are people who are eligible for the care, but don't meet the new bureaucratic red tape. We know that when similar requirements were put in place in Arkansas and other states, that was, exactly what happened. People who were eligible for the care who just did not fill out the paperwork properly or did not get through the bureaucratic hurdles. So you will have people who deserve and need the help who aren't going to get it. But it's also about the Affordable Care Act, because they're taking away the all the progress that we made during COVID when we passed something called the American Rescue Plan. We put in place policies to reduce the cost of premiums for people trying to get their care through the Affordable Care Act exchanges. This bill, the big ugly bill, as I call it, the Republican budget, undoes that. So immediately the Affordable Care Act becomes a lot more expensive for people. So the independent estimates are that millions will be kicked off ACA, millions more will be kicked off Medicaid, but then it's also about Medicare. Because of that massive debt bomb that this is, the multi-trillion-dollar addition to the debt, that then triggers another $500 billion in mandatory cuts to Medicare. That means doctors will get paid less. That means patient care will decline in quality. And then the last thing is this issue of the provider tax. So in California and a lot of other states, the way Medicaid is funded is through a provider tax on hospitals and healthcare providers. The Republican budget bill decimates the ability to collect those same level of provider taxes, meaning you could have hospitals that shut down. And, we talked a lot about rural hospitals, but it's not just rural hospitals. It's suburban, it's urban. All hospitals that have a Medicaid population will be cut. And if you are on private insurance, if you don't have good hospital coverage, that impacts you. So it literally impacts every single person in America who has health insurance will be impacted by this bill in a negative way over time. And that is a massive failure by this administration, particularly when the president said that he would protect Medicare and Medicaid. He's doing the opposite with this.
But this bill wouldn't be heading over to the White House tonight without the incredible yeoman's unwavering support of Speaker of the House, my dear friend, Mike Johnson, our leader.
Thank you. This is the vote tally card. We're going to frame this one, okay? 218, 214. Listen, I'm not going to give you a long speech. A lot has been said today, and these people are exhausted. A couple of us quite literally haven't slept in 2 days, so I'm a danger to myself and others right now. I'm not going to speak off the cuff. I'll just say this. I mean, many of you have asked me this question in the hall over the last couple of days. but when it looked like that we might actually deliver this thing, particularly this morning. How did you know? I mean, what kept you going? Why did you think this was possible? You guys made an audacious plan. You brought the most comprehensive, complicated piece of legislation, probably, arguably in the top 2 or 3 in the history of the Congress, with the smallest margin in U.S. history, which we had for a big chunk of the first 100 days. And you put this audacious timeline. You said you were going to pass it out of the House by Memorial Day. I mean, some of you openly laughed at me when I said that back in early February. And then we said we would get it done by July 4th. We beat Memorial Day by 4 days, and we got this one done a day early. I just want to point out, okay? So the question was, I mean, like, why? Why did you do that? Why did you think that was possible? Because it sums up. I would sum it up with one word. It's belief. Okay. We had a vision for what we wanted to do as a group. We believed in the election cycle last fall that we were going to be given this great blessing of unified government, that we would have the White House and the Senate and the House aligned, in alignment, unified government. And we did not want to waste that opportunity because we understand the history that comes along with it, the opportunity that we can do for the country, and we believe that we would have that chance. And then I believe in the people that are standing here behind me. I believe in this group, every single one of them individually. Some of them are more fun to deal with than others, you know. I mean that with the greatest level of respect. I love every single one of my colleagues. You know, even the ones I got to spend the more time with, right? Because everybody's here, their motive is right, their heart is right. They're trying to do right for their constituents. They're trying to serve the greatest nation in the history of the world that we're going to celebrate tomorrow. We don't take that lightly. I know their hearts, and I know what their skill sets are, and I know what they bring to the table, and I get up every day excited because I know that each of them are going to bring that to the table, and they're going to serve their constituents. You could not have a greater group of public servants than the people standing in this room right here. They will give their all for this country, and man, that's what the framers intended when they put this thing together 249 years ago. This is what it was about. So I believed in this vision. I believed in the group. I believe in America. I believe we have the greatest nation. I'm going to say this very simply, and everybody here would articulate it in their own way. We had a tough 4 years before this last election cycle. America we were in deep trouble. And we knew that if we won, and we believed we would, we knew that if we got unified government, we'd have to quite literally fix every area of public policy. Everything was an absolute disaster under the Biden-Harris radical, woke, progressive Democrat regime. And we took the best effort that we could in one big, beautiful bill to fix as much of it as we could. And I am so grateful to God that we got that done as we did. Because of the dedication, yeah. Lastly, it's no secret, I do believe in God. I believe in that motto that I referenced in the floor speech a little while ago. I believe that is what has made our nation the greatest in the history of the world. And some people shake their heads and they think that's old-fashioned or something. That is a fact. When the framers put this together, they stepped out in faith. They did something that no nation had ever done before. The great statesman, philosopher G.K. Chesterton of Great Britain said, America is the only nation in the world that was founded upon a creed. And he said it's listed with almost theological lucidity or clarity in the nation's birth certificate, the Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that we recognize, we boldly proclaim the self-evident truth that our rights do not come from the government, they come from God himself. He's the one that gave us our rights. That's right. Abraham Lincoln said in the Gettysburg Address, we are dedicated to this proposition, to one nation, under God. A government of the people, by the people, for the people shall not perish from the earth. This is an experiment. It's only 249 years, y'all. That's not a long span of time in human history. It's just a blip on the whole scale of human history. It is up to us to save it. It's up to the duly elected representatives of the people to come here and represent. And it's up to every single one of us. Of the people, by the people, for the people, all of us. So you got to be engaged, and we got to pass this along to the next generation. Reagan reminded us, freedom's not inherited in the bloodstream. It's got to be protected. It's got to be fought for. It's got to be taught to the next generation so that they will have the same liberty, opportunity, and security that we have all known and too often take it for granted. So I just want to say, we're going to get to the main event here. We're about to sign this bill and get it over to the White House, okay? some of these men and women have got to go catch flights and stuff. So we're going to sign this real quick, and I'll take a few questions. But I just want to say this: do not take for granted what we have been given. This grand experiment in self-governance. We can preserve it, but we got to do it all together. God bless you. Thanks for being here.
Mr. Smith.
Gentleman from Nebraska is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I thank the chairman for the diligent work he has done in bringing folks together, hearing from all members, and helping formulate a bill that is great for America, great for workers, where we know that what we did in 2017 increased wages for workers at an amount even better proportionately than high-income folks. I also want to point out that my colleagues across the aisle voted for a large portion of this bill last year. Now, there's various criticisms that they've kind of pivoted, I guess, a bit. But when you really look at what we are doing, we're preventing a tax increase on the middle class. Average American household without this bill getting done will face about a $1,500 tax increase. American Farm Bureau tells us that the average farm will face more than $5,000 tax increase if we don't get our bill done. Mr. Speaker, this is the right thing to do. This is great for America. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight how the One Big Beautiful Bill will strengthen and protect Medicaid for those who need it the most. This legislation focuses on eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse that have historically plagued this system, ensuring that resources are used efficiently and effectively. Contrary to the misinformation spreading, there are roughly 1.4 million illegal immigrants who are receiving Medicaid, crowding out benefits meant for American citizens. What's more, this bill invests billions of dollars in long-term care for seniors and people with disabilities by establishing a new pathway for states to offer home and community-based services. This will help preserve Medicaid for the most vulnerable populations who rely on it: pregnant mothers, children, seniors, individuals with disabilities, and low-income families. Thank you, and I yield back. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss how the Big Beautiful Bill makes American energy dominant again by resuming leasing for dominant and domestic energy production. This includes onshore and offshore oil and gas leases, as well as coal leases. The One Big Beautiful Bill strengthens the grid reliably and invests in building key energy and critical minerals infrastructure through the Energy Dominance and Financing Program. This legislation also finally repeals the Green New Deal subsidies from the Democrats' so-called Inflation Reduction Act, such as the tax credit giveaway for expensive, unreliable electric vehicles. This historic bill also restores our energy security by starting to refill the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, which was drained under the previous administration. This Big Beautiful Bill is a historic win for America's great energy sector that will help reduce energy costs for hardworking families in my district and across the nation. And I thank you and yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Baird.
Stay in line. What's your question?
My question is, given the tremendous deficit that the country has, why did you, after saying that you weren't going to vote for this bill, why did you go ahead and vote for it anyway, increasing the deficit by $3 trillion?
So first of all, William, it's a very legitimate question. It's a good question. I think it can easily explain it. If you listen carefully, I was always looking for a three-step process. Provide the border funding and defense to clean up the messes left behind by the Biden administration. Then my second step would have just been to extend current tax law, which would have taken the automatic tax increase off the table. That's a price tag of $4 trillion right now. That's what caused the deficit numbers. But again, on a bipartisan basis, nobody wanted to increase Americans' taxes. I mean, Democrats could have, when they had the presidency, the House, the Senate, they could have increased taxes on anybody. They could have increased them on the wealthy. They could have punished success as much as they wanted to. They didn't do that. They left the Tax Cut and Jobs Act alone. We were facing that thing automatically expiring. Had we had the the smarts back in 2017 of reducing spending to pay for permanency, we would have done that. So again, there was no way I was going to let the automatic tax increase go in effect. So that, to me, is already table stakes. And what I tried to do is use my vote to create as much leverage to bring spending down to a reasonable pre-pandemic level. And so that's why I was so vocal about it, is I was pushing and prodding my colleagues, the president, everybody. We've got to return to reasonable pre-pandemic level spending. We went from $4.4 trillion to over $7 trillion from 2019 to this year. Totally unjustified. The bottom line is, this is all we could get. We got about $1.5 trillion of additional spending reduction. Historic in nature, just we've got so much further to go. So, again, a legitimate question. I hopefully explained that. Nobody wanted to increase taxes. I certainly didn't want to do that. By the way, that score could be bogus too. You increase people's taxes, there's no guarantee you're going to get that $4 trillion that CBO is estimating. I've got a real question about the way CBO scores things anyway. But anyway, William, thanks for staying online. Good question. Next, go to Teresa in Eau Claire. Well, Teresa, thanks for staying online. What's your question?
Thank you. I want to thank all of our witnesses for their testimony today. And I just want to note that I've worked with a number of my colleagues across the aisle to attempt to improve the Medicare Advantage program. So this is a bipartisan issue. In fact, I'm working with Mr. Arrington to ensure that MA plans promptly and fairly pay providers for services to ensure stability for our hospitals and less delays in care for patients. I've also worked with Ms. Van Dyne to ensure that patients entering post-acute care have access to the appropriate care setting, irrespective of whether they are on MA or fee-for-service Medicare. And I welcome those conversations. I think we need to have those conversations, and I think we need to have those thoughtful conversations. But we should have had them 2 months ago when we were marking up the one big ugly bill. A lot of Republican colleagues want to root out waste and fraud in the MA program, but let me be clear about what happened. 2 weeks ago, Republicans cut 17 million Americans' health care to root out waste and fraud. Republicans triggered $500 billion in cuts to Medicare to root out waste and fraud. And for what? Because Republicans blew up our deficit by $3.4 trillion. And that's according to the Nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, their report that came out yesterday. So you're going to have to forgive me if I'm a little cynical and I don't believe in their commitment to the program integrity. President Trump also made a promise to the American people. He said he was going to lower health care costs. Well, let me ask you, Dr. Jane, you represent 12,600 constituents in my district and a total of about 300,000 covered people. I know you legally cannot discuss SCAN's Medicare Advantage bid information for 2026 until it gets approved by CMS, but according to this analysis, over 100 ACA marketplace insurers premiums are rising by a median of 15% in 2026. Do you agree with that analysis?
So we're, SCAN does not operate in the exchanges, so we don't necessarily have a lot of visibility into that. What I will say is that, there is the potential for there to be stress added to the system writ large because of changes in payments. Our providers may look elsewhere for revenue opportunities, and I think that might end up having an adverse impact on beneficiaries and other types of insurance plans. But I would say it's too early to say really what the actual impact is going to be across the delivery system and the plan environment.
Okay. Some insurers are reporting that President Trump's tariffs, possibly on drugs, medical equipment, and supplies, are driving a rate increase of about 3% on average. Do you think that the constant threat of tariffs might impact MA premium increases for next year?
We haven't yet seen any evidence of that, but it's certainly something that we're tracking in the marketplace right now.
Okay. And while SCAN doesn't participate in the ACA, in your professional opinion, do you believe that failing to renew the ACA enhanced premium tax credits will impact marketplace premiums?
Again, I think anytime that there's big shifts in coverage and in subsidies, there's potentially impacts on other lines of business. So that's something we haven't seen any evidence of yet, but it's obviously very early. And so it's something we're monitoring for going forward.
Great. Dr. Fiedler, I want to ask about value in Medicare Advantage. Right now, I think that one of the flaws in the system is quality measurement. In the quality bonus program, how are MA plans incentivized to provide high quality?
So in principle, we measure plans on a variety of, their performance on a variety of different measures in terms of getting patients appropriate care and other measures. I think my concern is based on the evidence we have that it's not particularly effective in encouraging plans to actually improve care as opposed to encouraging plans to invest a lot of administrative cost in optimizing their scores on these measures.
I think that one example of how we inaccurately measure plans' performance is the overturn rate for prior authorization denials. From 2019 through 2023, more than 80% of denied prior authorization requests that were appealed were overturned, and most seniors don't even appeal their authorization denials. They just kind of give up. Dr. Jane, would measuring plans' prior authorization overturn rate improve these procedures and potentially decrease delays in care for patients?
I think measuring that kind of rate and making it transparent to beneficiaries is one of, I think, the best ideas out there to actually create real transparency for folks about what they're actually buying. I think one of the biggest challenges with the Medicare Advantage industry right now is that many of the beneficiaries don't actually know what it is that they're buying because they may not have an active healthcare need. A few years later, they may develop a cancer and they would like to go to an out-of-network cancer center, and unfortunately it's not necessarily available to them, and they didn't know that that wouldn't be the case. And so again, I think that the idea that you propose, the idea of making transparent the overturn rate, is one of these kind of great ideas that could potentially make the program far more transparent to people and hopefully over time improve performance.
I appreciate your testimony and I yield back.
Good morning, everyone. Democrats have made clear to the American people over the last several weeks that this country is far too expensive. The cost of living is way too high. And Donald Trump, as well as House Republicans, have failed to do anything about it. Donald Trump and House Republicans promised to lower the high cost of living on day one. Costs haven't gone down in the United States of America. It's gone up. America is too expensive. Inflation is on the rise. And Donald Trump and Republicans have failed to keep their core promise to make life more affordable. Housing costs are too high, health care costs are too high, child care costs are too high, utility costs are too high, electricity bills are skyrocketing as we speak because of the failed policies of Donald Trump and the one big ugly bill. And the American people are struggling to live paycheck to paycheck, can't thrive, and in so many instances can barely survive. America is too expensive. Republicans have broken our healthcare system and unleashed the unfortunate and painful reality that millions of Americans are about to experience dramatic increases in their healthcare premiums, copays, and deductibles. Millions of families will incur thousands of dollars in additional health care costs a year when they are barely making it right now. Democrats are prepared to support a bipartisan spending agreement that meets the needs of the American people in terms of their health, public safety, and economic well-being. But we will not support a partisan Republican spending bill that continues to rip away health care from the American people.
Before I begin, I wanted to acknowledge the horrific assassination of Charlie Kirk. There is no place for political violence in the United States. I also want to recognize the shooting at Evergreen High School in Colorado last week. Our heart goes out to those students impacted by this gun violence. There'll be more to say about both of these tragedies, but I want to shift now to what we have, to what we're here to discuss today. Democrats have been clear about where we stand on government funding from the beginning. We're ready to negotiate a bipartisan spending deal that protects Americans' health care. But we will not be complicit in passing any legislation that takes away health care from the American people. One of the Democrats' top priorities has long been to ensure every single American has access to high quality and affordable health care. That remains truer more than ever. At a time when Americans are facing a dual health care and affordability crisis, it's our responsibility as members of Congress to put our differences aside and to come together to bring down costs. This shouldn't be controversial. We've been hearing about the high costs, rising unemployment, and recession fears impacting Americans in every district. We cannot allow health care to be another thing that's out of reach. We have a chance to come together and to tackle these crises head on and to undo some of the damage within Republicans' big ugly law. Unless Congress acts, 15 million Americans will lose health care, and 24 million Americans who rely on the ACA could see their health insurance go up by 75%. In my district alone, nearly 400,000 people depend on Medicaid or receive a premium subsidy. Democrats are doing everything in our power to ensure the worst parts of the big ugly law don't become a reality for our constituents. That's why we'll continue to hold fast to our position and implore Republicans to abandon their go-it-alone approach.
As Ms. Adams for her closing remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you once again to our witnesses for speaking with us today. Since President Trump took office and congressional Republicans lined up to do his bidding, college has gotten less accessible and more expensive. As the cost of college continues to rise, students and families need adequate transparency and meaningful support from institutions of higher education. Paying for college shouldn't require families to jump through hoops and navigate opaque, confusing systems without help. And that's why resources like the Office of Federal Student Aid are critical to student success. Yet the Trump administration has ripped away those resources, slashed grants for students, and overall made college more expensive with provisions in the big ugly law. It's true that colleges and universities must work towards greater price transparency for students and families. But let me be clear. If we truly want to deliver on our promises to students, then we must take a comprehensive look. Not only transparency, but the broader issues facing higher education today, including high tuition costs, crushing loan debt, and campus safety. You know, I mentioned in my earlier comments about the gaps that students face and that families face, but we've got to figure out a way how families fill those gaps with aid and scholarship that they don't have to pay back. And I can tell you that it's a problem for one size doesn't fit all. I know that that closing these gaps for first-generation college students, as I was, those are very challenging, especially students who attend our HBCUs. And so while I appreciate the discussion today in this hearing, it's time that we face reality. College affordability will not be magically solved by bullying institutions into providing transparency while leaving institutions on their own with no help from the department due to recent rifts. But we must fight back against the Trump administration's unfettered attacks on higher education, and we've got to work with institutions to prioritize affordability and success for all students, not just the wealthy and well-connected. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to our witnesses today. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a physician and member of Congress representing medically underserved rural Southern California, I cannot overstate the importance of reliable broadband infrastructure for public health and safety. In rural communities across the Coachella Valley and Imperial Valleys and in rural San Bernardino County, in my districts, access to emergency care and telehealth can mean the difference between life and death. Many residents, including working families, face barriers to care due to poor internet connectivity. These challenges are worsened by long travel distances, provider shortages, and the recently passed Republican Big Ugly Bill are going to make those worse. Nearly $1 trillion to Medicaid cuts. Hospitals will close, meaning people are going to be more uninsured, needing more specialty care, increased chronic illness. They're going to have to travel longer distances. So it's like we took 10 giant steps back and we're trying to make one tiny step forward with this hearing. And broadband is no longer a luxury. It is essential infrastructure for the common good. Rural residents are at risk for not having good broadband, and not having connection is a risk for chronic illness. In 2019, the FCC found that 17% of rural Americans lack broadband versus only 1% of urban residents. The CDC also links poor internet access to higher rates of chronic conditions and worse health outcomes. Having broadband is a social determinant of health. Broadband is vital for veterans, patients managing chronic diseases, remote monitoring, and seniors relying on remote specialists. It is also important for first responders to respond to emergencies. Sheriff Dykes, from your perspective, how do unreliable broadband and outdated safety networks hinder law enforcement coordination during disasters?
I'm sorry, Dr. Rees, a number of things that you said we use regularly. I think you've experienced where you actually have an emergency situation in the field. You're talking to the doctor at the emergency room before you even move the patient. So those things are critically important. Broadband across the rural areas as you're requesting, but it's even something simpler as saving lives. So unfortunately, we deal with a lot of school shootings and things with major county sheriffs, law enforcement really across the nation. If you think about your ability to have that situational awareness, you're going after the threat. You're trying to stop the threat, but there are children that have been shot. Being able to direct your medical emergency personnel into them saves lives. You can't just secure the area. You've got to move. It is a moving, actionable, ongoing event.
Let me ask you another question. Does Needles and Lake Havasu, the area in San Bernardino that I represent, use NG 911?
They are. They're transitioning, and that's a very unique area because of the borders involved, as you well know. And even on the lake, we have multiple jurisdictions as a result of that. So yes, we are using that technology.
Thank you. Because we need to modernize and expand our emergency communication systems, which is why I strongly support the NG Next Generation 911. Our 911 call centers must be able to receive real-time texts, photos, and videos to enhance emergency response and protect both callers and first responders. But this only works if the digital backbone is strong. In my district, we have already seen the consequences of aging infrastructure. Copper wire theft has disrupted 911 service, delaying emergency response and endangering lives. According to the GAO, insufficient broadband infrastructure in rural areas contributes to slower response times as first responders cannot always access critical information in real time. Slower response time in the emergency department means if you're having a stroke, you're more likely to die or have permanent damage. Same thing with cardiac arrest or heart attacks. Dr. Fonts, given your leadership at National Emergency Number Association, what should Congress do to retire old systems and equip public safety answering points, or PSAPs, for NG 911?
Thank you for your question. If I'm looking at public safety writ large, from the field responders to the public who calls 911, the weakest link in this whole chain is Next Generation 911. You talk about broadband capabilities that the public would have available to them, and the ability to transmit information to 911. Well, if that 911 center is not Next Generation 911 capable, or is voice-centric, in other words, rich information is removed, you lose valuable information, valuable time. What Congress can do, and I've said this on multiple occasions—
You have 5 seconds.
—is to ensure funding for Next Generation 911.
Thank you, and with that, I yield back my time.